with his own family. Like, you cross him and you're in a helicopter, God bless you and Prigozhin. Um, I don't know where things go with him, but largely, I mean, I think Saudi decided that they can't fight the way they used to fight. They can't fight Iran in this Sunni versus they can't do that because they have no ability to project power because they represent nothing but a family. And they like we saw this during the Cold War. We saw this during the Arab Spring. The Saudis did everything they could to prop up every monarchy in the region and were freaking out. They even went in militarily into Bahrain. Okay, the Islamic Republic, they don't have much money, they don't have much support, but they don't need it because they have people that are radical and like connected to them on the basis of ideology. They don't need to like boss around Hezbollah and they don't need to tell them to hate Israel, right? This is like something they're connected to on an ideological basis. The Saudis don't share this. You can't buy people. You can't buy people, you can only rent them. But Patrick, I had a quick question for you about the future of where things are going. So what do you think about this game plan for how they're planning to, move with, Gaza? I forgot what the exact solution for them was. Something about them having control over the region and giving it, having NATO come up with some solution. Did you look into this, or what are your thoughts on this? Like, what kind of a role do you think NATO is going to play in the future of this?
Well, what I've heard from the Israelis is they've said that they're going to need to maintain positive control for a period of time. That's understandable. If they really want to root out Hamas, they're going to have to find the tunnels, find the weapons caches, do extensive demolition on both. They're going to have to sift through the remaining civilian population to find militants and Hamas holdouts, uh, or just Hamas members that have attempted to hide themselves within the larger Palestinian population, and they're going to have to get those people, and that's going to require them to detain, interrogate, search, and do a lot of things that aren't going to play well for the cameras, and that's going to take some time. Now, what comes after that is something that, if they've said anything additionally, I haven't seen it, but everyone's been kind of very vague on this. Notions of some type of UN peacekeeping force have been floated. Notions of NATO coming in have been floated. The French under President Macron have made some kind of comment that an occupation of Gaza should be tied into NATO operations in Syria. Frankly, all these are bad ideas. NATO troops in Gaza would be targets, nothing more. And frankly, I wouldn't want to see U.S. lives risked in that manner. The Israelis, understandably, don't trust the UN, never, and haven't for decades, for good reason. So what's the other option? The Arab states come up with a peacekeeping force? Well, that's not going to fly. The Israelis don't trust them either. So I think post-occupation, or at least post-operation, when Israel has said, okay, we've gotten as much of Hamas as anybody could have, and now we're on to assassination missions across the region, which I do think are probably going to be coming on the order of the operations against Black September after the Olympics assassination. I think it's an open question, and I think there are no good answers, because Western troops are going to be a target. UN peacekeepers and Arab troops aren't going to be trusted by the Israelis. So who's left? The Chinese? Well, nobody wants nobody wants them over there. We certainly don't. Some third party. Does South America want to put together a peacekeeping force? Nobody has a good answer to this one just yet, I don't think.
So my
Okay,
real
so
quick, I'm going to ask you this, and
so let's
yeah.
have a discussion here, okay? This is not. Why should I care if the Israelis trust United Nations or not? Sorry, I don't give a shit. This is the job of the United Nations, and honestly, if Israel trusts them or not, this is like on the list of my 100 problems in life. This is like a position 99. Okay, so yeah, obviously NATO is absolute no go, completely stupid idea. I get that with the Arabs, that is not maybe not a neutral force whatsoever. Maybe the best kind, I don't know. But to just say, okay, United Nations not a good options. The Israelis don't trust them, so yeah. No, it's not. It's not up to them to decide at the end of the day. Because if the thing is, what we must learn again, there are consequences to what you are doing. And yes, Patrick, absolutely correct. America can do what they want, how they respond. But then, if the consequences are coming rolling in, then you must also face those consequences alone and not drag other, let's say, other nations with in that. If you exclude them from your decision making, the same goes for Israel. Here, it's my only point here, Patrick. When things go, let's say, south, things escalate. Um, you cannot just say, okay, and now we have to fall back on, let's say, on our wider alliance, be it NATO or whatsoever, or Israel is falling back on, okay, yeah, we need the support of the United States or the support of the European Union. So, because we have no influence in their decision making in the first place. So yes, as this old saying in life goes, you're free to make your own choices, but you're not free to choose the consequences of your choices. We shall never forget that one here. And yeah, anyway, United Nations, why not? If Israel don't trust them, I don't care. If they don't want them, okay, you know what? Maybe we should stop supplying any kind of money over there and risking, let's say, upheaval in our own societies or risking oil embargoes and let them deal with it alone. Let's see how that will work out. So yeah, and United Nations is the first option, and that shall not be questioned. And I don't care what the Israelis say about that.
Well, what about empowering the Palestinian Authority a bit more before you would have the United Nations come in?
I mean, that's
That could
probably
be a
their end
potential at all?
solution. That's probably like their end solution. But really quick, Pat, I'll get to you in a second, man. Patrick, I had one more question. Do you fear that this is going to lead down the same route of de-Baathification, what we saw in Iraq? Most of the Americans that were getting killed was after, kind of we gutted the bureaucracy and got the Baathists out of there. Do you think there's going to be, like, after they're, trying to set up governance inside of the Gaza, do you think that's when actually, the biggest risk for casualties is?
Well, if you're talking about Israeli casualties in the, in what would amount to a search and destroy operation, yeah, it's going to be very dangerous for them. They're going to be operating in a hostile environment. They're going to be operating, obviously in a very dense urban terrain, which is always dangerous for an attacking force. The population doesn't like them, and they're going to have to go house to house if they really want to dig these guys out of there. That's good. Yeah, I think that's has the potential at least to generate serious casualties. I wouldn't necessarily analogize it to de-Baathification because, I mean, if we just go by their own polling, the Palestinian people in general aren't fans of the Israelis. So I don't know who is the more radical, section that we're afraid of. If Hamas is the target, who's more radical in Gaza than Hamas? I don't know that there is somebody.
There is. It's called the PIJ. They're actually way more radical than Hamas.
I just wanted to ask Patrick a question. You mentioned
fair PIJ, but they're not as numerous.
Yeah, that's true, but they're all working together. So what Xerxes said was 100% correct. The end goal is to extend PA authority to Gaza. So what they want to do is go into Gaza. They want to send in an international coalition of, say, NATO forces to go and restore order and stability there, and then wait for, things to cool down, and then they will extend PA authority to Gaza. The problem is everybody hates the PA in Gaza, and then all of the even these secular groups that formed out of the PLO, they're against the PA as well. So, the people in Gaza are not going to be very happy with this solution. And then on the other side, there is an agenda to take out Netanyahu. So the potential successors they're looking at are Benny Gantz, Yair Lapid, as well as Naftali Bennett. So it's a two-pronged strategy here.
So
Samira, do you have any idea what kind of presence the PFLP has within Gaza?
Yeah, the PFLP is actually working with Hamas and PIJ on this. They were intimately involved in the planning, coordination, and they all participated in Operation Al-Aqsa Storm. And they're very much pro-Hamas here, and they're secular, right? And it's not just the PFLP, the DFLP as well.
Patrick, I wanted to quickly ask you, when it comes to the Republican presidential field, who do you most align with on Middle Eastern foreign policy? I don't know if you heard the debate last night, but just in general.
Sadly, yes, I subjected myself to that hour and whatever it was of that debate. I am.
He's gonna say Vivek.
Xerxes, man. He knows Vivek drives me nuts. Um,
Trump,
now it's I
Haley.
don't have a lot of good
It's
good
not
choices on the
an
Republican
answer.
ticket this time around, frankly.
All right, can I ask you a question? I tried raising my hand before, and I didn't mean to interrupt Kaiser. But Patrick, you mentioned the 54 people who were injured in the recent attacks by Iran proxies as like the reason to bomb the shit of Iran and enter a war. But I just want to ask you, like, and I don't think you like are a bad guy. I'm not trying to be respectful here, but like, and I'm sad that 54 people were injured. But however, like, what do you think would be the end result? Like, and who would benefit from us bombing Iran? Because it certainly wouldn't be America, and I guarantee you, a lot more Americans would die.
Tom Slocum would benefit from us bombing Iran.
Huh? No, I'm just asking. Like, why would anyone want to promote?
Patrick, hey, I got a question for you. Patrick, I got a question for you. So, do you know why the Anglosphere, so I'm referring to both the United Kingdom and the United States of America, got involved in Iran in the first place?
Probably the clean break memo and Zionists that infiltrated our
Okay,
government.
so you're already wrong.
You're
already wrong. No, you're already wrong.
You mean like the nationalization of British Iranian petroleum?
You're already wrong. You're already wrong. Here's the thing. So we've been involved with Iran before. No, because you're already wrong. I'm going to catch you there because you're just like spouting shit. I said, okay, let me.
You're talking about 53, right?
Okay. One at a time, guys. Okay. Zuki, you can go ahead and respond, and then we can go to other people.
Okay, so yeah, so the Brits and Americans were involved in Iran installing the Shah. Now, this was before Zionism. Before this. Why are you saying no, dude? Why are you saying no to this? This is like basic textbook shit.
No, I was not talking about that. You're leading me down a trap. I was asking.
No, but you're already saying who would have been at each
other.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, seriously.
All right. Yeah, this is. Okay, so Pat, you actually had a question for Patrick. So just, if you want to re-ask in a very concise way, he can answer you. Let's go about it this way. So Pat, go ahead. You can ask your question and Patrick can respond. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Did we lose him?
I got double muted. My bad. All right. So yeah, I agree that it's horrible what happened to the U.S. service members that were injured, and I think that the position you take would lead to more deaths and more injured. But at the same time, like I find it very hypocritical that you would say like the act of a proxy is far more worse than the act of a government, which we've seen in history. And I'm sure you're familiar with the USS Liberty incident where 171 Navy sailors were burned to death, or burned, and injured, and 34 died when Israel did it. And the strategic benefit to that would be drawing us into the 7-day war, 6-day war, whatever war it was, and 19, I think it was like 74 on June 6th. But either way, like I remember specifically like being on Christmas leave and Trump sword bombing Soleimani, and my Christmas leave being ended and getting sent to Iraq, where I guess the same people which you would consider the Iran government, which are really like, proxies and just like, terrorists from, Iraq attacked us like and shot at us with like indirect fire and stuff. But like I don't see like these people as the Iranian government, because
no, but Pat, real quick, I'll finish you. But no, after the assassination of Soleimani, it was the regime in Iran that launched ballistic missiles. No, they did it. The regime in Iran was the one that launched airbase. Yeah, they did. No, they launched. No, you can look this up, Pat. They launched 16 to 18.
But I don't understand.
No, it was.
Wait a second. This is not debatable. Anybody can look this up. They admitted to it. They posted videos of it. The regime, the IRGC launched. They launched 18 ballistic missiles. 11 of them fell into the base, and then we have a bunch of Americans with Purple Hearts after that. None get killed. But that's exactly what happened. It wasn't through proxy. They did it themselves. They posted videos about it. It was a whole big thing because they needed to respond, right? They didn't want to. They probably didn't want to kill Americans, but they needed
part of the Iranian government, because I don't.
Oh my goodness!
The Iranians also lied about saying they killed like.
Yeah, okay, guys, this is nonsense here. Zagonel.
So real quick,
I honestly know Patrick asked actually a valid question here. Patrick, and that's not muddy the water, okay? Patrick asked a clear question at the beginning, Suki. He asked, what is the net benefit out of it for America if you start a war against a 90 million nation, sovereign nation? That was the question. Valid question, what the soldier Patrick asked. And that's not muddy the water with any kind of...
The benefit is, so the benefit is to American interests, maybe not the American people, but the benefit to American interests is to, I guess, advance American interests in the Middle East by taking out Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and then all of the quote-unquote tentacles, as 100%. America refers.
100%.
That's not American interest if it's not the people.
But real quick, I want to say this too, and then Patrick, if you want to respond to this too, go ahead. I actually don't know the appetite that the Iranian regime has to respond to anything like this.
They don't have the appetite.
Soleimani got turned into Korean barbecue. That was like the second most important person in their regime. This guy, they revered. Look at him today. You can't walk 15 meters without seeing a statue of this guy. They're obsessed with him. So they Korean barbecued him, and they didn't do really anything. They could have if they wanted to. So they could have if they wanted to respond, but they didn't.
The Americans.
Well, no, they care more about their survival than anything. This is why, like, the way they go against the U.S. is in these ways where they just know and they hope that the U.S. responds in a way that it just doesn't come back to them. I think what Patrick argues is that, like, these terms of engagement need to change because stuff's getting way too hot. And we open Pandora's box, right? But the next time they send missiles and it hits and sinks a warship or it kills Americans, what does everyone in this room think is going to happen? You're going to get what you're talking about, which is a war. But anyways, Patrick, if you want to respond, it was asked to you, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll respond to both of those. What I advocated was, initially at least, targeted strikes on Iranian nuclear research personnel and their nuclear facilities. And the particular goal of that is Iranian nuclear breakout is the biggest security concern the U.S. has in the Middle East today. Deterring that, reducing that, retarding their ability to develop those capabilities is directly in U.S. interests.
Patrick, I have to ask, did you see Ehud Barak's statements?
Real quick. Let Patrick finish, because go ahead, Patrick.
And if they want to keep doing
the glitch. Sorry, Patrick. Go ahead and unmute.
No, it's fine. It does that. And if they want to keep shelling our people, then we can start going down the list. We can start looking at decapitation strikes on the IRGC. We can start looking at doing Operation Praying Mantis 2 and sinking their fleet in the Gulf. We can look at hitting their oil infrastructure. The point of this is we keep doing this directly to you until you call your proxies off. And it's that simple. And as far as the USS Liberty incident goes, you know how many British service personnel the U.S. has accidentally killed by friendly fire in the past 35 years? Because I do. We've killed 38 and wounded 86. Friendly fire happens, even among allies that are very close and mean no harm to one another. And every time that USS Liberty incident is brought up, everybody touts it as this unimaginable, horrible thing. And they're always clueless on the amount of friendly fire that happens in war zones. And it's huge. Even among very technical, very proficient militaries, mistakes happen. And the Israelis paid.
Well, I agree.
And the Israelis, to their credit, paid millions of dollars in damages.
Let Patrick Fox respond and finish.
And the Israelis, to their credit, paid millions of dollars in damages to those killed and wounded, which was the right thing to do.
Well,
I'm honestly, hold on one second before Patrick reads.
I'm finishing. I've spoke with him on the radio with Dr. David Duke, specifically the signal captain, and I'll tell you the truth. Like, he was approached by Mossad afterwards, and I just want to ask you, like, what's the bigger threat?
I really hate this. No. So stupid and low IQ. This idea that Israel is duping America into being anti-Iran. It's so stupid and it needs to stop.
Well,
I agree with that one. I mean, we're going down a big, deep, crazy rabbit hole right here.
David Duke,
I don't think
psychotic
so.
Patrick.
There's a lot of evidence that Israel has played a bad hand in getting us involved in these wars. There were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, which I served in. And I'll tell you the truth, there was no people capable of flying planes into building in Afghanistan, which I also served in. So,
oh my God! And it was also a pandemic. You know, everything was it's all
after
conspiracy
it's
theory,
all over.
Patrick.
No. Listen. I'm not finished. After it's all over and said and done, now Taliban are in control of Afghanistan. Iraq is in shambles, and who benefits from it? And it's not the American people who went into debt to pay it off.
The American government benefits from it.
That's what I'm asking. So that's a great point, Samir. I agree completely. The American government. And who are they funded by? Is it the Hamas American Political Alliance Committee? Is it the Iranian American Political Alliance Committee? I'm pretty sure it's the American Israeli Political Alliance Committee, and they're all a bunch of...
No, it's J Street now.
So
all right, let's
Patrick Fox, can I ask you, did you see...
go ahead, FDM.
Yeah, Patrick, did you see Ehud Barak's comments the other day where he described Iran as a nuclear threshold state? And he specifically said that surgical interventions, which are the kind of airstrikes that you're describing, surgical interventions would not be able to reverse an Iranian nuclear weapon breakout at this point. Are you familiar with those comments? Do you agree with him?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Says that they have reached the capability.
A surgical strike would be able to make sure that somebody else doesn't launch a nuke. What does it even mean?
Their program is dispersed, and so a surgical strike would not work. It would be a comprehensive air campaign over a series of strikes. So if we want to parse his words on that, then yes, he's probably correct. Could it still be done? I think yes.
Patrick, why are you so obsessed with destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities when they haven't stolen them from us like Israel has? The only reason Israel has nuclear capabilities is they stole our secrets.
Zach,
also,
they've Jew hater, man.
Seriously. Yeah, but listen,
Patrick, we're gonna put you in a timeout for now. I'll bring you back later, but
also like how is this hard to get? Like I see this happen all the time where people are like, well, why are you treating Iran like this? Saudi does it. Well, because one of them wants to be our friend and the other one doesn't, right? Like one of them says they want to kill us and is obsessed.
Yeah, but Xerxes, I know.
Right?
Which countries were the 9/11 hijackers?
Again, guys, Xerxes, I mean, yeah, it's fun, you're talking on a space, ivory tower, but it's fun to laugh about Patrick, and there's some crazy views, but at the end of the day, honestly, guys, there are real-life consequences of what we are talking. And I see the pushback here. What Patrick Fox is basically advocating for has been tried for the last 20 years, and it was a failure. No, Xerxes, not Kaiser here. It was a failure after failure. It was a failure after failure. And basically, and to just say, this time it will be different. There's the pushback. Sorry, I cannot take that. I cannot take this
so
anymore.
Kaiser,
serious.
Yeah, listen,
Xerxes have a huge problem. It is the same line I heard. Let's not go even 2003 and Afghanistan. Okay, Afghanistan is special case. Libya, Tunisia, Egypt, Syria. Honestly, guys, I have heard the same nonsense by people like Patrick Fox in 2010 about Libya. I'm old enough. I was already beyond my 30s back then. Not yet, but closely. So the thing is, I have enough of that. And as long as people like Patrick Fox are not themselves feeling the repercussions of this lunacy of a policy, nothing will change. Honestly, this is not just an ivory tower here. There are real life consequences for those actions. And and Patrick Fox was calling for a massive bombardment for a sustained period over Iran, a nation of 90 million people. That is war. Let's not sugarcoat it. Iran is not the YPG or ISIS or whatever. That's a sovereign nation state. And that has consequences. Let's talk about these consequences, maybe.
So go ahead and respond, Patrick. But I think what his argument is too is like these are the consequences, and I think he argues that we're already kind of in a state of war. But Patrick, go ahead and you direct it towards you, make the argument.
No, I would, and frankly, I oppose the Libya intervention because I didn't think it served a purpose. Libya had already given up its nuclear program. Gaddafi was very open about that because he didn't want a NATO intervention in his country. There was no reason to go after Libya. It turned into a nightmare, and it was predictable. And frankly, the notion that Iran becomes North Korea with jihadis is something that I'm not prepared to live. I don't think the U.S. should be prepared to live with. And on that note, Xerxes, I'm not sanguine about the Saudis getting nuclear reactors either, because the Salafists are not gone. They are still a problem. And having that technology in that country readily accessible to a greater degree than it is currently is also not something that I'm sanguine about.
Patrick, I have a question. Would you be more comfortable with Iran or Saudi Arabia with nukes? You can't pick neither.
Oh, I'm going to pick neither. Absolutely neither. Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, but
it's obviously Iran. Come on.
But what about the Pakistanis?
Okay,
the Pakistanis have nuclear weapons, and that country is like,
yeah. How is that a real thing, by the way?
A thread away from
right. This is what happens when major nation states allow this crap. That was China trying to curtail India. That's why they proliferated nuclear technology that the Pakistanis.
This is true, but in the same way the Soviet Union did help India get nuclear weapons to take on China, so China then responded by helping Pakistan develop nuclear weapons, and then Pakistan also helped Iran develop nuclear weapons. That's also
okay.
Right,
so
and Pakistan's
the point
nuclear
is
program.
The point is, with Iran getting nukes, then the Saudis will immediately start demanding their own nukes, and that's why they're kicking off.
No.
The Saudis will be demanding nukes.
A lot of people say this, but there's already Israel
the
in the
fund
region
the Pakistani
with nuclear weapons.
Israel's got some low key. They got the nukes on the DL, but I'm also
that's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
than anything
but
else.
the thing is, the Iranian, as soon as the Iranians have confirmed nuclear weapons, they have the capabilities. The Saudis will start demanding their own. That I know that. I mean, that's just
the Saudis have access, I think, unofficially to Pakistani nukes. They fund the maintenance more so than China does of that nuclear program. I don't know whether it's a favor to the U.S. or that's in part and parcel with the U.S., but I don't think the United States or the Gulf states would allow those to be completely off the table for their use, knowing Israel has.
Isn't there also an art? I'm just going to put this
who
out
are the
there.
Pakistanis to have nukes? Yes, I get that with the juxtaposition to China, but
it's so scary. It's
country
terrifying.
with the GDP so low, with so many problems, can be handed nukes. They can't simply.
Well, it's not even GDP, Zag. It's like
their sovereignty. I think
it's radical Islamists getting nuclear bombs. It's a very scary thing.
What is the percentage of radical Islamists in power in Pakistan right now?
Well, there's more radical madrasas in Pakistan than anywhere else in the world.
Where do you think
they're not Salafists? They're not Wahhabi
and they do like yelling.
But that's not the argument,
Samir.
Samir, that's not the argument. I think that's why people are scared of the Saudi situation. It's not because we think MBM is the issue. It's like whatever. And by the way, because I mean, a lot of times who overthrows these governments and who gets in power is the most radical Islamist in this region.
Okay, wait. When was the last time a radical Islamist was in power in Pakistan?
Well, I'm not.
Well, that's not the way it works because
all right,
there general in
there
charge.
You go. I got the answer to my question.
No, listen.
Samir, are you just denying that there's
Samira, they shot Malala.
There's 220 million.
And
they used to experience like 300 killings a year.
Well, listen, compared to you, Samira, compared to you, Samira, I'm sure they're liberals, but but that's a conversation for another day. Patrick, go ahead.
I was just going to comment on the Pakistani thing. Zach, there's a reason that I think it was early in the Obama administration, maybe 09 or 10, the Pentagon came out with basically a white paper on what they saw as the biggest threats around the globe. And they mentioned two potential failed states. One of them was Mexico, which has only gotten worse since. And the other was Pakistan. And the U.S. military had a definite plan that I forget if it was leaked or if it was revealed in congressional testimony. I forget which. But they basically said, yeah, we have a plan to go in and secure Pakistani nuclear weapons in the case that radical, Islamists either take control officially or if elements within their intelligence services and military seize control and threaten either U.S. or allied targets. So, yeah, nobody is sanguine about this. And that's kind of the point. Nobody's sanguine about North Korea having a nuclear weapon either, but we kind of have to live with it. We don't want to add a third nation to that list if we can at all help it.
There is no radical Islamist threat in Pakistan. There's no threat
Oh
of
yeah.
radical
Well, listen. We
Islamists
But
saw
taking
how
Samira,
much
power
they
in
radical
subsequently.
Pakistan.
Islam is
There is
born in
zero
Pakistan
threat
now for the
of
most
Well,
them
part.
listen.
taking
Yes,
power
Samir.
in
We saw how in
Pakistan.
love they are with the Taliban, right? The ISI.
Well,
Big
they
fans of the
think
Taliban,
9/11
right?
is
Okay,
a
Those are
national
not radical
holiday in the
Islamists at all.
madrasa there.
Xerxes.
Samira,
Yeah,
are
9/11 is a holiday in the madrasa.
Oh
They
my goodness.
celebrate.
This is not, so
Listen,
we're
I've
talking
seen
about
a
the
Pakistani
Pakistani
produced
state. We're talking
documentary
about
that
the
was
Pakistani state.
very
You guys,
controversial, but
you guys are not familiar with how these things work over there. The
Yeah,
internal dynamics
maybe
of
Samir.
maybe
Pakistan.
that's
There is
true, but
no
Yeah,
legitimate
Samira.
radical
Yeah,
Islamist threat
Xerxes,
to
it may be
the
true, but can
Pakistani
we
state.
all admit that it is a breeding ground for
it is.
Islamic
Well, listen.
extremism,
Samira
given
doesn't
the
have the
Well,
number of
that's
knowledge
funny.
base.
madrasas in the country?
That's funny, Xerxes.
Yeah,
That's
Samir,
funny
you
to
don't have the
say
Yeah,
that.
you don't
That's
have the
funny.
knowledge base for this
No,
discussion.
I think
That's
you
hilarious.
may not
Xerxes,
understand
I
all
have
the
to say,
intricacies of the
I'm
debate.
not familiar with.
The numbers don't lie. It is a radicalized place, given the number of
But
radical
Zagonel, those
madrasas,
are peasants.
Wahhabist
Zagonel, what you
madrasas.
must understand,
I'm
Zaggy,
not
please, my
condemning those
friend.
people.
This is not. Look, I mean, yes, madrasas, I see it. Yes, 9/11 hijackers, but those are not the Bolsheviks. Like the thing is, those societies are super hierarchical. What the peasant does, the peasants do. The peasants do. I mean, and yes, this is why I think I understand where Samira is coming from. The establishment powers in those countries, they are very much status quo. They are conservative in the sense they do not want any kind of upheaval. And and again, what let's say if there are, let's say, extremist forces, call them Islamistic or whatsoever, those are not the Bolsheviks who will then put the Tsar a bullet in the head. That's not how it works in those countries.
Right.
Yeah.
You never know how it
And you
Yes,
know
works.
I
what?
know, but maybe
You
an
know what?
asteroid, maybe.
Much like
Yeah,
let me
go ahead,
explain to you.
Samir. Go ahead.
Much like the Guardian Council, Pakistan stops and prevents radical Islamists from running in elections.
Yeah,
And they don't.
not running into Syria and blowing shit up under the Fatimiyun Brigade. They don't stop
Okay,
that, do they?
so you're talking about Shia Islamism. So the
Well,
Pakistani
I'm just
state
talking
is
about. I mean, look,
enabling
there's
Shia
this argument
Islamism.
that's
Is that
there.
is
Well,
that
look,
correct?
I'm saying there's this argument made that like almost as if like these people don't exist, where it's actually
No,
the
this is
IRGC,
crazy. You draw an equivalence between
IRGC's
Shia
cannon fodder is
Islamism and
all
Salafi
Pakistani
Islamism. This
Shias.
is insane, Xerxes.
I mean, you're
Samira,
looking.
I have a
You're
question,
literally
Samira.
drawing an equivalence between Takfiri Salafi Islamism and Shia Islamism. There is no equivalence.
I said radical Islamists. So, like I said to you, I mean, look, Samir, compared to you, probably these are very, these people are not even
Are you saying I'm an
Muslims.
Islamist?
I don't know what you are, but Free Assange, go ahead.
Maybe an Islamist, but certainly not a jihadi.
You're an Islamist sympathizer. That's a damn fact. Go ahead, Free
Oh
Assange.
my
Everybody.
goodness.
First time here, I took the mic, and first time I'm speaking. I hope everybody is okay. Very interesting topic. I'm from Pakistan, born and raised over there, living in the Washington, D.C. for 34 years. Smira, I have known you from, I think, Pacifica Radio. You used to do some talk show many years back when I first heard you. So since then, I have been following you when your followers were around 20,000. Similarly, Jackson Hinkle, I know him from those days.
Back in the good old
Yeah,
days.
but she doesn't know me. She doesn't know me. I have just seen her here and there, but I just wanted to introduce her. This is the first opportunity really talking to her. But she's very good. Smira, you do really excellent.
All right, that's enough. For Free Assange, can you please get to the point here? Go ahead.
Xerxes, let him continue.
I think he just wants to say how much he likes her.
No, I mean,
Yeah, I know. I'm getting really
it's
sick
Let
not
of
him
this
bad
shit.
simp. Let him
through
simp.
your platform. If I'm able to meet my country girl, I mean, it's not a bad thing, my friend. So.
See, honestly, the
What are
bigger
you
problem.
trying to say?
Well, look, see, the bigger problem
She's like daughter to me, my friend. I'm 58-year-old man. I have
Oh my
daughters
God! Start
half
the
her age.
subject with something that has to do with
No,
the.
the thing.
All right,
All right, I think we all
Let's
can
move on from
comment on
this.
Your
Islamism in
subject.
Pakistan. Look,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, Pakistan did take action against terrorism and then, suffered a lot of
and the
losses.
Taliban, right?
Your
Actually,
subject
yeah, the
really.
TTP, an enemy of the Pakistani
Your
state. Yes,
subject
Tehreek-e
is so
Taliban Pakistan.
out of substance. It's like a kindergarten level of discussion you are having.
Oh, great! I
Really.
got Samira and her
No,
dad
no.
in this space
Listen,
arguing
listen,
against me. This
listen.
is
Let me.
perfect.
Sir, let me speak, please. Have some freedom of speech. US has First Amendment. I just came from Nelson Space, Smira, and they were one girl over there, Iranian girl. She was talking about Islam and 9-year-old girls.
Another her.
So
Oh
people
my
may
God,
have
we're going to talk about too many girls.
people may
Just say
have
what you want to
people
say.
He's
they who
saying what he
have
wants to
no
say. That's
Don't
clue about
interrupt him.
Pakistan, no clue about Islam, they really talk like they are experts. Now this guy speaking like Pakistan, nuclear weapons, fundamentalism. My friend, Pakistan overwhelmingly, 76 years, there has never been any ruler who was fundamentalist Muslim. Okay, not a single one. There has been some hybrid democracy. Every time you get free election, people overwhelmingly elect secularistic political parties, overwhelmingly, right? So where your notions come from, there are madrasas because it's a very poor country and madrasas provide a basic kind of shelter for children, for very, very poor people. They feed them, they clothe them, and they give some basic education like reading books and reading Quran. And that does not lead to anything. So, and a jihad thing which you relate to the madrasas, that was because of CIA, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistani ISI got together and they trained Osama bin Laden and his buddies in the 80s for Afghan jihad, right? When USSR was in Afghanistan. So this all was cooked up by Charlie Wilson's book. If you read it or you watch his movie, Charlie Wilson was the mastermind, very close to Ronald Reagan. He convinced Reagan to arm all these crazy guys. They brought from all over the Middle East. They gathered over there. Then eventually they became Al Qaeda. Okay, and then they had like a higher level of Al Qaeda. They produced ISIS. Okay, so it's all.
Right. So
Hold on, sir. Last sentence, please. Last sentence. All the terrorism you see on this planet, it's created by United States of America, trained by them, armed by them, financed by them. Only cunningly, when they do not need them, when they discard them, they put the label upon somebody else, and they use the American mainstream media to propagate and drumbeat,
so
and the entire world starts believing whatever the bullshit
so
they
I think one of the things that
yeah.
actually
These are the facts.
safeguards
If you want to
Pakistan,
challenge me
and
on,
I actually make this argument about Iran too. I think Iran is actually headed in the direction of Pakistan in this respect. In Pakistan and in in a lot of countries like this, when civilian institutions start to break down, the military is always the one that benefits from it, and they start to pick up the pieces. The exact same thing happens. Like Pakistan is not so far off Iran with this IRGC connection to like the actual civilian infrastructure. I think in the similar way the IRGC holds the keys of the car in Iran and is getting a lot more powerful. I think Pakistan is the same way. So if we're actually going to make the argument that there's a safeguard here, it was to say that the
And also,
military.
Xerxes, what's really important here is that a few months ago, China, Pakistan, Iran, Russia, and the IEA, the Taliban government of Afghanistan, they all decided to work together on eliminating extremists, right? So that's the TTP, that's the Balochistan Liberation Army, the ISKP, Al Qaeda, and all of these groups that are essentially working out of Afghanistan that present a threat to
So
not just Pakistan, but Iran and China as well.
I think we've gotten really into the weeds with this. So let's zoom out and get back on topic here.
But
So
search, that's an important thing,
yeah,
and this is what Samira was alluding
yeah.
to, and free Assange. Our vocabulary is not good enough. Let's say everything, okay, the Taliban are not the same as ISIS. You can, they are Islamist jihadists. No, there's a difference. The Taliban are actually a very conservative force who don't want to blow up the world. ISIS was a Duma
Yeah,
cult.
they don't want an Islamic caliphate like
Exactly. So
ISKP.
there's a,
And
Well,
ISKP is the biggest right now opponent of the Taliban right now.
yeah,
So like
I think it's ironic how the Taliban have basically moderated themselves, and it
they're
should be
literally
known.
eradicating Salafi preachers
Yeah,
and
yeah, that's
masjids. Yeah.
great. It's great. I really like the Taliban now. It's
Oh yeah,
but like
blowing up
no.
Hazara is a great
Okay,
time.
That's
so
oh my God, Xerxes. Are you serious? Are
Yeah,
you
I'm
serious?
so
yeah.
You know
but
who's
here's
blowing up Hazaras right now?
Opium exports
so
are
ISKP.
here's a
You
apparently
know
very
who's
down.
interesting
protecting?
thing.
You know who's protecting Shias and protecting Sikhs right now in Afghanistan? The Taliban, not
Okay,
ISKP.
so here's the funny thing was that back then the Taliban, and this is before September 11th, before 9/11, the Taliban actually carried out like terrorist attacks against Iran. They were so problematic, and this is the Islamic Republic of Iran regime. So they had but several diplomats were killed. And it was funny because the Islamic Republic actually wanted to invade Afghanistan over this, but they were actually afraid of American blowback, like what the American reaction to them invading Afghanistan. And again, this
this was a group that used to like house that was housing Osama bin Laden. Then he fled to Pakistan. But
well, Iranian intelligence was very helpful to us in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. I believe they shared most of what they had
then they
on.
were put on the axis of evil anyway.
So that's kind of an ironic thing. And then the situation changed when George W. Bush came out and put Iran.
The Iranian government actually offered multiple times to George Bush, like, let's do a nuclear deal. Let's do a nuclear deal, and they even like
they already had the nuclear.
They were on the road with the war on terror.
And then they killed 600 Americans in Iraq. I remember this. Yeah, very good times. Good times.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at the deaths of Americans.
I mean, look,
I
just think it's funny. I mean, I think I gotta poke holes in this in these fairy tales sometimes, like this.
Yeah,
like the IRGC killed 600. And by the way, like, the funny thing about these statistics or numbers or things we talk about, I always see people like in these spaces run cover for them. But you just got to look at the sources inside of Iran. Like, they love this. Like, they talk about this. They brag about this. Qasem Soleimani brags about this. He talks about Americans put diapers on their Humvees because the IEDs that he was giving Hash al-Shabi were piercing them and maiming Americans inside. So, like, this is always the best part about talking about these things, is everybody wants a source. The sources are Qasem Soleimani. But anyways, independent.
I think there's one important thing to mention here is that the principalists were against the reformist policy in Afghanistan, just saying.
There was
Xerxes, how do you feel about the MEK?
Oh,
they're
yeah,
MEK
is a terrorist. They're a terrorist organization.
Not according to the United States, though, Xerxes. How do you feel about that?
They're being boosted. No, I'll say this much, that there was like a window of like the maybe the Islamic Republic of Iran kind of being more open with relations with the Americans and stuff like that, but that that's gone. I said this to someone the other day too. It's like there's always this idea that they are open to these negotiations, but I've read, and if you've read and studied and listened to a lot of speeches, they will never make this concession, because I think people like Khamenei are like, they studied and they remember history of how things went down. One of the things he would always say is one of the biggest mistakes the Shah of Iran did was, go on TV and make overtures that basically, like, he's listening to Iranians in the streets and he wants to do better for them or something. He describes those moments as that's when we smelt blood in the water. And that's when we went. And I think he's afraid of giving any sort of overture like this to the public that he doesn't think supports him. He doesn't want to open the door to, or approach Iran with the Americans, because then he sees that as, the opportunity for Iranians to smell blood in the water and come after him. So I think he studies and pays attention. Like, after 44 years, the entire lore and everything they've built is based on anti-Americanism. You can't flip the switch on that. So I don't think this is ever going to happen. But independent Muslim, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I don't have anything to say. I have just a comment listening to you guys. The term was used, radical Islamist. And you have to stop and think, is like, radical Islamists. What are they talking about? Now, I can agree with the term if you can call radical Jews and radical Christians. Hitler was a radical Christian. I mean, there's a lot of radical.
He was not a radical Christian.
Oh, you don't want to play this game. You don't want to play this game. This is bad.
Yeah, I mean,
listen.
Let me finish my point. If you don't consider Hitler a radical Christian, good for you. I do. I consider him a radical Christian. They believe they were Christians.
He wanted to go back to
he believes in God. He believes in the God of the Christians.
Okay, independent. If you would have
stats aren't on your side.
A second here, please. Independent. If you would have at least used the Ustasha, okay, you would have a point, because those were radical Catholics who were fascists. But the German independent, the German Nazis, Himmler was obviously
was that your ringtone? It sounded like a lullaby.
And they wanted to get rid of Christianity in the midterm because it was considered a slave kind of
pacifistic.
So it's a bad example. Take the Ustasha. Take Franco. Take Franco, for example.
I agree with Kaiser, but I have a question for Xerxes. Xerxes, the Shias that Iran funds from Pakistan, are they Fatimiyun or Zainabiyun?
Is that a trick question? Are you trying to set them up?
They have a Fatimiyyan brigade that they recruit from Pakistan.
Yeah.
Are you playing semantics with me, Samir? Get to your point. What is it? You want to do?
You're the Iran analyst.
Well, Samir, you want to do factoids? Samir,
No,
we can do
I just
factoids.
wanted to ask you a question. Why are you getting upset? You're the
Samir,
Iran expert.
Samir, do you know the 10 divisions? Can you you're obviously no expert, but listen, you got your sugar daddy in here.
Do both groups look at the United States as Big Satan? They view it as Big Satan.
Samir, what are the 10 Shia militias inside of Iraq?
It's a simple
yes or
no.
Do you know 10 of them?
I can't.
Yeah, you don't have the knowledge base for this, right?
This is funny that you're using this term, Xerxes. I was just asking you a question.
Yeah, you don't.
So
have
can
the
I continue my point? Can I continue my point? Do you guys believe there are radical religious people? I mean, obviously there is radical religious people. Is there radical Jews?
So where are they? So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the question. You asked a question. You asked a question. Let's talk about it. How can we look around these governments? We can't really find radical Christian governments. We can't really find these, but we can find radical Islamists everywhere. I mean, this is a terrible example. I find me radical Christians. Where are these people today? But we can find the radical Islamists.
Well, I'll give you one. I'll give you one.
Don't like
wait a second. Let me.
Yeah,
he wants to argue with me. He wants to argue with me. Is Bush the son is not a radical Christian who invaded Iraq?
Straying from what we were discussing.
Yeah, but we can go back to that. I just don't see.
Somebody even say Bush Senior was a radical Calvinist.
Show me radical Christian governments. Show me radical Christian governments. There are none.
This is
but radical Islamist governments, we can find many of them.
But listen, this is what it is. Islam is the only Islam is the only religion that produces radicals.
No, it's listen.
No, I think we need a Christian morality.
Yeah, because you guys didn't go through the Enlightenment. Sorry.
But listen. But anyways, I don't want to get on that because look, I have no issue with Muslims, for example.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. That was my
point.
We don't. Because
no, we don't.
Hold on.
We have no issue.
Can I talk?
We have no issue.
Can you give me a second?
Well, don't say.
Xerxes, you don't have the knowledge base to discuss this.
Really?
Well, this is actually true. I'm not Muslim, so I don't technically. But listen, listen. I know the difference between black and white. But anyways, I was curious.
Can I just put my point and just kind of land this plane and I'll leave.
I'll let you. Yeah, of course, I'll let you land the plane.
So when I hear somebody saying radical Islamist, okay, my understanding right away, this guy hates Islam. He's just finding a way to say radical Islamist because they're radical.
No.
Let me finish. Oh my God, you guys! Like, what's the point of me talking if you're gonna keep interrupting me? Like, what's the point? So I'm wrong and you're right, and I should shut up.
Okay, let him see. It's not that we have a problem with Islam. It's that why are you making us do your job? It is not our job to be like, look, this is a problem. It's jobs like moderate Muslims, like normal Muslims, to be like, this is not represent us, and we need to stop it. You don't do that, so now you leave it up to me, and now I'm an Islam hater. That's ridiculous. No, I'm fair. We have many Muslims that we're friends with. We talk to in these spaces. Why is it our job to do this? It was your job, and if you don't want to do it, somebody else's. And unfortunately, that's me right now.
Listen, independent Muslim. I understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna defend Xerxes here.
Well, can I defend myself and can I stand for can you give me enough to breathe and talk?
No.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. You have 20 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, forget it. Don't worry about it.
All right. So Xerxes, I just Googled it. I just Googled the Zainab brigades. They're the Shia militia that is backed by Iran, made up of Pakistanis.
I can't believe you're not going to give me the chance to
well,
state my point.
Independent. Here's independent. You have a chance, but like, I'm sorry, like this idea that we're against, like, no. Listen, I want to free Iran, but I understand that many of those people in there are going to be Muslims. Like, this is insane of me to be like against them. I'm against ones who are like so ideological.
This is not the frame.
No. So I have a problem with this. I don't have a. So like, why are you framing it this way? It's incorrect, my friend. So
well, because the frame was about nuclear power. Okay, that was the frame. And you said, well, do you want radical Islamists to have hold of nuclear power? That was the point. So you're saying that Muslims are not allowed to have a nuclear power because they produce radicals, as if Christianity didn't produce radicals.
So this is because you know what? like when these people, you know, these radical Islamists, when they have this idea of martyrdom, and actually, you know, everything begins at death when you're this radical and willing to go that
that's
far.
actually
That's
not a radical
scary.
thought. I'm sorry.
That's scary. Well, I'm just
No,
saying,
no,
like,
actually, that's
I'm just saying, like to go all the way. We see these guys like are okay with this. They're like, they're
Stop
willing to do
muting,
this and go
Cirques.
to.
Don't mute always.
Why
Well,
are you
Kaiser, you do this
muting me?
all the
Why are
time.
you muting me? I can't even finish my
Go
thought.
ahead.
Like,
Go
why
ahead.
is this
Finish.
bothering you so much?
You're misframing it completely.
Uh,
Like
no,
you're
we
Well,
have
lying.
can I
we have
You're
very
misframe
lying.
it? I
short.
heard you
Yeah.
misframe it, and I was like,
Well, you're
okay, I raise
lying.
my hand.
Independent, your microphone is very
Yeah.
scratchy right now.
Yeah.
But let's take a second for this, because this has been too much for back and forth. Let's go to some of the hands. Let's go to Piotr, and then we're
Can
gonna
I
go to
finish my
Patrick,
point at least?
and then
Can I finish my point so I can move
oh
on
man.
with
All
other
right,
things in my life?
only if you don't use whataboutism in
All right,
your
just
argument.
please 1 minute,
No, we're
and
not. I'm
don't
not talking
interrupt
about
me, please.
whataboutism. I'm not
Go
talking about
ahead. Don't
whataboutism.
defend yourself. Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
I am saying when you use the term radical Islamist and you don't apply it to other religions, you're hypocrite. You're
Of
somehow
course.
So show
having.
me them. So show me them. Where are they today? Where are
Oh,
these radical
wait
Christian
a minute. There's
governments
plenty of
today?
radical
So show me
Christians. Look at
them.
what happened
You
in
can't
I
Waco.
show
mean,
me them.
Cirques
Show me
says,
them.
I
Oh,
can show you.
wait a minute. Look at what happened in Waco.
I can show you.
That's a
Cirques
radical.
Is
says,
that a
Cirques
government?
And they all got
says,
killed in Croatia.
Where are
George,
they
Invading
ruling
Iraq by
from?
George
verdammte
Bush
Scheiße
was
hier.
a Christian
Indian. I
who
want to give an
mentioned it's a
example.
religious war,
George W.
and
Bush.
Bush is not a.
Jesus, can't speak over each other.
But Zach, we are getting kind of off topic here, man.
This is getting a little off
Let's
topic.
bring it back
I
because I
think
think this
people
is
are
a good
getting overly
conversation.
emotional on this. This
Yeah.
is not the right course.
Yeah.
Let's totally divert here. Let's go to Piotr. Let's change it up here. Go ahead. I'm gonna unmute now.
A nice softball. Go to Piotr.
Yeah, of course.
Keep it light.
Yeah, because I don't carry an opinion, apparently.
Oh my God, here we
fuck
go.
you too, man. No, no, I don't know, guys. I mean, I don't really know how to follow that. I just dropped in to say hello. I mean, look, today's quite significant. This assumption that the Israelis have sort of apparently secured the northern part of Gaza, at least in physical territory. It obviously doesn't mean that the tunnels have been dealt with. I was talking to or interviewing a member of the Washington Post for a podcast for tomorrow about the Levant aspect of this, which obviously includes Iraq and Syria. It's very interesting. I mean, for me, the sticking point in all of this is the potential for escalation. I still think it's there. Hezbollah may not well want to do anything, but for me, the things that are most concerning is the Golan Heights aspect, because of the uncertainty around the groups that operate within Syria. And Liz Hurley basically was saying to me that in her experience of working and living in Beirut for about 20 years, sort of those groups, particularly in the Syrian civil war, are very unpredictable. Like, we know the Hezbollah entity, they're more kitted out than half of fucking Europe, like in terms of competency as a military, right? But the factions that are in Syria are very erratic. There's the front in Idlib, which is still being fought between Assad and everybody else. We've got the SDF, or the Syrian Defense Forces, or the freedom, the Western backed groups in Kurdish forces in the east, northeast. But then the sort of the whole south around Damascus is sort of rather opaque. So sort of, do we see these groups feeling so inclined that the Israelis have completely just overstepped the mark? They're just going to start doing more and more shit around the Golan Heights, because the Golan Heights is still a disputed area. And I'm very surprised. I always read it in the media every day. I'm like, why are they not mentionable? So that's something that's on my radar. Then there's also the prospect of Netanyahu being kicked out. This whole idea around pauses is sort of overdone, because if he's kicked out as the leader, which I think increasingly he will be, who comes in? What, Benny Gantz, Lapid, Bennett? Then any of these guys
Yeah,
going to
those
be
are the three
more?
potential successors I was discussing earlier, but you make a
But are
very
they
strong
going to
point.
be? But are they going to be more constructive or open to the
When it comes to the
idea?
Palestinians, I think there is some sort of potential with Yair Lapid, but I don't know if the Israeli public will be open to that. But in general, I do believe that there's not going to be a change in their policy when it comes to Palestinians.
No, I don't think so. And so then there comes the question of what happens to the 2.1 million Palestinians that are, well, trying to figure out what the hell they're doing with the rest of their lives. So, you know, do they remain in southern Gaza whilst the Israelis remain in, to quote, you know, Bennett, Netanyahu, Bibi's comments, you know, we occupy Gaza City for an indefinite amount of time. So these are the kinds of questions.
The U.S. said no to that, and instead they're proposing a international coalition of NATO forces to go in and restore order in Gaza before extending PA authority to Gaza, essentially. So that's the plan. But this is sort of the difference between the left wing and the right wing in Israel. The left wing.
Well, Samira, hang on. Where on earth have you heard a concrete consolidation that NATO forces are going to go in? Exactly. Who's reported that?
I can show it to you. I'll send it to you 1 second.
Right.
Ehud, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Omer talked about it in an interview.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be. I'm not being provocative. I'm just saying, like, if there's any capacity for NATO forces to get involved in this, I resign as a geopolitical sort of
No,
commentator.
I'm just saying that this is what they're talking about. I'm just reporting what they're talking about.
Yeah,
and in fact, there was a Politico piece that came out a week ago where they were discussing these potential successors to Netanyahu and how U.S. officials were already talking to the 3 people that they named.
Multinational force that the
No.
Israelis and the Americans
These are two different things.
Oh,
These are
I
two
see.
different things. I'm talking about what Ehud Olmert said directly. Also, what's being said, you know, behind closed doors.
Right. Okay.
These are two
Yeah.
separate
No. I
solutions,
mean, you know, there's a one proposal, the Turkish sort of take over the security, which they did with the Afghan airport after the withdrawal of the NATO American forces in 2021, which was not ever under the auspices of NATO. So if the Turkish did this, which I think is beyond ridiculous, since they've ousted relations diplomatically with the Israelis, that would not be a NATO-related venture. That would be a Turkish venture, purely unilaterally.
All right, I just pulled it up. Ehud Olmert proposes NATO mobilization in Gaza.
Yeah, not happening. I think what would most likely happen is that the Israelis, the Egyptians, and maybe some other entities maybe did something. Either that or the United Nations Security Council actually found a way to work together for fucking once, and they managed to endorse some kind of like peacekeeping mission, but that's a long way off. So anyway, I'll land there because I know I was on my tune for a while, but yeah, I can't see this ending anytime soon for me. Peace out. We might have humanitarian pauses for 4 hours, but a ceasefire is a long way off.
Piotr, what did you think about the kind of push that we're starting to see in the Western media towards Ukrainian negotiations?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. It's never not been the case, I think. You know, you have to keep in mind that social media is the extremity of the general populace. So I've been at a function most of the night. I was speaking to an English journalist called Nick Robinson, he's the most known English journalist in the world. And I challenged him on a lot of stuff and some financial peeps. And the sentiment that is held amongst British policymakers versus the electorate, be them working class or elitists, are totally disconnected. Right? We can see this more than anywhere illustrated in the public versus the government. Right? In Israel and Palestine, what are most people on the streets doing? They are pretty vehemently against the extent to which Israel is operating themselves. I'm not saying that Israel doesn't have a legitimacy or don't have support, but there's a strong divergence between, at least in the UK right now, many people in London here protesting on a daily, weekly basis in pro of Palestine versus the government, which is vehemently against Hamas, Palestine, and supporting the Israelis regardless. So there is this divergence. And so I think that's also the case with the Ukrainian funding, which is as the counteroffensive, which is now, well, finally ended, I think probably about 3 weeks ago, or maybe a month, or I'm being facetious, by the way. It never happened, really. There is a realization that to the extent to which the Ukrainians can really mount a effective and long-term sustained pushback of the Russians without ridiculous amounts of Western input. I shared an article on my own profile yesterday of the Financial Times reporting that over 100 firms in the UK, not just any firms, 100 large firms, so FTSE 100, I think, or 250, are breaking Russian sanctions. As if this was ever a surprise. Like, this is the ridiculousness of sanctions. They do work, but they're not going to work in this instance. Russia's resources, Russia's markets, Russia's whatever is just too appealing for firms. And we need to be more, I think, transparent about admitting that. This whole sort of ridiculousness that we will disconnect and never engage with Russia ever again is absurd. And this is Britain, one of the most hawkish countries to Russia, let alone the Italians, which have a fucking deep ingrained amount of markets. My father lives in Italy, so he tells me constantly what the Italians are talking about from Russia. And trust me, there's a lot of Italians who want to fucking engage with Russia. So I think it's absurd. And I think we need to be more realistic. Does it mean I agree with the Russian events? No, it doesn't. I think Ukraine should be free to independ as it wants. But yeah, the Russians are good at what's known as strategical patience. They're very good at long-term visions, like the Chinese are with economic
Okay,
policy.
thank you, Piotr.
The Russians are very good at
Sorry,
just
this is
wearing
not
things around.
because Piotr, those are talking points. 1.5 years of discussion on
I
spaces.
kind of agree with some of it, though, Kaiser.
Obviously, it's
Bro, Kaiser, why are you taking his spot?
Very refreshing.
Circus.
Let people
No,
let cook, bro.
no Circus. Sorry, Circus.
He's
Because
angry.
I'm not angry.
It's okay.
Piotr, I'm not angry.
It's okay.
I'm not angry.
Kaiser,
I'm not
it's
the
okay.
angry
Chill.
German child. The thing is, we have been talking about this for 1.5 years. Everything what's happening right now, everything was strategically predictable. I give kudos to you, Piotr, that you are, let's say, accepting the realities. There are other people out there, which I like from a personal point of view, which are still not able to accept the realities, because everything what's happening strategically was always going to happen. As Samira, you know it, FTM, Zagonel, we had those spaces for 1.5 years. We have been fighting against propaganda shills left, right, and center with not with stupidity, but with analytical approach. And everything what's happening right now basically proves us right. I find it very interesting that, Piotr, that you agree to that now. I think you are very reasonable. I hope that others will also, let's say, have the courage, yeah, to admit, okay, maybe we were wrong on those takes. But what's actually happening right now is that all these people, not all of them, are just pivoting. They are completely ignoring the Ukraine stuff because they're knowing that's a battle you cannot win anymore. Just continue now with Palestine and Israel. And yeah, that is actually the thing here. There's still, and thank you that you reminded us, there's still a hot war going on in Ukraine. Before we maybe start another war in Iran, as Patrick Fox want to do, with massive bombardments, maybe we should first finish the first quagmire we had created in Ukraine. Yeah, but that's maybe too ludicrous of a thought. But thank you, Piotr. I totally agree with you what you said. You're spot on. Those sanctions were always ridiculous. Never worked in the first place. It only worked in so far that the European economies are in the shitters, and they will go down the shitters in 24, especially in 24 and 25. It's all predictable. We have been talking about this for 1.5 years, and yeah, and here we are.
You know
All right,
what's great though?
let's let Patrick respond though after Samira finishes.
No, just real quick, it's just a comment. Is it true that Prigozhin's son is head of Wagner now, or is that just a rumor?
What's the source on that?
I read it in
I
Russian.
haven't heard anything about that.
Who knows? Who knows?
I thought he had one daughter. I wasn't even aware he had a son.
Could be a son-in-law.
I mean, FDM today, everything is gender fluid. You never know today.
Hey, I take partial offense to
This
that
is true.
as a man, woman, machine thing or something.
Wow.
Sorry, that got deep.
His name
Sorry,
is Pavel Prigozhin. He took command of the Wagner Group and was negotiating with the National Guard of Russia to have the group return to combat in Ukraine. Wagner's succession. So Business Insider reported it. But
What's up, Tom? A long time no talk, Tom.
Well, let's let Patrick respond, and then
Oh
and then
yeah,
we'll
I
go,
didn't even see his hand.
And then we'll
Yeah.
go to Tom, and then we'll go to Piotr.
No, I'm good. We've largely passed the point I was going to make. Piotr, to your point, the only thing that I saw that even approaches what we were talking about earlier is Macron has called for at least on the 24th of October, he did some type of joint NATO anti-ISIS mission to go into Gaza and support the Israelis, which I commented at the time it was equally insane as putting NATO peacekeepers in there after this is all over.
Yeah, I talked about that as well. And now to see, the former PM of Israel also echo that proposal, I think it's a little crazy. I think it's definitely on the table if both of these figures are talking about it publicly.
I think it's Tom.
All right, Tom, go ahead.
Well, hello. Good evening. Yeah, I was going to mention Marie's post. I guess Marie already bounced, but she had a funny little post up there. It was the New York Post actually had mentioned it about our friend Greta, about how she deleted a tweet about climate change to wipe out all of humanity. So there's a big L for the Europeans and
What
their
does that have
climate
to do
change
with
agenda.
geopolitics in Iran, Israel, Palestine?
Oh, I'm just mentioning that for Marie. Now hold on first.
Well, listen, Samir, you have to respond because Samir doesn't think you're worth your salt when it comes to this
Oh,
region.
that's unfortunate for Samir. I'm not a agent of disinformation. I'm not. I know she's going to be very disappointed by that.
Xerxes is wow. Xerxes is very passive aggressive today. I don't get it.
It's okay. It's okay. Maybe it's the stars in the moon. But yeah, the gentleman that was speaking earlier, the independent Muslim man, about the argument with just why there's no extreme Muslims.
Can we not go back to that?
No, that is a very low IQ sort of conversation.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, well we'll go
honestly,
ahead and skip.
and
we'll go ahead and skip
Azerbaijan is run by radical Islamists who want to massacre Armenian Christians. Look, that was for Arden. That was for Arden.
But don't get him started either. Don't get him
started
either.
We'll go ahead and skip over that for a minute.
Well, who says that's false?
What is the low IQ here? What is the low IQ here? I'm surprised. Maybe I'm too stupid to understand it. Where's the low IQ here?
No. Independent. You're fine. It's just listen, man. These discussions, they just tend to go nowhere. Like I think it's just to each his own is a good way of thought here because look, we're talking about religion here. I'm not going to convince you of anything, and you're not going to convince.
We're not talking about religion. We're not pitching religion to each other. We're not talking theology.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
that's a damn.
But for you to use the term radical Islamist without saying radical Christians or radical Jews or radical Hindus.
What example do I
wait,
have?
one second. So I pushed back when Xerxes used that term, right? So I don't know if you were there. I even said that there needs to be to stop drawing false equivalencies between Shia Islamism and Takfiri terrorism. And the term radical Islamism is for the specific purpose of putting all of those very different schools of thought under one umbrella.
So you think it's lazy, but you think it exists, but only for a specific group, not the Shias in your estimation, in your analysis. Okay,
Correct.
I see where you...
because she's a Shia, maybe.
Well, listen, don't assume. Maybe she might find that...
actually.
She might find that offensive.
Okay, but every time I try to talk, you guys are always trying to completely wipe out the conversation, and you missed my point. Like for example, because every Muslim at the core doesn't believe Israel has the right to exist, whether they verbalize it or not. I mean, they actually don't believe. Yeah, well, it's the same thing. You have Jews who don't believe that Israel.
If you're gonna make a point about Muslims, speak on Muslims. Don't do the whataboutism stuff.
No, we're not
what about MBS? What about MBS? He seems to believe that.
No, MBS is not. Do you think that MBS?
MBS shoots down Houthi missiles going to
Israel.
It's very interesting.
MBS is anti-Muslim.
So there we go. So then he's not a real. Okay, so that
so you
see where this goes. So you see where this goes. It's like, oh, that one actually. Well, he doesn't actually count. So listen. That's why I don't care about this conversation. You want to talk about geopolitics, we can. But when it comes to this, this is touching a nerve. Real quick, this is clearly touching a nerve. And I didn't even care to go here. I think this is really honestly when we talk about not having the knowledge base. Clearly, this is your realm. I think you should start a space and talk about it. It might be something interesting. When it comes to geopolitics,
Yeah,
I don't know
let's
how
talk
much,
about
you know.
It's not
geopolitics.
about a politics. It's just about the slurred terms that you use that I feel it touches me. Like if you
Okay.
say the N word and I'm
Well,
black or something, this is the same thing.
Oh my
You're
God.
calling this Islamic radicals. It's like, who
So
are these
here's
Islamic
why I
radicals?
take
Like,
issue with
who
this
are the?
discussion independently. So
can we
this is
just
like a
talk about the
2000. No,
subject? Can
this
we
is
talk
like
about
this
geopolitics
is
again?
yeah.
Yeah, I
Like
can
No,
change
this
I
the
agree.
is
subject
I just have
gladly
one
if you
last
this
allow
thing to
is
me.
say. This discussion of putting Muslims under the umbrella of radical. It's very 2006, and it just doesn't really. It's not applicable to the conditions of 2023. To be completely honest, welcome, Anna. It's been a long time. I've been in a space with you. I'm
I
very
was gonna say
excited.
this.
Hey,
I was
Anna's
I'm
back.
back. That's what's up.
We're so back now. Things are going to be so
Hey,
much better.
Tom.
The Anna is
Yeah,
here.
that's right,
Thank
Tom.
God. That's right. That's right, Anna. So what I was going to ask Piotr about is Ukraine and Russia, because he was like this big Ukraine guy. It seemed like, well, thinking that Ukraine was going to, be
I
successful.
destroyed them, Tom. I destroyed all of them because
I just remember like a year
shame
ago,
on all of them. Shame because now they're pivoting. I remember. I never forget anything. What they said a year ago, half a year
Yeah.
ago.
I also have
Yeah.
not forgotten Zagonel calling the whole Prigozhin coup a contract
But,
It
but
dispute.
that was
was.
funny. Samira, at least that was
It
funny.
is. It was. That's insane
Hold on,
not to
I've got
think
to ask
so.
Xerxes something really, really
They're
important.
paid.
Xerxes,
They're
there's
for
Xerxes, are you still
hire.
here? Are you still here? It's very,
This
very
is
important.
insane.
There's breaking news, okay? I hear that the Quds Force is
Breaking news.
actually is raiding Aliyev's palace at the moment. They've taken Aliyev's wife
No.
hostage. What do you think about this new development?
very funny. Very funny.
This was a joke. Oh,
God.
Samira, I thought that is a real thing. Oh, man. I trusted you. I trusted you unconditionally, Samira.
Look, if that was geared towards me, I have no clue what's going
No,
I
on.
no.
I'm
So,
literally
surprised
said
okay.
you're
it was
back.
geared towards Xerxes.
Well, it was yeah,
Oh, I'm
because I
rubber
mean,
banding. I'm probably rubber banding, and
Wait,
you
wait,
guys are
wait, what
lying
did
to
you
me.
say, Xerxes? What did you say?
well, I was gonna say yeah, like because it's geared towards like my analysis when I thought the Sunnik province was going to be invaded by Azerbaijan. I by the way, I still hold this belief. Like I'm not wrong here.
Well,
They
No,
look,
did
look, your
the
it
analysis
is.
has
It's
come
I
true.
towards
It's
think
me.
totally
I think
correct.
no. Listen.
Iran has raided Aliyev's palace, and they're holding Aliyev's wife hostage right now.
Listen,
Really?
the IRGC can't afford to lose the border with Armenia, and I think if that's in play, 100%, I think they would get militarily involved. That hasn't happened yet, so there's nothing I'm wrong about. But if that day comes, I think I'm going to be right about that. That's where I stand there.
Oh,
All
And
right.
and
Well,
by
no,
the
I
it's
mean,
gonna come.
by the way,
listen,
here's my
Shia
argument too is
Islamists
like
in power in Azerbaijan, and that's why they're massacring Armenian Christians. That's literally
okay,
it. So this,
now you're just making a mockery of this space. Okay, so like if I think we have some important people here that would like to talk about this, but if you want to just make fun of Arden,
I'm not
he
making fun
can't even hear
of
you right
you.
now. He's rubber banding. Arden, don't take it. Don't
I,
listen to this.
if
You're
I'm
better
am
than.
I rubber banding to you guys if I'm speaking? Can you guys
You
even
sound great,
understand
I
what I'm
don't
actually.
even
We
saying?
can
know
hear
what
that.
that
We can
term
hear. Go
means.
ahead.
Maybe my English is off.
It means I sound like a
You
1980s
sound
disco
good.
song
You
of
sound
breakdancing.
fine.
Yeah,
So
but I have to
that's
say,
not the point.
Xerxes, you're a smooth operator. I mean, I can imagine that you're a ladies' man. I can imagine that. I mean, that's for sure.
Wait, what makes
No,
you? He has his own harem, Kaiser.
no, I actually do really horribly. I actually do really horribly in
No,
this
he
department.
literally has his
Uh,
own harem.
but listen. I think we should switch gears here. Arden, please go ahead. You're not rubber banding. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say you're absolutely 100% right. Just look at the last 2 days. Iran congratulated Azerbaijan for reclaiming Nagorno-Karabakh, but in the very same breath, they said the same thing. We're not going to accept the borders being changed. But then you have Aliyev's side coming in and saying Russia even wants the Zangezur corridor, and then you have the speaker of Russia. I can never pronounce her name. She's not even attractive. She just has yellow hair. But
Zakharova.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But she comes out saying, making an actual formal statement, such as Armenia is actually, because they changed the name to like the peace corridor or the whatever. It's saying, we'll make this road. Armenia will make the road connecting Nakhichevan to Baku, but we're going to be in control of it, kind of like a customs deal. But then you have the Russian spokesperson coming in and saying Armenia is finally coming in line with the trilateral agreement. Mind you, Russia never kept any of its points, and neither did Azerbaijan. But Russia said if that corridor does exist, Russia has the right to control the goods that come in through Baku and Nakhichevan in Armenia today replied by saying, I don't know who the hell you think you are, but you're not going to have any control over Armenian sovereign territory. And then you have Pashinyan meeting Macron this morning, shaking hands in like one of those loving handshakes, the same kind that Aliyev does with Erdogan. So there's a lot of things going in play. The I won't even say the rumor, the expectancy for Azerbaijan to actually invade is anywhere within a week to maybe a month, maximum two, because they don't want Armenia to control that corridor. They want to be able to freely move whatever goods, including weaponry, through Armenia's border, but have that control.
So I have a question, Arden. I saw you beefing with another Armenian over this, my friend Sul. I find him
he's an
cool.
idiot.
I find him pretty balanced. So
Nice dude, but he's
why
very
is he an
slow.
idiot?
He's not in the space.
No. Okay.
No,
I'm
inviting him into the space.
Apparently, he's not authentic Armenian.
I'll take that back.
Why do you dislike Sul?
So let me. Well, no.
We heard
I
he's
never
Georgian.
said I dislike Sul. I never said I dislike Sul. A lot of his statements that he makes about Armenia is very, very pro-Russian stance. So his perception is, if Russia is Armenia's ally,
so
and
shocked.
Well, yeah, I mean, because he's a former Soviet lover, like he believes the Soviet Union was a gift to mankind. That's why I say a lot of the things that he makes, comments that he makes towards Armenia, I don't agree with, but it doesn't mean I don't like him. He's Armenian. I don't care how idiotic statements any Armenian makes.
The space. I think this would be a very interesting discussion to have between, a Soviet Armenian versus a more Western Armenian.
I mean, Samir, do we not have more press?
No, I'm not a more Western Armenian. No.
You know what I mean?
No.
Like, is there really nothing else on the menu tonight?
Give me a second, Xerxes. Hold on. I hate it when you do this, Samira, because you just make statements that are untrue, and then you try to twist. I'm not.
She learned from Jackson Hinkle. She learned this from.
I'm not a pro-Western.
Wait, I learned it from Jackson Hinkle.
Give credit where credit's due. Samira is the mastermind. Sorry, Artin. Sorry. Samira is the mastermind.
No. Jackson is an.
Yeah, she just didn't get.
I don't let it fly because I know what Samira is doing. She's very intelligent. I don't care what anybody says about her. I love her because she's very intelligent. She knows how to stir the pot.
Okay, that's enough. We got a lot of hands, Arden. So can you? No, we already had this from. No. Listen, we already had this from Free Assange. He came up. By the way, we already had this. We're not going to have round 2 of this. So Arden,
all Samira Sims coming out of the woodwork tonight.
Yeah, he's like, Samira's my daughter. I love her. I'm in love with you. What is your Met requirements?
Oh my goodness gracious!
You didn't let me finish. What
are your Met requirement?
Damn it, Xerxes! If you want a number, just
sorry. Go ahead.
Stop.
No, that's not me. That's Free Assange.
What I was trying to say is what I don't like is when people label other people, like let's say pro-Western Armenian. My entire philosophy is I want Armenia to buy weapons.
Armenian national interest. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Armenia to buy
is
weapons.
pretty internationally isolated. They don't have any friends right now. And a lot of people.
No, I wouldn't say that. That's a complete polar opposite is true. The complete polar opposite.
Okay, so I'm just saying. I'm talking about international allies. Okay, you have the U.S. cozying up to Armenia right now. That is true. But a lot of Armenians feel that Russia has left Armenia hanging, being part of the CSTO.
No, Russia fed Armenia to the wolves. Yeah, no, Russia fed Armenia to the wolves. That's what it did.
So Sewell would disagree with that.
Well, yeah, but that's okay because he's.
I'm so shocked.
Yeah, you can't say
over this.
Yeah, I know exactly. I knew we were going to do this.
God damn it!
I knew we were going to do. Okay, I had a question for him too about
squabbling with me. Let me just speak normally instead of turning me into some squabble pendant like you guys enjoy. I hate that shit. I'm a very intelligent person. Just I don't fall into the bullshit that people try to stir the pot. Just let me speak when I'm speaking.
Was that it?
And now everyone is silent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't we go to Tawab? Let's go to Tawab. We haven't heard from him before.
Thanks, Zagonel. Hope all is well. Hope you guys are doing well. Thanks for hosting this space. I wanted to comment on a key point that everybody's overlooking. Last year, I read the U.S. National Security Strategy. It was published a year ago, roughly, a little over a year ago. It was October 2022.
Same. I actually have it in front of me. I'm not lying.
Oh, good. Then you can actually even corroborate what I say. there was a drastic change in U.S.'s uh, agenda going forward, and competition, competition against China, became a key objective for the U.S. Compared to previous national security
Wrong.
strategies. Hello, did you
This
say
is
something,
wrong.
Samir?
This is wrong. This is wrong because even under Trump, the main enemy was China, followed by Russia, followed by Iran, then DPRK.
No,
That has
no,
not
that's
changed.
not what I'm. No, there's a distinct, a unique distinction under Trump and previous presidents. The global war on terror was always like the priority number one. There was major changes in 2022 because it got elevated. The whole economic uh, uh, the economic competition got elevated to a much higher level compared to previous years. I'm not saying Trump didn't do it. All I'm saying is, as a national security agenda, it was elevated significantly. More importantly, there's no doubt about it. A lot of experts are already saying this. The U.S. is in an economic Cold War with China. And with that, there's a competition over consumers, global consumers, right? The Chinese are going around selling their 5G networks, their network devices, along with their phones and whatsoever not product and services. And um, if they're able to basically sell those 5G networks and their network devices, it's not just selling products and services, it's also having control over some of your data. So this becomes a huge challenge, at least for the US, because they can have significant influence over you. So if you look at UAE, if you look at Saudi, Qatar, Egypt, Bahrain, Oman, Turkey, they're all using Chinese 5G networks as an example. So
And
there's
also, Bolsonaro signed a deal with the Chinese to allow Huawei, right? He
correct.
actually opposed the Blinken strategy of, he actually rejected an offer to join NATO to do this, which was really fascinating.
I didn't know that. And what's really striking, and the same is true for Pakistan and Bangladesh, partly because it's cheaper, partly because they also they were more advanced in 5G networks. Now, when it comes to AI, when it comes to quantum computing, when it comes to biotech, they're competing neck and neck. And I can give you lots of references where senior experts in the US are coming out and saying, look, they may not be ahead of the US, but they're like neck and neck with supercomputers and whatsoever not. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because people don't realize the implications of the Israeli Palestinian conflict. What this has done is that, whether they're right or wrong, the global public square has become pro-Palestinian. Like, you look all over the world, the Muslims, the 1.8 billion Muslims, majority, like 90%, are pro-Palestinian as well. I'm not referring to governments, right? I'm referring to people on the ground, as well as even the public South. This has a direct impact on US economic interests because a lot of these countries look upon the US as complicit with what's happening in Israel. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, right? For all we care, they could be 100% wrong, but the reality on the ground is that they're looking at the US from a ally of Israel and anti-Palestinian. And this does have an economic negative impact on us, which many people are not overlooking. Um, you could give me all the thumbs down you want, Samira, but this is a reality,
The
and I can give
reality
you
is that the
papers on it.
Muslim world has been pro-Palestinian since 1948.
Yeah, but right now there's a lot more
No, no,
cognizance. This is now translating
it's
into
just
BDS
amplified by social
movements.
media. It's literally just amplified by social media. But in 1948, since 1948, the Islamic world was always pro-Palestinian. That's a fact.
I don't disagree with that, but the amount
You said that there
now
was a
that
change.
we're living in a globalized world, right? Where the economies are so integrated, where this now that impact, that pro-Palestinian impact can have an economic impact on the US because we are tied with Israel.
Dude, BDS has been a failure.
I
It's been a total failure, honestly.
I I mean, you agree to disagree. You can have your opinion, Samira. I'm not sure what your angle is on this, but this is.
I don't have an angle. I'm just telling the truth.
Oh, I
I don't
think you
have
do
an
have
agenda
an
here.
angle.
I am
So, everybody
pro-Palestinian,
knows you have an
but I
angle.
also want to be honest about the reality of the
Uh,
situation.
I mean,
There's been no
Samira,
change.
to
I
offer
disagree. I mean, you
uh,
look at even places like
uh,
Australia. They're actually they're pursuing non-violent.
Oh my God. Well, okay, so we have an Australian in the space. We have Jack Malabar in the space. If he wants to join and tell us about this, we can. But I can tell you, from an American perspective, the idea that there's been an awakening
What about
in
the
the
Russian
American
perspective?
population. Excuse me?
What about the Russian
I can
perspective?
give you
What's
the
their
Russian
perspective?
perspective as well, but I'm not Russian. So I'm an American
How are
citizen.
you
No,
So
I
able to
know.
do
I
that,
just
only
wanted to
really
Samira?
get their
speak on the
perspective.
American perspective. There is an agenda to remove Netanyahu right now, and there are protests being um, carried out, I guess, organized by these left-wing Zionists here, like Jewish Voice for Peace, J Street, and allied organizations. And this is being perceived as pro-Palestinian sentiment, when in reality it's just left-wing Zionist sentiment, anti-Netanyahu sentiment, really. Um, a lot of people on our side are really retarded and stupid when it comes
I
to this.
disagree with that,
uh,
Samira. I
You're
uh,
so
completely
fucking
disagree.
wrong. You're wrong.
Samira,
You're wrong.
You can
Tawab,
curse me all you
maybe
want, but the reality
to
is
offer
that
guys
Yes.
many people disagree
Yeah.
to
with you.
offer a
Left-wing
middle ground,
Zionism. This is
maybe to
just
offer
for
a
the
middle ground,
Palestinian
Okay, I'm
people.
a
Go
Muslim
ahead,
left-wing
Kaiser. Go
maybe to
ahead.
Zionist.
offer
There we
a
go.
middle
You
ground
figured
here.
me
I
out.
think
I'm a Muslim
no,
left-wing
no,
Zionist.
guys,
Can
no,
you do
oh
you
no,
even listen to yourself? The absurdity of what you're
maybe to
saying.
offer.
It's not absurd. It's not absurd at all.
It is
They
so
do want to get rid
absurd.
of Bibi. There's a big faction
I
over there
mean,
that
to
wants to
offer
get
a
rid of
middle
Bibi,
ground here,
which is butt.
I
guys.
agree,
To,
I agree that there are many people who want to get rid of Bibi. But look, there are many Jews in the U.S., Jewish Americans, who are for many years, not just now, for decades, have been pro-Palestinian. This is the reality. They're not Zionists; they're
Oh
pro-Palestinian.
my
okay,
goodness. Do you even know the difference between left-wing Zionism and being pro-Palestine?
It's easy to go around labeling everybody.
guys, can you offer a
I
middle
know
ground
these
here?
people personally. Go look at Barney
Because
Rubin.
this
Go
is
look at. There's so many. I can give you so
Tawab,
many
Samira,
names,
can you offer a middle
and you
ground?
look at their what they actually state as a policy
Um,
for Palestinians. You know what? At the same token, I could give
Let
a
let
rat's
let
ass what
Kaiser offer
label
some
they
middle ground
use,
here.
so long as they say we want a two-state solution. We want the Palestinians to have their own freedom and state. So you know what? I don't care if somebody calls them whatever they want to call themselves. You can call yourself Russian, you can call yourself American, but so long as you uphold certain policies.
Wonderful. So let me ask you a quick question. Meretz in Israel, this is a left-wing Zionist party. They're also in favor of a two-state solution. Would you refer to them as anti-Zionist or left-wing
I
Zionist?
don't know them.
So
I
you
don't
don't
know
know
them.
about the internal politics of Israel. So
I
maybe you're not
not
qualified to
everything,
comment on this.
not
This is
everything. I know
ridiculous.
some
You don't
stuff,
know the
but not
difference between
everything.
anti-Zionism and left-wing Zionism, period.
It's so easy to
Period.
put labels on people, but the
No,
reality
I'm
is,
literally just making a
I
point here.
explained to you something very
okay,
logical and tangible based on real facts of
can you
what's
offer
happening
a
in the
middle
Middle
ground
East.
here? For
And you
fuck's
turn
sake,
around and you
guys.
started cursing me, and then you start.
We're gonna let Kaiser offer his middle ground. There's gonna be a glitch with the mute, so just give it a second.
All right, I think both of you are correct. Where Samira is coming from, yes, actually on a street level, let's say the sympathy towards Palestinians was at least for the last, as long as I remember.
I'm sorry, I can't hear
Can
Kaiser.
you hear me, Zach?
I can hear you, yeah. So whoever can't hear Kaiser can talk
Tawab
again.
can't hear
Tom, you can hear me.
Kaiser.
Samira can hear me. I think you guys are coming from a different perspective. Samira is, yes, Samira is totally right. Sympathy for the Palestinians was always there. I mean, there's nothing new there. For the last 6, 7 years. I mean, I remember, I mean, I remember, not me personally, but through stories, PLO fighters being trained in some
I was just
places
going to
in the
ask you about that.
GDR.
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
GDR. Yeah.
it's funny, but I don't know much. I mean, my uncles were involved in that shit. So that's nothing new. I think So Samira is spot on in that regard. Where I can, I think, let's say, give Tawab, I think where he's coming from is that in the overall geopolitical pictures, where you know that we have a reshifting, a rebalancing of power after basically the Soviet Union is gone. We had 25 years of absolute American dominance. Now China is arising as a very, very important power you cannot ignore that there's a realigning going on, and it's going on, but it's not that clear cut. I mean, yes, and the Chinese are also coming from an economic point of view. They're going hardcore into automotive sector. I think BYD will be a huge success. They will also go in the aerospace sector. I think it's just a matter of time until you will see a Chinese competitor for Boeing and for Airbus. But I think, yes, what from a geopolitical point of view, it's basically the continuation right now in Israel, Gaza, Palestine, already what happened in Ukraine, the same front lines. Those who were supporting, we're speaking of nations here, of governments, who were absolutely 100% supporting Ukraine, they're now absolutely 100%, at least to the public eye, supporting Israel, not Israel, yes. And you cannot say the same for the Palestinian side, is it, Samira? I mean, the Chinese are a little bit, let's say, yes, they're supportive, but to a certain degree. The same goes for the Russians. So I think that would be the middle ground I would offer between you two guys. I think, yeah.
Kaiser is completely right, actually. You know, back in the day, the Soviet Union, Mao, and all of these other countries were supporting the PLO. Russia and China today are not supporting the Palestinian resistance to the extent they were back in the day. And right now, it's literally just Iran. Without Iran, there would be no Palestinian resistance. They'd be fucking throwing
I
rocks
agree with
at
that.
tanks, not
I agree
firing
with that, Samira.
rockets.
I'm not saying that Russia and Iran are supporting Russia and Soviet Union or Russia and China are supporting the Palestinian. What I'm saying is that from an economic competition, when you're competing for consumers, and then all of a sudden you have all these people, millions of people globally, who are now getting up in support of Palestinians, this does have an economic impact on the US because they're seen as an enabler for what Israel's doing or an ally of what Israel's doing. I'm not saying whether they're right or wrong, that's a separate issue. What I'm saying is that,
So you're implying that, BDS could have some
well,
effect if, people start or countries start boycotting Israeli goods and
I
whatnot.
think
I admire your idealism, but it's not going to
it's not
happen.
even
I
that. It's
appreciate
not
it.
even that. Look, when I was in the Middle East, I worked there for US companies for about 10, 11 years. Within a span of like, I don't know, 5, 6 years, Huawei became the number one phone in that region. Now, that's even just from a pricing perspective. And many people I spoke to, because I always used US made phones, either or iPhone or something similar, many of them were basically saying, no, I don't want to use a US phone. I rather use a Chinese phone because there was some sort of a personal alignment towards China versus the US. Now, if you expand that into multiple other countries, especially with what's happening, I'm not saying even like it's a because people are well informed now because of the age of social media. Unlike 50, 60 years ago where people did not know what was going on, the world is far more globalized and far more informed into what's happening. So the impact of, I don't want to say BDS, but it's not even BDS against Israel. I'm saying it's actually against the U.S. I mean, leaving Israel aside, they don't even have much of a market in many of
That
those countries.
already. That, dude, like, of course, people are anti-US. That's not a new development
But this
either.
is worsening the situation because you have to realize for a number of years, the US and the Western world were basically showcasing the Uyghur situation and how they had, the US had the moral high grounds on that. You may disagree with me, but for many Muslims, that they had the moral high ground. But that no longer stands because the U.S. has lost the moral high ground given their position on what's happening.
Okay, so do you actually think that people believe this? Because everybody knows that the National Endowment for Democracy, this literal like U.S. State Department agency, was backing the Uyghurs since 2004 to get rid of the Belt and Road Initiative, to hinder the Belt and Road Initiative in
You mean
Xinjiang.
the ETIM?
ETIM, the East Turkestan Islamic Movement, is part of that group.
Yeah,
No,
but
but
the ETIM was designated as a terrorist organization
yeah,
up
until
until
2020,
2018 or
or sorry, yeah,
2020.
until something like that. I think it was Pompeo or
Pompeo removed them,
yeah.
and the
Yeah,
logic
so
was,
the point is, first of all, the Islamic world is 100% behind China on Xinjiang. They didn't really, this is actually a criticism that the Islamic world made against the US, that look at your how you allow, Israel to persecute Palestinians. You don't have the moral authority to comment on this at all. And we know that you're supporting this because you know that a separatist movement, backing a separatist movement, would further your interest in hindering the progress of the Belt and Road Initiative.
yeah.
All
So
right,
there
okay
were
then.
a few countries, quite a few countries that were actually pro Uyghur and I guess, supportive of what the
It was
U.S.
like
was pushing.
Germany, France, UK, the US, a handful of Western countries, and Japan for obvious reasons.
Um, it's a little bit more than that. So, for
I
example,
no, I mean, I think there was
Turkey,
something like no. So
Turkey,
no,
Qatar.
wrong. That's wrong. Erdogan actually supports China on Xinjiang, and this is
They
something.
changed. They
No,
changed their
so the no,
position.
they have not. They have not. So the
They
right wing in
did.
Turkey,
Oh my gosh.
they're pressuring Erdogan on this.
They did pressure. China pressured Erdogan significantly because they have a large Uyghur community in Turkey. They were actually going around protesting, and initially Erdogan was very supportive of their movement, and he would not. He's in fact, Turkey and Qatar are the only countries that would not return back the Uyghurs that fled from China. Egypt,
So this is
UAE,
actually what happened. So
Saudi.
I
Let
think
me
that
finish,
your
Samir.
information, your news is a little bit like not up to date. So Erdogan, as of right now, he is supportive of China's Xinjiang policy.
Yes, I
So
don't
now
disagree
the
with
gray
that. I
wolves,
I
the
don't
gray
disagree with
wolves,
that.
they actually
Samira, I'm with
were
you on
recruiting.
that,
Hold on, let me
but
explain.
that's
The
because
gray wolves
China
were
put
recruiting.
enormous pressure on them,
No,
and
it's
they were
actually,
caught
oh my
between a
goodness.
hard place and a rock, and they had to
No,
make a decision.
no.
They
The left
did.
wing, so the Eurasianist party in Turkey, I think it's called Vatan Partisi. I think the head of it is Dogu Perenchek or something. He actually went to Xinjiang, and his party put a lot of pressure on Erdogan to take the correct position on this, not be neutral. In fact, all of Erdogan's opposition, they were very critical of Erdogan's policy on this. And then I think that
For
his main
political
rival,
purposes, yes. For political purposes, yes. But
this is irrelevant. This is irrelevant.
oh,
It
it
doesn't
is
matter. As of
relevant. It
right
is
now,
very
Turkey
relevant.
is pro-China on Xinjiang.
It's pretty relevant. Look, I followed this very closely. In fact, I'm part of a Uyghur community
That's pathetic. You should be ashamed
within.
of yourself.
I am not, and I'm proud of it because I'm standing up
Like,
for those
okay,
people
wait.
who are
Oh,
persecuted in
oh my
China,
God, the
and I
Uyghur,
will always stand up for
three
them.
million of them are in concentration camps. That's. Oh
Well,
my
it's been
goodness.
documented
By who? By who?
Tom
By
told me it
who?
was closer to 5 million.
by a number of journalists, and
Which journalists?
well, the BBC put something
The
out there. You
BBC.
know what? There are Uyghurs who are actually. Have you ever met a Uyghur, Samira?
Yeah, I have.
Where? When?
I have actually.
I've met
They're not
dozens,
misrepresented
if not hundreds. I've actually went and rallied with them. When you hear their stories and what they go
Yeah,
through,
I sobbed
oh
uncontrollably.
yeah, they're all lying. They're basically lying about being
Yeah,
raped,
witness
and
testimonies. That's like wonderful.
obviously it's your word versus
So
theirs, right?
no. It's not. It's not. I can show you that the U.S. has been behind these Uyghur groups for a long time.
Look,
Why is
I
Washington
am
D.C. the
not.
home of their
I'm not
exile
denying
government?
that the
Why is
U.S.
D.C. the
Look,
home of their exile government?
let me finish, Samira. I'm not denying that the U.S. has their own agenda, and it's not really they're not pursuing human rights because if they wanted, they could have pursued it multiple places. That's not what I'm saying. But denying what's happening to the Uyghurs is an injustice,
I don't
and
give
you
a
should
fuck
be
about
ashamed of
human
yourself,
rights violations.
Samira.
I don't care.
What was that?
I don't care about human rights violations at all. I've never cared about it.
Oh, well, sleep well.
Okay. I hope you feel good about yourself helping the exiles in DC.
Samira supported the Hamas operation.
I support the DFLP, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of
The
Palestine.
problem is here, now we are talking about the Uyghurs. Well, if we already start, let's talk about it. Why not?
No.
No, the thing is, look, what I would, because I know nothing here. Let's say when it comes to media transparency, there's nothing there. And also I know what Samira, and I agree with Samira, it's been weaponized. So the question is, can the people in the it's very early in the morning, the region, I forgot the name of the region. Am I stupid?
Xinjiang.
Xinjiang. I'm
Xinjiang.
sorry, guys. It's early in the morning. Xinjiang. If people, let's say, can follow their religion, let's say, if this is possible, honestly, man, everything else is political. And then obviously, then there come other outside players into the game, who want to steer up stuff. If people are not persecuted because of their religious belief, I think everything else doesn't bother me, because I know that and we have seen it in Ukraine, we've seen other conflicts. Political groups will always be weaponized against a certain nation when it suits an outside party, and to create, let's say, a situation of let's say unrest within, or upheaval in a different society. It worked quite well with the Banderites in Ukraine. So my question is, Tawab, can let's say the Uyghur Muslims, can they follow their, let's say, their customs, their rights? Can they follow their belief unhindered? If that's the case,
He's gonna say no because
What? I didn't
China
know
does
your name
crack
was
down.
Tawab, Samira. Can you please not interject? He asked me a point blank question.
You
Let
jibber
me
jabber a
answer.
lot. Just answer the question. You don't
Well,
have to
I will
like
answer if you don't interject, Samira. Come on.
talk
Anyways,
mad slow.
you're like a sister, so please give me a chance. So, Kaiser, look, I've been following this for at least now 9, 10 years. In fact, a friend of mine growing up was from East Turkestan. He was born in Australia, but his family was from originally
Turkestan.
there.
It doesn't exist.
It did exist 100 years ago before China took over forcefully, similar to many other places. So, Kaiser,
Tibet, right? Is that
can
your
you please not interject? For God's sake! Oh my gosh, I feel bad for your husband if you are married.
Oh my goodness, she's not. No.
Okay, well, I
God
wish you the
forbid.
We're
best of
looking.
luck.
We're working on it though. We have to find an arrangement for her
negative?
Well, nuance is
soon.
one of these
Negative,
Anyways,
days.
negative.
No.
Kaiser. So here's what I had
We're into this.
I studied and came what I can tell you, right? For a period of time, this was a few years ago, they were not allowed to fast, right? That's one. In addition, they were not every Uyghur family, the Chinese brought in a Chinese Hun into the family to live with them, a male, and as a means to basically
According to witness testimonies, be clear.
whatever. I'm going to tell you what we'll get to that later, right? We'll get to that later, and I'll explain to you what I can give you more. It's not just witness testimony, and it's actually the Chinese admitted to this. The Chinese admitted to this. They also said when they put them into these so and so called educational camps, which was essentially, for all practical purposes, like a cage. They're like, oh, it was educational. We wanted to retrain them. The Chinese would say this, right? In addition, many of these men who were Han, they would essentially rape the Uyghur women while in their homes. And systematically for the past, I don't know, 70, 80 years,
Policy Institute, ASPI. You guys can look it up. I know
for the
exactly what he's
past
saying and
70,
where
80
he's
I
getting
had
it.
never
years,
heard of Huns raping Uyghurs in Xinjiang province.
He
Please.
means Han. He means Han, not
Oh,
Hun.
okay.
Yeah, my
But I
apologies.
thought we'd
The
taken care of
Huns.
the
Yeah,
Huns in some
yeah. No,
centuries
I
prior.
meant
With
Hans.
Attila
Like
himself.
Kaiser's people stopped the Huns
Well,
finally,
they
right?
also rape, but that's a
They'll
But
different
call it a
story.
I
comeback.
really wish we could be honest about this, right? Just say that the Belt and Road Initiative is a threat to American interests, and that's why we're supporting
I
East
don't
Turkestan
disagree with that.
separatism.
Look, I don't
Just
dis.
fucking say that instead of making this about human
No,
rights
no. Look,
violations.
both
It's
can
so
be right at the
stupid.
same
It
time. This
doesn't
is your
matter. Who
problem.
gives a fuck about the second part?
You're looking at this from a black and white issue. That's your
Oh my
problem.
God.
You're
Do you not
you're
understand what these, these reports of human rights violations, what they're intended to do? Why the US government is amplifying these claims and these
are
allegations? It's for a
look.
specific agenda. If you don't
I'm.
know this by
It
now,
may
then you're
very
retarded. I'm
well
sorry. This is
be,
so stupid.
Samira. Look. Listen. It may very well be that the West is using it for their own political purposes, right? And I don't deny it. I'm probably in agreement with you on that. But
Then
it
focus
doesn't
on that. This
deny
is
that this is
geopolitics,
happening in
not like a
China.
therapy session for
This
Uyghur
is.
Muslims. I'm
It
sorry.
does not deny that this is not happening in China. Look, for the past 70 years, the Chinese systematically pushed the other, what are they called, the Hun
But who
in
cares
there
about this? But who
to
cares about
basically.
this? This is so
Oh
stupid.
my
Hans, not
gosh,
Let's talk about the
Huns.
Samira,
geopolitics of it. Let's
I
talk
really
about the
feel
Belt and Road
sorry for your
Initiative.
husband,
Let's talk
for
about
your future
Xinjiang.
husband. I'm so
Congratulations, that's
sorry.
wonderful. Let's talk about these
I
Turkestan
I'm
separatism.
so
Let's
sorry
talk
for your
about the
husband.
geopolitics. Human rights violations, geopolitics, they don't mix. I'm sorry. If you want to talk
No,
about Xinjiang and if you want to talk about the geostrategic implications of the separation of East Turkestan, then let's go ahead. I'm
those
fine with that.
people are not even
Who
allowed. And look,
cares? They
don't.
said this about
Can you
Chechnya, by the
please?
way. They
You
said
know
this
what
about
she's doing,
Chechnya
guys? She's
in the
filibustering me because she
2000s.
doesn't want
I'm
you to
no.
hear the
I'm
truth.
filibustering because
She
Tawab,
you're
does
so
not
Tawab,
want
do
you to
jabbering.
you
hear the truth.
Tawab, do you acknowledge that around like a decade ago, 2010 to 2015 ish, there were a spree of Islamic terrorist attacks within China on Han Chinese? I believe there was like a stabbing where, half a dozen people
Yeah,
with
not just
knives
Han Chinese,
killed
but
like
free Muslims.
35. Yeah, not only Han Chinese, but any people really.
I recall reading something like that. But keep
Oh,
in
okay.
mind
So
that
that's
because of,
irrelevant.
I'll give you another example. The Uyghur Muslims are not allowed to have a knife in their house that's more than 4 inches. And if they find a knife in your house more than 4 inches
Look,
long,
I
you
heard
go to
they're also
jail.
throwing babies out of incubators. I heard that as well.
Well, you can filibuster me all you want, Samira, but at the end of the day, the reality is the reality. You want to take a black and white view of the world
All
where
right. So
everything the
our
U.S.
debate
does
I,
is
is
also
I,
bad.
a
I would just
question
say
of
that the Chinese response to Islamic terrorism has been, in a lot of ways, much more pragmatic than what we've seen from
Yeah,
America
they use slave
since
labor now to
September
make
11th.
their
all
solar
right,
panels.
Tom.
Much better
This is
response, really.
Yeah,
also
it is
another
slave labor. You're right, Tom. They
I mean,
have
that was
plenty
reported in
of
the New
slave
York
labor.
Times very widely
yes,
back in
congratulate the New
January
York Times. The
2021.
New York
I mean,
Times,
what
yeah.
he's speaking about is definitely true, folks. Just FYI, these are not
All right, so I posted
lies. This
something in
is
the
true.
Jumbotron. Maybe someone can read it out for me because
Oh my
I can't read
God. I
it.
had to do
So,
this on Clubhouse 2 years ago, Samira. You're going to make me do it again. Okay.
oh gosh, Tom Slocum, you're quoting the New York Times, who lies about,
Listen, this
right
is
All right,
an
let's
wing.
talk
independent
about something else.
investigation. It's about the
Read it.
slave labor.
Zag, have you heard any updates from south of Bakhmut? I saw something earlier that the Ukrainians had been pushed all the way out of Klishivka, which seems like a pretty grandiose proclamation, considering I hadn't seen anything about this earlier. But the reports that the Ukrainians had reached the railroad tracks there around Andriivka and Klishivka were pretty worrying. That would have been a major setback. So I'm not surprised that the Russians have pushed back in that area. But I'm just wondering if you've been kind of hearing those
Well,
same rumors
No,
about
FGM.
Klishivka.
Zach,
Let's
can I real
also
quick
talk
hold on,
about
hold on,
human rights
Samira, 1 second.
violations
I've heard
in Chechnya
Samira. Hold on one
and
second.
how
Let me
people are
just
being
answer this
oppressed.
guy real quick. Hold on, Samira, please. I'll give you a really quick update of what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine is getting its ass handed to it, up and down.
Well, no, I know that, but specifically around Klishivka, the
No, I
village
know,
south
I
of
know, I know.
Bakhmut.
And Zag will get to it, but I have this really annoyed point of view with the Ukraine-Russia war that I'm at this point getting very sick of it. Especially when you have Zelensky going on national television saying, "Hey, if you guys won't give us any more free money, USA, give us loans." I'm just like, no, dude, I don't want to give you any more money. Just go away. So yeah, that's what's going on. They're getting wrecked.
Zagonel, I just want to say goodbye to you guys. I got to run, but thanks for hosting this space and giving me the mic. Have a good night. Good night, Samira. I love you.
All right. Well, Samira, not as warm and fuzzy, but she'll grow on
And
you
I
eventually.
mean, Samira has a point here, and I understand where Samira is coming from. And guys, and Tom, you must realize you're not a stupid person, Tom. You must realize that those ethnic, religious, whatever kind
Don't
of
call Tom stupid.
no, I did not. Conflicts. Let's say there are always fringe groups who are not satisfied with the status quo, and this is always the cracks which let's say the CIA or let's say the KGB, doesn't even matter, east, west, south, north, south, everyone does that, who will exploit those cracks to basically to create an upheaval or to create unrest in a, let's say, in your adversary in the society of your adversary. That is the problem with the Uyghur situation. I want justice. I think it's important people should be able to live according how they want to live, as long as they accept the authority of the state. So this is my position here. But the problem is, in particular, is that problem. And I'm old enough, Tom, and you're also old enough. That has the smell of Tibet, of the Dalai Lama. Like, in the 90s, it was today's Uyghurs were 90s Tibetans, with the whole Richard Gere stuff. And all of that,
Yep.
not all of that, but a lot of that has been proven to be total bogus, total nonsense. So Tibet was never that Shangri-La society, Kumbaya, my lord. It was a very ugly feudal society, actually. Very ugly. Slavery, like really, really ugly. Imagine ugly, like, I mean, you guys fought a revolution against guys who were not even half that bad, so to speak. So that's the problem here. And this is, I think, where Samira is coming from. I understand the position here. It will be weaponized for certain reasons. And that's the problem. This is the problem that states act like this. They are moralizing. They're using fake moral, let's say, causes, and then you cannot believe anything anymore. It's
Exactly, Kaiser. In fact, I got a lot of pushback on Tibet from a bunch of different Tibetan exile groups. I posted in the Jumbotron a video of a Tibetan kid threatening my life. If you guys want to see it, it's kind of funny.
And it's no surprise that the Tibet issue was, largely dropped when trade relations were normalized with China in the second half of the 90s.
There's another thing that I wanted to agree with Samira on in terms of the human rights stuff. It's not that nobody cares. A lot of people do care, but nothing is going to get done by it. I do it for free. I do the work for free, and I see when we win international cases, there's no enforcement mechanism. So you have self-reflection moments at the end of it. You're like, okay, so we beat him in court, it being whomever. So now what? Because nothing happens at that point, and they continue doing what they're doing. So, I mean, I get that point that Samir is making. I don't really fully agree with
Yeah,
it, but
and it's
I
mostly
100%
weaponized
understand
by
it.
the more powerful countries that are doing this, right?
Yeah, they turn around and say, look, they're crying and they're complaining, but we're still beheading them. Who's going to stop us? Literally, verbatim, who's going to stop us? And that's the part where
Okay,
it
so
just
if you want
emboldens
some
them even
reading
more.
material, by the way, I put up about, I don't know, 6 articles related to the subject just from the New York Times.
But Tom,
I'm sure
this is where you
there's much
lose
more.
me, Tom. You when it comes to other issues, you would say, "Fuck the New York Times, fake news."
Okay,
And that issue,
okay,
you believe them.
Kaiser, just so
It
I
doesn't
don't
make
lose
sense,
you.
Tom.
Okay, hold on. Just so I don't lose you, I'll go dig up 6 more from a bunch of other outlets just to please you. I'll be right back.
BBC, France
Oh my
24,
God. Oh, so
W,
don't believe
and
anything out there at all. Okay, I'll go
no,
find some right
it
wing.
all
I want
actually
the
cites the
Breitbart
same
source,
source,
Tom.
which is
You want the
ASPI or
Breitbart
Adrian says.
article? Okay. You
See
want
what the
Eddie
Daily
Breitbart's
Wire has
article?
said about the Uyghurs.
Good grief, people. God.
Yeah, and
I don't
this
know. Side note, Fresno, California smells like urine and vomit and poo altogether. Don't pull your windows down. Future reference. I just did. I made a mistake.
Dude, driving up the 5 is terrible. Pretty much everything from Bakersfield to Stockton smells like cow shit.
you
Yeah,
know
I
where
didn't know
this
that.
all
I found out
originates,
hard
right?
way.
So back in the day, in the early 60s, when China and the Soviet Union were beefing, it was actually the Soviet Union, the Soviet state, that put out propaganda against Mao and China regarding their treatment of Uyghur Muslims, and that's documented. And they were the first ones to start bitching about the treatment of Uyghur Muslims. So, Tom, when did you become a Soviet propagandist?
What are you talking about? This is not Soviet propaganda, Samir. You're crazy.
No, Tom, she was making a joke, but yeah, it's true. I mean, look, the GDR, we were training the PLO and the RAF, we were coming over here, and we were training. Obviously, everyone does that, You want to get, and the RAF, that was just some lunatics, university students who were bored with their life, nothing more at the end of the day. But obviously, you will use it. If you can use it against your adversary, you will do that. And the Americans did that, same wise, and the West Germans did that. Everyone does it. That's the problem here, Tom. This is why it's so hard to believe anything unless it comes from a source which has proven integrity.
How about
Yeah,
Heritage
not Human
Foundation?
Rights Watch,
Is
not
here
Amnesty
this?
International,
How
not these
about
sources. But I have a question. I have a question. So
Heritage
where is this
Foundation? No, I have
refugee
a question
crisis?
for
If there
you.
is a genocide
Is
going on in
Heritage
Xinjiang,
Foundation good
if there
enough?
is a genocide going on in Xinjiang, where is the refugee
Tom
crisis?
found it.
Look,
Heritage.
Are there
Is that
millions of
okay?
Uyghurs leaving? I'm sorry, there aren't. Right?
How many
Actually,
more
there are a
sources you
bunch of
want? You want me
terrorists
to
from
spend the next 30
Badakhshan
minutes on
province,
this?
right? Oh my God, this is so stupid.
Yeah, it is.
Why are we
But you won't
talking
admit
about?
that
Like,
it's the
maybe we
truth.
can change the subject. Let's just
Oh,
change
you
the
can't
subject.
handle it. I won. Thank you. Okay.
Tom, what a fucking joke. Just, cite New
Oh,
York
how many
Times a little bit
sources do
I
you
more.
think
want?
Tom got
I
you
can
on
get
this one.
100. You want 100 sources? I'll get 100 sources. Okay.
Not ASPI. If you can find a source that
Heritage
doesn't mean
Foundation. Can you listen to the
even
words that
better,
are coming
that's
out of my
even
mouth?
better. That's the best one so far. That's even better than the New York Times.
Heritage Foundation. It's in the Jumbotron. Thank you.
Tom, don't you find the lack of outrage from like the just general Arab world on this issue to be sort of revealing?
It is kind of interesting. I find it fascinating.
Not only is there lack of outrage, they explicitly support China on this.
I mean, I just think it's bad to have slave labor. I don't think we should have Nazi Germany like that.
Are you comparing
Whoa.
Yeah,
PRC? Are
I
you
am.
comparing
I
PRC
am.
to Nazi?
I'm
Like
comparing
that's
that
fucking
forced
ridiculous.
slave
Because okay,
labor.
hold on.
Yes, I am.
So
So how do you
It's
feel
very
about
simple.
private prisons, Tom?
Private prisons are, I mean, you were enforcing the law. So what are these
Private
people in
prisons
prison
aren't the
for?
same.
No.
That's
What are these
yeah. That
people?
there's.
What are these Muslims in prison for in China? They break the law.
Yes, actually.
What do
I
they
mean,
do?
some of
Thought
them have, yeah.
crimes, speech crimes, and thought crimes.
Tom Slocum.
Exactly.
Tom Slocum is so fearful
Samira
of
Khan.
Islam
What
and
do we got,
Islamism,
Samira?
and
What do they get thrown in
he's
jail for,
legit
Samira?
worried.
Tell
He's
me.
Them they're
concerned.
Muslims.
Yeah, he's concerned about Muslims in China. Can you
I'm
believe this?
concerned about anywhere you have people thrown in slave labor camps that were
Not in Palestine though.
not real. What do you mean, pal? You think Israel threw everybody in Gaza in a slave
Yes.
labor camp? Think
Yeah.
that's what that
In
is?
an open air prison. Yeah.
Oh
Wait,
yeah.
where are
Their
there
leaders,
their
their
liber
leaders
prison
that are
camps in
billionaires,
Gaza? Can you
Samira.
name one?
Their
All
leaders
of
that are
Gaza is
billionaires,
an
Samira.
open
What
air
about them?
prison.
They get all
No,
the
it's
money.
not. It
They get
has
all
better
the.
living conditions and life expectancy than
Oh
Egypt.
my
You're just
goodness
making up
gracious.
facts.
No, that's actually been verified by a bunch of
By
different
who?
governments and a bunch of different organizations.
Wait,
Ones that
now
are
you trust
actually
governments and
legit. And
organizations? Now you trust
no.
them all
I
of a sudden?
actually trust the majority of the world, right? Governments on China. I do. Those same governments that criticize China for oppressing, that criticize Palestine, Israel for oppressing Gaza, are actually on board with China's policy in Xinjiang.
Gaza
So
receives
there
more
is.
aid than like any other country in the world from the
Oh my
EU, from these
goodness.
various international organizations.
You
You
know
can't
that
engage with facts.
if
You just say words like open air prison, but it's
wait, hold
not.
on. If
Everyone can
there's a
see that.
child,
All the images that come out of Gaza, everyone can see that you're just a liar.
Okay, average man, you're just a propagandist. I don't know you. I don't know why you're even up here. The thing is,
Let's leave him.
yeah, it's okay, but this is getting ridiculous. Okay, man. Look, you can.
We need to have a
Yeah, let's have everyone here. Yeah,
or maybe even a
absolutely.
Zionist. We need to have
But the thing is to pretend.
Otherwise, Tom will be
But
accused of being an interfering.
Zaggy, the thing is, to pretend that Gaza is all fine and dandy. It's like the Côte d'Azur. This is ridiculous, man. Come on, man. And Tom, regarding
it used to be nice.
It used to be nice. One day, once up at a time. And Tom, regarding slave labor, Tom, I think you're a good-hearted man, but man, you sound so naive sometimes. Honestly, man. I mean, where the fuck do you use an iPhone, MacBook, where Samsung? Where the shit is that produced, man? Like, don't complain about slave labor. I mean, basically, Tom, please, man. Please, Tom, I know that you're a good-hearted guy, but this is such a complicated issue. And to make it into this, I'm against slave labor. Man, that would mean you would have to rethink your whole way of life, basically. Because, Tom, I mean, Tom, yes, you can,
No,
yeah.
How
so
dare
here's
I
the
be against
inconsistency
slave
here.
labor? Wow,
Hold on,
that's a good one.
Tom, you think everything is fine in Gaza, but Uyghur Muslims are being oppressed in China. I mean, that's hilarious, honestly.
I'm also against
I have
slave
to make
labor,
my
Tom.
point. Hold on. Wait, Kaiser, give me 1 sec. I got to make my point to average Talmud enjoyer here who doesn't think Gaza is an open-air prison. If a child in Gaza has leukemia and there is treatment available for them in Europe, they have to receive a travel permit from the Israeli government to go seek that medical treatment. And they are frequently denied those permits. Children with life-threatening medical issues. So, yeah, it's an open-air prison.
Do you have a source for that?
Yeah, I'll post it in the nest in 1 sec.
Please do.
I mean, denied because their parents were denied travel because their parents are terrorists? Yeah, I could see that.
Look at this inconsistency here. I mean, it's crazy. When we talk about the threat of terrorism in China, in Xinjiang province, he denies it. But now he's saying that everyone in Palestine is a fucking terrorist.
Who said that?
Tom didn't say Palestine. He said Gaza.
All right, so
I said
everyone
Gaza. I
in
didn't
Gaza
say
is a
there is a
everybody,
reason that the
Senora. Like,
Egyptians
you're
don't
the
have
hyperbole coming out of your mouth.
There's a reason for
Senora,
there's a reason for it.
Outstanding. It's just unbelievable.
I mean, just look at average dude. Average is I don't know you. I will have a conclusion soon enough. I remember the Assyrian deportation. Dude, man, you're a fucking larper. I remember when the fucking Romans came into our forests and woods. Maybe it's time again that we savage Italy for revenge, man. That's bullshit, average. Like, honestly, if this is your take on that stuff, like, oh, mamma mia,
This has nothing to do with geopolitics. This is my own view of my own
yeah,
cultural
but so
history. I don't know why you're bringing that up
because you are
irrelevantly.
here as a speaker, and basically I'm bringing that up because you are stupid.
Listen, I randomly requested speaker, and Zagonel brought me up. Okay, I'm happy to speak. You want me to
Okay.
remove me?
I'm
Remove me. But
so,
if
no,
you
no,
want to
no.
engage with geopolitics, let's talk about actual
I'm
geopolitics.
just,
I'm actually
yeah,
bringing
yeah,
a
yeah.
source. We'll
Okay,
talk about it. Don't go to my tweets and be like, "Oh, you're a larper."
okay, but
Oh, wow.
then don't.
So Tom, it's right up in the nest.
Then
Number
don't
of
what?
patients from Gaza getting travel permits for medical treatment falls
Yeah,
by
did they say that they
90%.
were denied because their parents were terrorists, or did you just say they were denied?
Wow, fuck, Tom. This is so stupid, man. Tom, man,
I mean,
honestly,
does
man.
nuance matter? Is there any nuance
We are
here at
talking
all, or
about
is it just brought up a
children.
minor detail?
Tom, seriously, how dare you, dude? How fucking dare
Honestly,
you?
man.
You're kind of a piece of
Honestly,
shit.
Tom. This is retarded beyond belief, Tom.
All right.
No, Zagonel.
Listen, Kaiser, I have something to say.
Okay, go ahead, Zaggy.
Tom was this exact same way 8 months ago for the Russia-Ukraine stuff. And I think time needs to pass for all of us to see that things are very like black. They're not very black and white. They're always very gray and mixed and convoluted. And, we no longer become extreme about positions. The people who aren't extremists get worked up for a little while and then they move on.
Look,
So I
my
think that's going
position
to
on
happen to all of us, Tom included. Tom will eventually
my
say
position on
what he
Russia
saw
Ukraine.
in the bombings was disgusting and the United States doesn't have like a net benefit here, especially if if the world's coming to an end tomorrow, that's one thing. But, if it's business as usual, I think we have to be very careful. So
Yes,
I think cooler heads will
I
always
have a
prevail.
request.
Wait a second, Zagonel. I must add one thing here, Tom. Zaggy, a second here, because Tom, that's important. Because with this medical treatment, Tom, please realize one thing. When Israel is in a position to deny travel permits, that means there's a hospital out there, maybe in France, Denmark, Germany, who says, yes, we have a place for this child to be operated. That means they have to go the okay from their government. So then you then come with your point, maybe the parents are terrorists. Wow, man, that's like, I don't know, man. Honestly, Tom, like there are already governments involved, so you cannot just travel willy-nilly. That means, let's say, if a child is being treated in Munich or Berlin or Paris, that means the German Foreign Ministry or the French Foreign Ministry has already given their go-ahead. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be this invitation. So who the fuck is Israel then to deny a child to get treatment when the government of Germany or France says, hey, go ahead? Tom, that's a very stupid point, man. Please rethink it. Please, Tom, because I actually respect you a lot.
Just
go ahead,
the
Tom.
source that you linked says that neighboring governments, that includes Egypt as well, at the Rafah crossing. Why does Egypt restrict them when they have the other border with them?
Egypt doesn't want to enable the forced displacement and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in Gaza because they know for a fact that they won't be allowed back into Gaza after the operation.
That has
is
nothing
over.
to do with it, okay?
It
If
has
they want to let a
everything
child
to do
go to
it.
get
Have
surgery in
you
Europe, that has
listened to
nothing to do
what
with
the Egyptian
displacement of like
government has
hundreds of
said?
thousands of people.
Did you
Amira,
even
I don't
listen to
know.
what the
Yes, I looked at
Egyptian
the
government
source. It
said?
says
Egypt has
Go
repeatedly
ahead.
says they don't want a refugee crisis in the Sinai.
So
And,
one person getting a
that's
permit to
not
go to
that's
surgery in
not
Europe is a
against what
refugee
it
crisis
doesn't
in the
contradict what
Sinai.
I'm
if you
saying.
allowed free travel, people would take a bunch of
But
their shit
do
and
you
leave,
think
and they
do
wouldn't
you
come
think
back.
do you think
And
Palestinians in Gaza would be allowed to go back to Gaza?
what I'm
One
saying is the
person going through
Egyptians.
surgery in Europe, yeah.
Listen, the Sisi government's made it clear that they don't want to welcome in refugees because if they did, they would need to fucking build.
But they've also said
and they just
that they're
don't want
not going to
that.
be allowed back into Gaza.
Then
That's
maybe
one of
because
the
of pressure
reasons.
from Israel
No,
or the
one
United
person
States.
for a
But
surgery is not the same thing as hundreds of
We're
thousands of
talking
people.
about Palestinians in Gaza as a whole, and this
No, we were actually
no. They
talking about hospital
brought up this whole
surgeries.
point about how do we know it's an open air
That's not
prison
what
if
I
you
was
can't
talking
leave for
about.
surgery?
leverage if
this is
Egypt
the
takes
topic
the
of discussion. Anyway,
No, we're
I
pivoting
want
like
to hear
3
from.
times. First, we
Whoa!
said it's an
Hold
open air
on.
prison.
I
Now
do
you
I
really
get
want
decided
to
to
hear.
respond at all here?
I want to hear from Ruslan. Ruslan, do you have anything to say on this?
Wait,
I
everybody
think
criticize Tom and then
Hold
not
on,
let him
Tom. Hold
respond.
on.
Well, we did
Ruslan,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
I want to get a couple words in. So first off, I think the problem with Israel and Palestine has to do with nationalism. And my good friend Khan, he's not here, Musa White, he would agree. And as for refugees, Syria and Lebanon have taken in lots of refugees, and none of them have been able to go back. So I think that's worth mentioning. And as for Tom, I want to say something to Tom directly. I think a smarter argument, I don't agree with it personally, but a smarter argument you can make with Xinjiang is that China's kind of doing Sinofication in Xinjiang by doing stuff like banning certain names, like say, I don't know, Osama or whatever. But even then, I don't think I don't personally agree with the argument, but I think that's like the strongest argument you can make about Xinjiang stuff because no, there aren't literal gas chambers or slave plants of Uyghurs over there. I do think that maybe there's some kind of cultural stuff. Maybe there's an argument to be made, but I don't personally agree with it. And that's my 2 cents.
Here's the thing, Ruslan. I agree with everything that you're saying. The thing is, Tom thinks that there's nothing happening in Gaza. There's nothing,
What are you talking about?
no oppression. He
What
thinks
are you
that there's no
talking about?
oppression happening in Gaza, but he's concerned about Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang.
What are you talking about?
You literally said that everything is
No,
fine
I
in
did not say
Gaza.
anything like that.
You
Stop
said that
putting
the
words in
threat
my mouth,
is
damn it.
We haven't heard
Shut up,
Tom say
woman.
that. We haven't heard Tom say that.
That was
he
Stop
clearly
lying.
didn't say anything.
I think
He
Tom
didn't
is
say
quite
anything
concerned by the
remotely
No,
close.
we've just heard him say that any sick child's parents are actually terrorists.
No,
Well,
that's not what I said either. Stop lying.
I mean, Tom's also not
That's
wrong
kind of
about the fact
exactly
that there have
what you
been
said.
cases
No,
of
that's
that
not
too.
what I said. If you shut up for 1 minute, I'll tell you exactly what I
All
said.
right, go ahead, Tom. Why don't you speak? You have the
I
floor.
said,
Go ahead.
I don't know if maybe these kids' parents are terrorists. I didn't say they were.
Okay, man. Tom,
Okay, I
no,
said
no, no. Tom,
maybe.
mute,
Now,
please.
you're
Why does
quick.
he?
You're
Why
quick
can
to
he? Why
say
can he jump
any
to mute?
foreign government
What the fuck is going on?
knows these.
Hold on. Let's.
No, Tom.
Let's
No,
let Tom
Zagonel, please, man. Tom, you didn't even listen what I told you, man. If, let's say, if Israel is already in a position to give, let's say, a permission, okay, this child can go to this country for operation. That means, Tom, and please listen again, that there's a hospital in another country, let's say Germany, Berlin, or Munich, who says, okay, we have to, because operations actually need a lot of time, Tom. You know this. You cannot just willy-nilly say, okay, we make that stuff right now. They said there's a hospital willing to take this patient for operation, for treatment, okay? Point one. That also means that the host nation, that the government of this host nation, all the involved authorities are okay with that. So then to say, this is such a stupid argument to say, who, it doesn't, first of all, it doesn't matter. It's a child, okay? It's not the child's fault, whatever, what's up with the parents. First of all. And second of all, Gaza is, according to Israelis, it's not Israel. So who the fuck is Israel to say, if the German government says you can come in for operation, who the fuck is fucking Israel to say no to a child getting treatment, Tom? And get it in your brain. Get it in your brain, Tom. And that is the second time. That is the issue here.
Yeah, but Kaiser, they have to.
They don't need a permit from Israel to leave for Europe. They can go through Rafah. Egypt blocks them. It says neighboring governments in the source that you yourself cited. So Egypt is stopping them from going to Europe.
You can't just go through Rafah into Egypt without the Israeli government permission. What are you talking about?
The Egypt has control over that border. I don't know what you're talking
about. There's joint control over that border.
People don't travel abroad.
What sovereignty does Israel have over there?
People don't travel from Gaza abroad via Egypt. They take a flight from Tel Aviv. They're given permission to take a flight, and sometimes there are issues at customs or whatever, I don't know, but they usually go through Tel Aviv. That's the closest international airport. They wouldn't go to Cairo or something. They would just
the
so
problem
there are
is
issues
these
there. There are
people,
issues there
these
where the
billionaires never
Egyptians,
built an airport in Gaza.
the Egyptians
Why?
Oh
allow
my
you to
fucking
go
God. This
conducting
is
terrorist
so
attacks. That's
stupid.
one
All right,
of the
This is so
problems.
Tom, the
stupid.
Israelis.
No, I've got a lot
there
of
is an
arguments
airport
on
in
that,
Gaza.
but
The
I will not
Israelis actually
talk.
destroyed the airport in Gaza.
Yeah, they're
in
not
like
allowed.
2001.
Yep.
They destroyed it.
Palestinians,
They
Tom,
blew up the
they're just
runway and all these
And
things.
Tom, you spend too much time in stealth medical spaces. Honestly, the air.
No, he hasn't been in as
Talking
much.
about,
He
oh
hasn't
my
been in.
God.
He hasn't been in.
The thing is, Tom, there was an airport in
He's been
Gaza.
taking
No,
empty with a
Zagonel,
He's
honestly,
been in.
man, Zagonel, Thomas, I love him, man. I love Tom. This is why I care so much. There was an airport in Gaza. It was actually financed with EU money, okay? It was bombed. I think it was in 2002. It was destroyed by the Israelis when they went after Arafat in the, around Easter time. You know, I forgot the name of this, when they really destroyed every governmental or almost every governmental building of the Palestinian authorities, and they sieged. I mean, Arafat was under siege back then. I remember it very well. It was before Easter. And this is the time when they destroyed the airport. So, Tom, man, come on, man. Tom, this is the thing, man.
Yeah, they never rebuilt it. It's like, we
Jesus
need some
Christ.
extra
Wow,
to rebuild it for.
man, bro.
Do you think the Israelis were just going to allow flights to resume taking off from there? They bombed it during the second Intifada. They've had no intentions of allowing it to resume being operational.
People act like Israel controls everything that goes on with the money that they get. That's not true. They get billions of dollars, and they spend it how they see fit.
Okay, let's say they rebuilt the airport and they built a bunch of airplanes. Do you think Israel was going to let them have flights leaving and landing from there? I mean, are you kidding me?
Let them have flights living and land. Israel gonna let? Yeah, you think it's like? You think Israel's gonna let them build bomb shelters for their people? You know, they would never let them
So
do
the
that.
airports
So
are
they haven't
bombed.
spent the money doing
It's like,
it. You know,
okay, so in 2014, Hamas was planning to build an airport in Gaza, rebuild it actually, and Israel refused. Israel prevented them from doing it.
Why they need their own country, so they don't have to be dependent upon it.
Look, Tom, I haven't said. Guys, give me a second, Tom. I haven't said much on this at all. I've just let everyone here hash out, but there's a lot of things that you may not be aware of. Like, for example, I'll only speak to the airport situation. So Israel does not, and I repeat, does not allow Gaza, Palestinians in Gaza, whatever government, be it Hamas or anyone else, to have an airport, period. In order to build that airport, the people in Gaza, the Palestinians in Gaza, need approval from Israel, even though Israel doesn't own Gaza. And even though under international UN law, Gaza is still an occupied land, not by the Palestinians, but by the Israelis themselves. It's an occupied land. So there's a dispute there. But the Israelis are not, and I repeat, are not allowing Gaza to have an airport. So that answers that question. Even if they wanted to, and they have 20 billionaires there, even if they have 20 billionaires, each of them vying to say, I will donate $1 billion each for the most beautiful airport the world has ever seen, it will not be built.
Well, it sounds like they need to sit back down at the negotiation table. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe they need to have a war until everybody's dead.
Speak now, and I wanted to direct this at Zagonel. Zag, you there?
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Well, first off, I resent the fact you booted me, and you let like Israeli supremacists incite violence and declare war on Iran while disregarding the fact.
Wait, are you calling Xerxes an Israeli
I can say
supremacist?
Samaria. You can interrupt me.
Talking
Shut
about
up.
Patrick Fox, I think.
Yeah. So I resent the fact that you booted me from the space, but you let Israeli
Patrick,
supremacists.
bro, man, you're back now. Come on, Patrick, don't be like this, man. You're a warrior.
No, it's a solid fact, Kaiser.
Yeah, I know, but
it's a
I
big.
know,
You know
but
what it is, Kaiser? It's the big Rothschilds conspiracy.
let's not complain about it,
No,
Patrick,
I'm
man.
not
Saying,
like
kick this
interrupting you.
anti-Semite.
I never interrupted anyone. Like I
No,
raised my
Patrick, let's
hand and
move
I was
on. Yes, it was injustice. Now you're back here.
Do you wanna respond to what Tom was saying, Patrick? Please.
No, I wanted to I was booted, and it was because I had a different opinion, and this isn't a discussion because whenever anyone has an opposite opinion, they just get booted, which is fine. Like it's your space, I guess. But I just kind of resent the fact that I never advocated for violence, and at the same time, all the people who were advocating for violence never shed blood or drew blood, and it's like they have a different perspective than me, and I think it's disgusting.
Patrick,
I'm not a
Patrick,
pro-violence.
I agree with you
No,
that
I'm
we
not
should
talking.
not attack Iran. I was not booted from the space. So
No,
this idea
I
that you were
was
booted
because
specifically
I questioned
because you
Patrick
disagreed
Fox.
with people and not because
No,
you were being
I'm not
disruptive, is
talking to you.
total hogwash.
I wasn't talking to you, Samaria. But you like to interrupt law. I don't. But I just wanted
That's just a woman thing.
Well, let me.
Patrick, I'm sympathetic to you too, but you can admit you're a bit spicy in here from time to time, no?
Oh, I'm a little spicy, but I think I speak it honestly, but I don't have an agenda. Maybe other than my own.
I agree.
Other than my own, what my soul tells me. But and I'm not mad at Zagonel. I love him. I think he's a good guy. I don't know much about him, but he always gives me the opportunity to speak, so I'm not going to shit on him. But I was just saying, I resent the fact.
But Patrick, you have a lot of out of control tweets, man, and they don't reflect well on the space at times. It is what it is. It is what it is.
In the realm of First Amendment rights, which we deserve.
But here's the thing: you're welcome to say them. You haven't been removed from the app, but you can't be bringing around certain types of discussions to civil places. Not that you're not welcome to have those opinions. You are, but a lot of people are just going to say things like, "Yeah, why don't you take that outside?" That's like scum. That's low class talk.
Right.
No, I'm sorry. I mean,
when you I got a perfect example. One of your tweets. Good morning, silly ends. I woke up
that was
today
kind
and
of
just wanted to spread anti-Semitism and fully support Hamas. That's not the type of tweet that a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, let's bring Patrick up."
It's kind of like
Can we admit that the image beneath that tweet is very funny? I don't agree with the text, but the image itself is very funny.
But it's very offensive to most groups, I think.
It's some serious bed posting
and
there.
I don't get offended, but I'm just saying
And
it doesn't bother me,
Patrick, my
but it
friend,
bother everyone else.
Serious Fed posting.
Patrick, my dear friend, I obviously oppose your political views to certain political views to make that clear. Absolutely, but Patrick, I respect you. You are a soldier. You have been fighting in the Green Berets, Special Operation Forces, and you are. I think you are a man with the heart on the right place. But the thing is, Patrick, you are relatively new to those spaces. This complaining, oh, how dare you let me speak? Patrick, many people do that, and just move on, man. This is not a democracy here. Zagonel is basically now he's like Mussolini, basically,
Yes,
So,
he is very much so.
I'm not trying to be like that, but I just hear one side of the story here, and everyone's like, "Oh, all these dual citizens from Israel were killed," but at the same time, you're an American citizen. You're an American citizen. Period. I'm a new dual citizen. I have a Colombian passport and on the way a Spanish passport, but I'm still American. And the difference is like America protects me first. But like when you're an Israeli and you're an American and Hamas kills you, you're automatically an American. But like when Israel kills Americans that are in Gaza that hold both like dual citizenship, that gets swept under the rug. And I can point to specific examples, but the most darning thing is the fact that we signed over authority to Israel to control immigration for American and Palestinian citizens to Israelis. And that says a lot about our government. It's something that needs to be considered. Like, we would never do that to anyone else. Like, if you're an American citizen, America should have the ultimate authority, I believe. But in this one specific circumstance, if you're an American Israeli or an American Palestinian citizen and you hold two passports, some reason they give this third party the right to intervene, and it's kind of disgusting. And to bring it back before I got booted, like, I find it interesting that it's friendly fire if Israel hurts U.S. citizens, but terrorism if Palestinians hurt U.S. citizens. And to me, it makes it seem like, in my mind, and I could be wrong, but this is just my mind, and I don't care about Israel. I don't care about Palestine. Like, just to be clear, like, I'm not Muslim. I'm Christian. And like, yeah, I feel for all the babies who are getting murdered, and I feel for all the Israelis who were targeted in what I would consider a criminal attack. Just like I feel for all the Americans who were targeted in a criminal attack on September 11th, and in Pennsylvania. But like, at the end of the day, it's a criminal attack. It's not from one nation. Like, terrorism is a criminal attack, but to like perpetrate it like as like this act of war is disgusting. And like, you have people in here advocating for like, let's bomb Iran, like, and then you ban me, and it's just like I'm trying to say, like,
yeah, but Patrick, I was pushing back. It's not like this was the echo chamber. I was pushing hardly back against this nonsense by Patrick Fox, who has no clue about anything.
No, I agree. Like, I'm not saying like we should go pro Hamas, even though I think they have more of a right to be considered like their own sovereign nation than terrorists. But like, I'm just thinking, like, it's a little weird how everyone's agenda, and I'm not saying you, Kaiser, or you, Tom, or you, Zag, but like, it seems like anyone who has a different opinion just gets like automatically shut down. Could be me. I don't know. Maybe you guys just.
Zaggy, can you add people? I cannot add anyone. Samira is desperate down there. Here she is. Here we go.
Look, so Patrick, I understand the argument you're making, but the characterization of the space as, one-sided, I think that that's completely incorrect. Because me, Kaiser, we were pushing back on the anti-Iran or the aggressive stance on Iran that was being espoused here earlier. So, but do you have a point?
No, I agree. Like, I'm not saying you were, but Xerxes was like, and Patrick Fox were like, who claimed he's SF. Like, I just want to make it a point. Like, Air Force SF is Air Force Security Forces. They do gate guard. Like, they like guard the perimeter. They don't go out on patrol. They're not infantry. They're not special forces. The only special forces in the Air Force are like pararescue and maybe like JTACs, who get attached to special forces units and are like experts in calling in airstrikes. Other than that, like, he's not special operations. He's not special forces. I thought he was an officer.
So here's the thing, Pat. He's not
But
here,
like, you
right?
guys,
So let's not.
You
guys can debate him if you want to. We can bring him back into the space. Someone invite him back into the space and tell him that Patrick is challenging him to a debate.
Oh yeah, I'll destroy that guy because I have the DD-214 and paperwork to prove it. But like, either way, like, I'm not attacking him by any means. I'm just like clarifying.
Patrick, be not so hard on that guy. He's just
loser has to give up the name Patrick.
I mean, he's just an Air Force security guard. I know those guys, wannabe infantrymen. We had the same here. Like, you're.
Oh, I thought he was.
So this is Patrick versus Patrick. I got it.
All right. Let's
okay, let's move on.
Calm down.
Let's move on. Zagonel.
Like spy versus spy.
It's awesome. Awesome space.
Look at how many topics we covered. It went from Iran to radical Islamism to Pakistan to China and Uyghurs to Armenia, Azerbaijan. We covered so many topics. Jesus Christ.
The Kurds are going to be feeling left out.
I know.
And I didn't want to disrespect Patrick Fox at all. Like he was polite to me, so I'm not trying to talk behind him.
Well, he thinks that it's in U.S. government interests to take out Iran. So,
and I think the opposite. I think it's in Israel's interest to take out Iran, which the U.S. government and the Iran government or Israel government are more aligned, and then the people of Israel and the people of America are more aligned, and they don't like their governments. So I would say that like the Iran government or the Israeli government, I keep saying Iran, the Israeli government and the U.S. government, which is critically infiltrated by people with Israeli interests, are more aligned, and then that the people of America and the people of Israel are more pissed off at their government. So like at the end of the day, the only people who have a problem with Iran are the Israeli government and the American government, which are directly like influenced
and
by
the Saudis.
Israeli.
The Saudis.
Yeah, I was going to say Saudi Arabia, perhaps. Does that ring a
Emiratis,
bell?
probably Qataris,
or Iraq.
I would say the Israeli government and the American government have more in common than anyone else in this.
I mean, I think Iran has a lot more enemies than you realize, especially with all the terrorism.
Iran has a lot more allies than you think and you realize. Like China and Russia don't play cabal with the.
Well, they're just mafia gangsters that do business with them. That's all that is.
So, what's anyone who's a gangster in your opinion? Like, I've been around the world.
Tom,
all countries,
Russia,
all countries,
Hezbollah, and Iran support
all
the
countries
Syrian
have
government?
enemies and allies.
I support the Syrian government, like more than my own government.
Yeah, all countries have enemies and allies. I don't get the point that you're trying to make.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is anyone who doesn't play ball with the cabal, what specifically, like in my opinion, would be like Russia, China, and Iran. Because if we take out Iran, we have all the Middle East. So like I think China and Russia have a lot invested in Iran because they need to make sure that we don't we
have a lot invested in Israel and the Saudis too. It's just territory.
Well, Israel steals our technology and gives it to China. We don't steal Israeli technology and give it to China. So that's something to keep in mind.
No, I get
we
that.
Stole Jeffrey Epstein
I understand that it's not the most reciprocal relationship. I'm just telling you that's how it's currently is.
I understand,
but like there's a split. There's like world fraction split, and I think it's good. I think it's good for competition. I think it's good for.
It's not when they have nuclear weapons. It can be not very good.
Well, I don't think. I mean, we're the only people who use nuclear weapons for Israel's benefit. But like, I mean, I don't know.
We've never used nuclear weapons for Israel's benefit.
That's a good one.
I actually have a very important question for Ruslan, if it's okay. Ruslan, what is the nature of the relationship between Iran and China, and is it in Iran's national interests to advance this relationship?
Yeah, definitely. I do think it is in Iran's interests because China is one of the few countries that is doing lots of trade relations with Iran. They're helping develop Iranian industry. It's a win-win for everyone. Iran gets industry, China gets oil. So, and on top of that, Iran's economy gets stimulated by Chinese investments. So
what do you make
jobs
of
and all
this
kinds of good
talking
stuff.
point from, well, this idea from dissidents? They say that China is fucking over Iran, and China is buying oil at a discount from Iran, and this is bad for Iranian interests.
They're on the black market.
Everybody's taking advantage of the fact that Iran is getting sanctioned up the ass. So they're
Russia is too. Russia and Iran are in the bad people.
Yeah, dude. China is really
evil group.
China's kind of like
question. Like, what do
China's like? We're in a good spot.
Supporting, an attack on Iran. Like that's all. Like
that's literally the axis of evil that people talk about is China, Russia, and Iran.
Okay, who talks about that, Tom? Who talks about that?
like most Republicans that were born in my era.
Okay.
They're
Like the
retarded,
three
Tom.
countries
All
I
right.
actually
So
want to
no, the
go to.
new axis of quote unquote evil is Russia, China, Iran, and DPRK. This is true. Tom is actually right about this.
Thank
That's how
you.
it's characterized.
It's a retarded talking
the
point.
governments, not the people.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why we have these juxtapositions.
Axis of Evil. It
Well,
sounds like a X-Men comic.
sounds like a cartoon.
Yeah, X-Men
it
comic.
sounds like a cartoon.
So we have the same thoughts. I mean, I honestly, Tom, okay, I thought we are beyond the times of George W., but it's the same retardation. Like, Tom, come on, man. You're cool. You're oil and gas. Like, don't believe in that shit.
Well,
Axis of
that's why
Evil.
he's anti-Iran, because he wants to
No, they
compete
do
with Iran.
business together. That's my point. I mean, there is evidence for this, whether you want to hear it or
Notice how
not.
Tom's opinion on Russia changed when he met that Russian oil and gas lady who was like attractive.
Oh my gosh, what are you talking about? You have no idea.
No, Tom would never do this.
Have you been
would never
keeping
sit for
tabs
a
on me
woman
for the
to
past 4 years?
No,
You
Well,
mentioned it in
I
this
mean, an
space.
attractive lady does
I
change
met her
and sway
4
a
years
man's
ago,
mind.
Samira. How long have you
Tom
been
is an
keeping
American
tabs on me?
patriot. Tom, you're an American patriot, right?
He's drowning in oil and gas puss.
Have you guys
Hey,
not
Luca, you're
seen or
moving to
heard
Austin,
about James Bond?
Texas. You're moving to
We'll
Austin.
see. We'll see.
Well,
Well,
so why is
if you
it we
do,
can
you'll be able to run
criticize
home.
our own governments, right? Like Tom, we could say like Biden sucks, Trump sucks, whatever your political opinion is. But like when it comes to these foreign policy issues, it's like we're all divided up and we have our like team slotted. And at the same time, like the only people who benefit from this are the people in charge who we hate in both countries. And at the same time, like the people who lose from it are the people who don't like it. Like it just seems odd to me. Like, can you like explain that?
I'm pro American nation and I'm anti United States. You know, that's you've never met somebody like me before.
I'm
No,
happy
just
to see it all
odd.
fall
Like you
apart.
can in America, you can criticize our own government, right? Not we can fight Democrat, Republican. In Israel, you can criticize Israeli government, but in America, you can't criticize Israeli government because that's anti-Semitic. And
Well, I mean,
I'm just
Tom is
saying,
mad
Yes,
at
you
that.
all of
can.
our we give money to both. We give money to Iran. We give money to Israel.
we give the most money to Israel and Egypt.
We're just a country to be, to be bled for money for conflicts. And
no, we give the most money to Israel and second Egypt. And the reason we give money to Egypt is to make peace with Israel. Like that's pretty much.
I get that, but I'm just saying, like in the run up to this whole kerfluffle, you're giving money to both. We had Iranian spies within the Biden admin. It's just a disaster.
So,
Wait,
somebody else.
That's gibber. That's
Earlier,
gibber
and I wanted
jabber
to
because
respond.
I have to
hear from
address. I
Ruslan
have to
on this.
address the money was Iranian money originally that just got frozen. That was never American money to begin with. So it's not. Yeah, it's not free money.
Also,
hold on. Wait, I want to hear Ruslan. I want to hear from Ruslan on the story about Iranian spies being embedded in the Biden government or something like that. I don't know the details. I haven't looked into the details, but if you can elaborate.
I think that's ridiculous. Like you have to show evidence for that because if anything, if you ask me, there's probably U.S. spies embedded inside Iran's government. Like some people in the reformist bloc, for example, they have close ties with Democrats, and so on and so forth.
Well, I just wanted to mention one more thing before I got booted. Patrick Fox was saying that we asked Israel to not get involved in the war on terror and just like wrote it off. But at the same time, like when we first invaded,
Not true at all.
That's what Patrick Fox said.
Well, that's not true. We literally use their technology like all over.
Well, okay. Well, you should have debated him when you were in here. But like, I know for a fact, like when we first went into Afghanistan, Iran was an ally to us against the Taliban. Like when we first got in there and started, like in 2001, November, October, December.
In like Iraq, like when we went into Iraq.
No,
like
Iraq was
we used,
2003, 2004.
I know.
No, I'm talking about.
You just like talk. You just keep talking.
Okay, shut the fuck up, Luca, you little motherfucker. Patrick, I disagree with his political views, but he actually served. He is a Green Beret, former Green Beret. Who the fuck are you, you little moron? You did nothing for your country.
He's a freelance journalist,
And
guys.
Luca is a freelance tit sucker because he did
Show some
no,
respect.
no. He did nothing for his country. And Patrick, you can criticize him all you want. He actually did something for his country. So shut the fuck up, you little loser, okay? Luca, don't disrespect Patrick here. It's not your position to disrespect him here. Okay? Honestly, man. Get your shit together.
No,
I don't need a fucking German telling me what to do. Like, shut up.
We need the order, Luca, and Germans are good for this. So mind your manners. Come on.
He's in timeout now for 5 minutes in timeout.
You didn't have to give him a timeout. I hate getting timeouts. But all I was going to say was, like, at one point, Iran actually helped us in the war. And at the same point, Israel never did. And I find that very interesting. Just from
why do you keep going back to Israel? We're talking
Israel
about
usually is an
well, because we're willing to send. We're willing
the Israelis
to.
aren't Patrick. The Israelis aren't asked to really get involved, and it was brought up earlier, but there's many reasons why, and I think you don't want to open the door to give the Israelis a justification to sort of, prosecute a broader war on their Arab neighbors.
Yeah, you want a bunch of
They're
dead
downing our
Israelis in
fighter
a war?
planes now because we helped you. This is fucked up. We need to defend ourselves. We have to go to war. Right. I think the Israelis are a powder keg in that region, and the United States knows that. So they go, all right, Israel, like, this may be for your security, but you're just going to have to take a back seat to this. It's a very strange dynamic, but like a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're pretty much not. If the Arab states could redo that history and start without Israel in that region, they probably would. So I think the Israelis, being aware of this, would probably like to strike back if the Arabs attack.
Yeah, but Zagonel,
you can't give either side the
Zaggy, to
opportunity
Patrick's
to do
point,
so.
and to make it a little bit more geopolitical, the thing is, and what Patrick is alluding to, the whole war on terror wouldn't have been possible back then in the year 2002, 2003, without the support of the Russians and the Iranians. And the problem is, I think what Patrick is alluding to is that, yeah, those countries actually helped the Americans actually quite a lot at the beginning in Afghanistan. And now it's being basically they're portrayed as these evil nations when they actually have been doing something, like action. They've been doing something. The whole let's not forget that the whole supply of the United States, not only the US, also ISAF, went over Uzbekistan and out, let's say, Soviet Russian controlled airports at the beginning. Remember that. That was a huge issue after Georgia, 2008. So the thing is, what Patrick is alluding to is, what has Israel, okay, I know, what has Israel ever done for me or for America, except costing money, and causing trouble, which you guys then have to clean up? It's a valid question to a certain degree. I know that there are other things involved, but let's not make it as if Patrick is completely stupid in that regard, okay?
He's look, like, on that specifically, I think that Patrick is correct. Israel has not been a good friend to the US, really. In that respect, Iran and Russia did assist the US in the war on terror, right? Like, what Kaiser's saying is 100% accurate, but I feel like we've talked this topic to death, right? I'm really interested in what Ruslan was talking about, and then he got cut off. I think he said something along the lines of globalists being embedded in the Iranian government. Now, that's interesting. Globalists being in bed with Democrats in the Iranian government. But yeah, if you guys are interested,
Well,
can we go back to
to
that?
be specific and not just throw your stuff in there, Samir, he said Americans were embedded in
spies, yes.
No. Yeah, I think, collaborationists, spies, or puppets, or whatever you want to call it.
Military industrial.
Because here's why. A lot of the woman life freedom protests.
Can we let him fucking talk, Patrick, please?
A lot of the woman life freedom. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ruslan. Go ahead. Patrick, we'll deal with it later. Go ahead, Ruslan.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of those woman life freedom riots and whatever that you saw in the past year had to do with the fact that politicians inside Iran, for example, the former president, reformist president, Khatami, they were promoting these protests and they were telling people to go out to the streets and do this stuff. And like, it wasn't really what's it called? It wouldn't have happened if not for a couple of fake news incidents and these politicians, like kind of like trying to pull off their own George Floyd inside of Iran. So as for why I think they're connected with the Democrats, it has to do with the fact that they kind of serve a lot of Democrat interests, and that they, for example, did the Iran nuclear deal, which was against Iran's interests in that it got rid of Iran's civilian nuclear program for the most part, poured a lot of concrete into a lot of reactors, all for the promise of supposed investment from some companies like Nike and whatever, which went through the roof with the collapse of the nuclear deal. And it ultimately, they do not want Iranian sovereignty. They want to kind of open the country up to, I guess, for lack of a better word, American exploitation. But yeah, it's one of the comments.
So can I mention something about nuclear programs? Like, Iran has never stole. No. Listen, Iran has never stole our nuclear secrets. Israel has, and you can look up the Apollo affair, and I'm pretty convinced, based off of sources in Israel, like Haaretz, the Jerusalem Post, that Israel had something directly involved with JFK's death and his opposition to the Apollo affair. And his
Are you trying to make me like Israel or something? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm just speaking facts, like from Israeli sources. This is not what I'm saying. This is what they say there, and I'll post the sources up in the Jumbotron if you want me to, because I don't want you to think it's my opinion. But like I'm happy to post them if you want. But like, Iran has never stole any of our secrets. Israel has, and then they talk about it in Israeli media, and it's like kind of well known there. So like, I just kind of like want your take about like why we should go declare war on a sovereign country that has 85 million people, the second largest military, probably like the powerhouse in the Middle East.
Let's let David.
So
answer
I agree with a lot of things
let's
that
let
Patrick
David
is
answer
saying,
this.
but
Hold on,
the
Samir.
idea
Let's
that
let
America is being duped into being anti-Iran because of Israel, like
let's
yeah.
let
Yo, I
David
got a
answer why the
question.
United States should go to war.
Quick question.
I don't know anybody calling for war with Iran, by the
Yeah,
way.
Patrick
Lindsey
demands an
Graham?
answer for that. So let's have David try to answer that question.
Yo, can I ask a quick question? Just like a one sentence kind of question. I don't know, maybe Samir or Kaiser probably knows the answer, but didn't JFK try to investigate Israel's nuclear program in the 60s or something?
I am not entirely sure.
He tried to keep a certain ingredient for their nuclear program out of the country that was going to come from South America, I believe. He was resistant to allowing that transfer to happen. And so the theory was that the Israelis wanted to knock him off to eliminate him as a hindrance to their nuclear program, I believe is the exact storyline, but I'm sure somebody could correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of. The problem is with the Israeli nuclear program, there's so many smokes and mirrors speculation. It's really hard to know what was actually going on. The only thing which is verified after the fact is that the Israelis then later helped the South Africans to develop their own nuclear program. That is verified. But everything else, I mean, I don't know, Samira. It's so hard to know what's actually true and what is just smoke and mirrors. Honestly, that's the problem with
Yeah, I'm not sure about Israel, but I know that JFK was trying to stop China from developing a nuclear weapon in the early 60s. And was collaborating with the Soviet Union to do that until the Cuban Missile Crisis, which screwed that over. But then, yeah, that was what he was doing.
All right, so why don't we let David answer? I think Patrick keeps asking, why do we mess with Israel at all? They're such a terrible ally, such a bad friend. We shouldn't be helping them.
David's an expert on this. Let's let him answer.
Let's let David answer. Go ahead, David. Why should we help Israel?
Well, there's been plenty of times, more than one occasion, that Israel actually has helped America too. I know that's often sort of like not looked on, but it is proven fact that Israel has always helped America in many ways. Whether it's intelligence, whether it's technology, Israel's one of the only countries that actually has helped America. and paid America back.
What?
So
Israel?
it's true.
Israel is
It's
what?
true.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Do I have your permission,
Sorry.
Zach, to post?
You guys laugh, but it's
Excuse
facts.
me.
Let me get you my bank account number. Hold on.
Kaiser, don't disrespect this man. He's a future Marine, he's a former Marine.
Army.
If you disrespect him, I'm kicking you from the
TV
space.
214 or it doesn't count.
He's
I'll post
fighting
mine
to
on.
he fought to keep Germany under American occupation. Kaiser, show some respect.
But it's true. I mean, you guys laugh. I mean, Israel has given back to America. I mean, is Israel perfect? No. And you know what? If you're in America, you are allowed to criticize the Israeli government. I criticize the Israeli government. Netanyahu needs to go. It's a
Oh
simple
my
fact.
God, really? This is not
Yeah, let
substantive
David finish.
criticism.
Why are we so triggered? Let David
By
finish.
the way, for everybody listening, his problems with the Israeli government is it's not gay enough. That's
Literally, Luca is 100% correct.
Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
Okay, what are you talking about?
Your problem is with Netanyahu, not the Israeli government, correct?
Netanyahu is basically
There you
the
go.
Israeli government.
Oh my goodness. So if he's replaced, are you still going to criticize the Israeli government?
It depends how he acts.
So your problem is literally central to it's really with Netanyahu.
I mean,
the idea
most
that
Israeli
Netanyahu needs
politicians
to
support a
go
two-state
for a
solution.
more stable Israel, a more effective Israel, yeah, not good for Palestinians.
Most Israeli politicians like Yair Lapid, he's pretty good. He supports a two-state solution. But
what about Naftali Bennett? Do you think he'd be better than Netanyahu?
No, he's more right. He's more aggressive, more right-wing than Yair.
That I agree with. Yeah.
This is a great conversation, honestly.
Okay. Luca, I have no disrespect for David, but the thing is, you cannot just call people retarded and stupid. You can maybe do it with me, where it's an American space, but...
Hey, I'm a Marine! Shut your mouth, I'm a Marine!
No, Luca, the thing is, Luca, honestly, man, I respect your... Actually, I'm a pro-Luca guy. I say...
I died for the military-industrial
Luca
complex.
is a smart person, but Luca...
I'm a disembodied soul, and you're talking to me like this.
Don't go that far, Kaiser.
Yeah, okay, Luca, but man, the thing is just show a little bit decorum, and that's all I'm saying. Anyway,
we should get Adam Korzenewski in here and see what he has to say.
Who? Okay, anyway, put something in the Jumbotron. I think that is what Samira is alluding to. The problem is not a specific Israeli government, because they're all doing the same stuff, basically. And when you see it at the number of settlements and number of settlers in the West Bank has been basically since the days of Rabin increased. I mean, we're talking back in those days, we're talking 150,000 people maybe. Now it's 500,000. And no matter who is in charge, the fundamental policies have never changed. Be it, okay, Sharon, obviously, but you had Ehud Olmert, and so on and so on. And that is the thing here, I think, which Samira is alluding to. It's not... people come and go, but the fundamental policies stay in power, so to speak, and that's the issue.
Yeah, specifically with regard to Palestine.
Yeah, that's the issue here, and I think even if Netanyahu would go away, so I mean, which Israeli prime minister would ever get rid, or let's say reduce the settlements? Will never happen. Never. I mean,
I think Yair Lapid is saying that we need to put a pause on new settlements in the West Bank, but that's really it. If you look at what other Israeli politicians are saying, Ehud Olmert is saying we need an international coalition of NATO forces to stabilize Gaza. I mean, that's crazy talk. That's worse than anything Netanyahu has suggested. I'm sorry.
Well, Netanyahu is kind of a lunatic. I mean,
and I'm saying that this other person, this other politician, is way worse.
Want an international force to stabilize.
Not NATO, Tom. NATO, listen carefully. Not international force, not the United Nations. I have no problem with the United Nations going in.
If you hate Netanyahu so much, wouldn't you want an international force to be there?
So we go back to the JFK assassination.
Why? It's boring.
No, I posted I posted a recent post.
No, listen.
I'm sorry. I'm against any sort of international coalition
Stay away from JFK.
going into Gaza.
No, I just posted an Israeli main media
I
source
just posted my Lego Clone Wars custom made figures.
stating
This guy just wants to talk about Israel.
stating Zac Efron,
Like,
and then I also posted a post or speech from Lucas Cage that was transcribed and I guess I reposted Lucas Cage's post, but it's the leader of Syria stating the same thing, and I just find it ironic. Like,
who
and I
cares
can
about?
go
I don't
dig
care
through.
about
No,
JFK.
no, no, no. I
Honestly.
can go dig through Jewish sources like Israeli Times.
All right. What
the
about
Jerusalem
Nixon? Was
Post.
Israel involved in taking out Nixon?
No, I never said that. I said they were involved in
No, I'm
taking
serious. I
out.
think that's a more interesting
No, no, no.
conversation.
You're skirting my question, but like I have Israeli sources stating they were involved with taking out JFK, and I can post more, but it's
There
spoken.
is fake news in Israel.
So like I want to
Not all
know.
Israeli media is legit.
God, this
I
is
want to know what your
so
comeback is
tedious.
to that, since you're so
Patrick, I'm
like.
not a Zionist. I'm literally
No,
anti-Zionist. I
but like
just don't
you're
care about
like I'm
JFK.
anti-Semitic. You don't
I
know.
literally don't care
Well,
about
I know
JFK.
that if you look at the JFK files, the FBI blamed the CIA for killing.
Yeah, but nowadays Biden just released like classified
Patrick,
documents
wasn't
stating exactly Zac Efron, who was a Mossad agent, was Rubin's handler. And then you have to look at the Apollo affair at the same time.
What?
Zac
Did you say
Efron,
Zac
the actor
Efron?
I'm dying.
Bro,
from
what are
High
you
School
talking about?
Musical.
You know what? I'm
Look in the
surprised.
Jumbotron. Look in the
I'm
Jumbotron. I
surprised you
can't
don't
make it
believe
up.
that Ted Cruz's
I
father
cannot
killed
make
him.
this
All
shit
of
up.
this
Look up in
together.
the Jumbotron.
Pause. Yo,
It's
pause.
from
Patrick?
I have a site. I have a site sorted from mainstream Israeli media, plus a speech from Gaddafi, or whoever the fuck he is. I think it's Gaddafi.
What, dude? What?
Okay, I
Look in
mean,
the
I know
Jumbotron.
this is
Chris
Patrick,
this is
wasn't
Steiner
a
from
We can't
controversial
talk
JFK trying to
about
have
debate.
his
this
APAC
Important
in
enough
register under
that,
Israel,
like, it's
but
Sarah?
we
like
can't talk about it in America because it's so crazy. But
we're
it's
literally talking about it all the time. Tucker Carlson did an entire segment on the JFK thing.
what
Did
was it?
anybody?
All
right, no
is
more
this before
JFK.
or
I don't
after?
care.
Thank you
Is this
so
Did
before or
much.
Well,
after?
it becomes substantial, Zagonel,
No, it
when
doesn't. No, it
you
doesn't.
have a country that's stealing our nuclear secrets. Like, look at Pollard and fucking Kushner elbow bump, like during COVID. Like that shit happened. Like Trump released Pollard, and it just goes to show.
All right, can we talk about something more relevant, like the idea of
Yeah,
an
none of this
international
is.
coalition going into Gaza to, quote, restore order? I'm completely against that, whether it's
Yeah,
comprised
can you
of NATO
explain that to me,
forces.
Samira? So, like, if you think Israel's trying
Well,
to,
someone's going to have to restore order one way or
all right.
another.
So,
Who's it going to be? That's the real question.
if you think Israel is trying to like genocide the Gazans, then wouldn't you support an international force? Like, why are you so against this?
No, I'm
Yeah,
against
but
any
not NATO.
international force that would go against the interests of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people,
Okay,
they
but the
support the
alternative
Palestinian
is that
resistance.
Israel occupies the Gaza Strip.
No, I don't think you guys know this piece of information. It's very crucial. If it's an international organization, fine. Let's just leave it at fine. But if it's a NATO international organization, and that's exactly what Turkey wants, just go back for the last 2 weeks, Erdogan.
Sarah, I am retarded. You win. Like it's not Zac Efron.
Patrick, man, bro, I'm fighting here for you, but you cannot just jump into it. Then there's a conversation, man. Patrick, honestly, man. Otherwise, we make the hand system. Zagonel, it's your space, but I mean, you're responsible. Patrick, please, man. Let's have Artin, please continue.
We'll put him in timeout because that's the second time he brought
Okay,
up Zac Efron.
Patrick, it was not my decision, it was Zagonel. My hands are blameless, okay?
We'll give him a Zionist's timeout right there. As he says, he hates the Zionists, so that's that one's for David, Patrick. There you go.
That's actually a funny explanation for why he got jaw surgery. It's like part of like some Mossad thing that he's doing.
Zac Efron, he's really Mossad. Got it.
So
And
No,
Chris
I need
Pine
Chuck
is too.
Johnson to verify this. Is he Mossad or is he
This has
Likud?
this has actually been Patriot fact checked by Chuck Johnson.
Okay.
It's been community noted.
Did anybody see that viral Haaretz story the other day about the increasing number of Afrikaners, white South Africans, that are converting to Orthodox Judaism and moving to West Bank settlements? It's extremely funny. I can't exactly blame anyone for wanting to get out of South Africa at the moment, but it's a pretty ironic landing spot.
Yeah, but they should go to Russia because Russia just welcomed them. They have like this whole world. Would you convert and then go to Gaza?
I know there's
climate.
climate, and there's a history behind it. FDM, you know it. I mean, there's a long history behind it, and it totally makes sense. I think it makes totally sense for the extremist Boers. I mean, look, go to the 80s, man. Basically, when South Africa was this persona non grata kind of country, the Israelis were always supporting them, and I guess it makes sense for them, you know. And they're continuing the fight. Look, not all Afrikaners are the same, but you have a certain subset of them, and let's be honest, I was in South Africa. They consider everyone who is not basically, oh God, I hate to say it, something like American, who is not white, as savages who have to be hunted down. And basically, they cannot hunt down anymore the Africans, like the black Africans, the black South Africans, or the colored. This is how they call themselves. South Africans now they can hunt down Palestinians, so to speak. So FDM, it makes totally sense. But I think it's more like an exotic niche. I think it's not a mass movement, you know. Like
I respect, it's a difficult situation.
They should move to Canada.
Your people have been in Africa for like 400 or 500 years, but I get the hell out of there.
people?
It's just, I mean, like white people, the Afrikaners, right? So I just think, I get the hell out of there. I mean, it's open season on whites, basically. Or go to like a place like Orania where they have like a militia or something,
Where? Irania?
Orania, it's like a town of Afrikaners. They have like a militia.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in like the Orange State. Is that right? In like the central part of the country?
Orange State, yeah.
Yeah.
The Oranje Free
did
State.
I just butcher that?
Yeah, it's not orange. Like you can say orange. I mean, the English always say orange. Oranje.
Near Transvaal.
Transvaal, yeah. Zagonel is a gentleman. He knows this shit. And by the way, Frank.
Maybe they just.
By the way, Luca. Frankie.
I'm sorry, I haven't been.
By the way, Frankie, welcome back, man. Long time no see in the spaces. Just want to say that. Okay, please continue, FTM.
Oh, I had nothing more.
FTM is on.
Maybe if the Afrikaners built like a Howard University, then people would respect them again.
It was me. I was trying to explain why we don't want NATO in Gaza as an international force, but I'm looking at a mountain right now, so I'm gonna lose connection and start sounding like a robot. Maybe in 10 minutes. So yeah,
Howard
you don't want NATO in there.
Be nice, be nice.
Yeah, NATO in Gaza. This is so stupid. I mean, honestly, this is like,
Just let me say this, Kaiser, before just take.
Yo, Anna. Well,
hold on 1 second, Luca. Give me a second, Luca. Take about 1 minute. Just simply Google Erdogan the last 2 weeks. He's been pushing as hard as he potentially can to try to get his Turkish forces into Gaza to protect both the Gazans as a security grantor. But this guy's openly said for like the last, I want to say year, 2 years, that his entire dream, his legacy, he wants it to be, he wants Jerusalem to be controlled by Turkey. This is one way that he would potentially be able to realize that if Turkish forces are allowed. And I'm in the mountains now, so good luck.
It's some good old-fashioned Ottoman revanchism.
The question is, honestly, I have a question now. Unfortunately, Samira is not here anymore. Would the Palestinian people in Gaza, if they still exist in the future, that's an open question, would they accept, let's say, Turkish security forces? Yes, they're NATO, yes, obviously, but they would not be there maybe primarily as NATO, but as Turkish forces. So maybe they would accept it even. Like I don't know.
It has to be Israel accepting it. It wouldn't be Palestine. Israel will never go for it.
Okay, never. Israel would have a problem with that. Yeah, okay, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Think about it. If you have, I'll go as long as I can. If I rubber band Zach, just mute me. But Israel will not let it happen because just hypothetically speaking, let's just imagine you have 10,000 Turkish soldiers and their tanks and anti-tanks and everything else in Gaza. They now effectively have access to 2 million Palestinians in Gaza and 3 or 4 million Palestinians, give or take, in the West Bank. Now, in a few years, collective thereafter, what he's going to do is he's going to radicalize the Gazans, the Palestinians, to rally against and recollect Jerusalem. But he's got foot soldiers. That's what it's going to be. So
I have an idea.
I wish I could make it up, but that's the truth.
I have an idea for the NATO.
Yeah, the Israelis will never allow it.
I have an idea for the NATO occupation. So we sneak in a bunch of French royal families, and we put them in power, and we reinstall Baldwin as king.
Kaiser's against it already.
Yeah, that's retarded point of view anyway. I mean, Luca, yes, you are smart, you know a little bit of
Luca's
history.
a Francophile, though. Kaiser is not.
No, that doesn't matter. The thing is, yeah, look at that joke was so flat.
Oh, and it's just like Ridley. It's just
I
like
fully
Ridley Scott
stand
movie.
behind
It's
Alec
just like the
Baldwin.
Ridley Scott movie.
Oh, Kingdom of Heaven? Oh my God!
And they wear
We
the
could
mask.
send Edward Norton. Yeah.
And Luca, will you play the role of Orlando Bloom? Luca,
Zagonel, the director's cut. The director's cut, Zagonel, is like
It's
one of the
better,
greatest
yes.
historical films ever. It's
Ah,
the director's cut is amazing.
I mean, not the,
Did you actually just say it's one of the greatest historical films ever?
I mean, it's much better than the. It's
Remember when the siege is about to happen and Orlando Bloom stands up in the city and he's like, "This land belongs to all of us. We're all just like Jew, Christian, but we're all the same."
I mean,
yeah, he knights the little teenage boy.
Hold on.
So libtard. I hate
Hold
that
on.
movie.
Let's
Name a better movie about the Crusades.
I want to get Trash's perspective. We haven't heard Trash in the space
There's
talk
some
about
movie about
GeoPol
Lionheart
for a while. So let's.
There's a movie about Lionheart.
Go ahead, Trash. Go ahead.
What perspective am I supposed to give? Like I'm not gonna get laid in like the next year if I continue on this conversation. Like what perspective am I supposed to give here? Like holy fuck, you guys.
Would you say it's getting very Spurgish these days?
Yes, I would say that.
First of all, what I'm saying is technically possible.
It's on a new level, I think. It's unlike something I've seen.
Bro, like I'm immediately like going celibate, even participating. All right, so like where am I that you would like to get my perspective? I got plenty of perspectives, but also holy fuck, you guys.
So what are your thoughts on my proposal?
What is your proposal?
You're gonna
restoring the kingdom of Jerusalem.
He wants the Afrikaners to build another Howard University. That's
but wait. Are the Afrikaners white and they're going to build historically black
colleges? Correct.
Yeah, we call them HBCUs for short. That's what we call them.
HBCU. I'm sorry. My apologies. Afrikan are going to build the HBCUs.
On Gaza City, after it's leveled.
Well, that's probably going to happen, and that sucks. But yeah, what's my take? Like, what am I giving a take on? Like, the fact that white people from South Africa are going to build HBCUs? Like, what?
Oh, no, the whole Palestine-Israel thing, of course.
Trolling.
No, me too. No, I know. That's
so what are your thoughts?
On?
We just talked.
Leveling Gaza.
I'm not acting stupid.
Tom is in favor of leveling Gaza, Trash. Is that something you support?
No. Well, okay. No. But if I'm Israel, right? If I'm Israel in that situation, and I'm in that region, and everyone else is saying, from the river to the sea, whatever. If I am a nation and I'm trying to protect the people in that nation, like I'm probably going to do some fucking wild shit. And I'm probably going to level the area and make sure that my people are more protected. This has nothing to do with the actual conflict. Just to be clear, I'm not making any kind of fucking moral argument about Israel versus Palestinians or Hamas or whatever. I'm simply saying out of security for people that I would be providing for, if I were said nation, I would then level anything around me and like neutralize any threat in the future. At the same time, I think there can be arguments to be made on the other side, but like you're gonna have to like really like as an example, like right. So I've got my home. I'm in my home, and I've got my neighbors, and my neighbors keep like throwing shit in my fucking yard, right? Or I keep throwing shit in my neighbor's yard. If I throw shit in my neighbor's yard, I expect retribution. At the same point, if my neighbors on all sides keep throwing shit in my yard, like they need to expect retribution as well. So like this moral argument of who's right, who's wrong, is it Israel that took over this land, or is it the Palestinians that were pushed out and Palestine no longer exists and they're relegated to the West Bank and the south of Lebanon and the Gaza Strip? That's an irrelevant argument to me. If you tell me, if you ask me what my moral position is, I'm going to protect my sovereignty and the people that are within that. It doesn't matter the geopolitical implications that go back 2,000 years. That's not my point. So if I were a powerful, strong person, I would protect everything that I cared for. And that occurs on both sides. And I think that's what we're facing, which means I have no dog in this fight. I'm not riding the fence. I'm just telling you, like, I would 100% make sure that anybody that I cared about were not under threat. And that would come on both sides. And I think that's what we face today. I don't know how else to give you that.
Don't we got hostages? Hasn't Hamas taken hostages? So shouldn't we care about that?
Yeah, we probably should. Yeah, it's probably not a good thing.
I agree.
But I mean,
so here's the thing. Between all of the groups that have taken hostages, not just Hamas, but also PIJ, PFLP, DFLP, and then also, in the words of NBC News, random Gaza citizen opportunists, the only group that has been willing to negotiate the release of hostages is Hamas. And I think this is really important to mention when we're talking about
yeah,
this.
but I mean,
Samira, did you buy
I think
that?
it's because Hamas has mostly
Samira,
Israeli military, and the other groups have random
wait. So like, okay, so I take hostages, and then I say, well, if none of y'all are willing to negotiate for the people I took, then none of y'all want to negotiate. Like, you don't get to
So
like.
the reason why Hamas took hostages in the first place is because Israel is holding about, I think, between 6,000 to 10,000 Palestinian hostages. So they're doing it for the purpose of, getting their hostages back.
Are they prisoners of war or hostages?
No, actual
Samira?
civilians.
No, but like, again, we're getting into the moral argument. So like, if you take people and you say, well, I'm willing to negotiate for the people I took, I mean, that's not really a strong position to
Yeah,
negotiate.
no, I agree. I don't like the moral argument either. I wanted to stick to the topic of regime change in Gaza and whether or not Palestinians are in support
Well,
of that.
I know you don't, but I care about American hostages. That's the only thing I care
Oh
about.
no, I care about American hostages as well. But if Israel continues bombing the fuck out of Gaza, particularly where hostages are being kept, I think that that's really dangerous.
Well, I mean, like, also,
did you
like,
buy that number the other day where they said 60 hostages had already been killed in airstrikes? I think 60 was the number, right? Does that sound plausible?
Well, so I agree. At the same time, like, my sister doesn't get to go up and like hit me with something, and then be like, "Wait a minute, ceasefire! Wait, ceasefire! Wait! Nah, bitch! You came up and hit me with some shit. Like, expect retribution." So like,
kick her ass.
All right, so let me ask you something, Trash. Since we're on this topic, before the October 7th operation, Hamas had tried to negotiate the release of these hostages, right? This was according to them.
Can we get back to
last
Trash beating
ditch
up his
effort.
sister? Can we get back to that?
yeah, let's do that. So like, real quick, let me be clear about something. What it seems to me is that the people that are actually like calling the shots, that are funding any kind of military action is the wrong way, but any kind of action within those, they're not actually living within those borders. They're in Qatar and everything else. And so, like,
no. The groups that are involved are based in Gaza. So the political wing of Hamas is in Qatar, but the armed wing of Hamas, which is the Al Qassam brigades, they are in Gaza and they've been in Gaza for the longest time.
Well,
and
who
then all the
controls
other
the
groups are
armed
also
brigade? The political brigade?
Come on, Samir, let's be real. They get their orders from Qatar.
That's right. They're not autonomous. They don't do as they please. They take orders from.
I thought it was Iran. It was Iran like 2 hours ago. Anyway.
No. Wait. I'm coming in new. I didn't participate in this argument. I've never actually voiced my opinion on this matter because I'm like, both y'all motherfuckers, like, y'all need to chill. But what I'm saying is like, the people that are actually calling the shots are not actually there. It's like the only people that are feeling the brunt of this are both in Gaza and in Israel. But the people that are actually causing this are not there at all. Therefore, like the attacks or strikes or whatever are only on militarized groups within Gaza.
All right, so let me just ask you something. Or let me just explain something. Al-Qassam Brigade's based in Gaza. All of
Yeah.
the other armed factions are also based in Gaza, from the
No.
PIJ to PFLP, DFLP, and the other, I think, like 7 or 8 groups involved in the operation.
Sure.
Yeah, of course, the political wing of Hamas is located in Qatar, but the armed faction is there.
Yes, but
It's
you made the
all of
argument.
these groups, all of these other groups
Wait.
that I'm mentioning, they're not based in foreign countries.
But you made a political argument. So your argument was a political argument. So you said that the Gazan, the people within the Gaza Strip did not actually agree to what's going on right now.
No, they do agree to what's going on right now. They support Operation Alexa Storm.
Well, there you go. Then there's no moral argument to be made there.
Yeah, I'm not making a moral argument. I'm just saying that the people of Palestine, the people of Gaza, they fully support the Palestinian resistance and the operation right now. That is a fact. I don't think that we can separate Hamas from the Palestinian people. I don't think we can separate the Palestinian resistance from the Palestinian people.
All right. Maybe we have a new speaker here. Basic Inc.
Wait, what?
What?
All right, go ahead. Go to Basic Inc. I guess.
No, Trash. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Trash, you wanted to expand on something?
Go ahead, Trash. I thought you were. I didn't hear you. I thought you were finished.
No, that's fine. But the argument being made right now is that a bunch of innocent people. But
Can I sing a song about the conflict?
No.
All right, this one goes out. This one goes out.
Luca.
Oh man, Luca.
This one goes out to our greatest ally.
Luca, unbelievable, man. Yeah, Luca. Now Trash is gone because you made him angry, and now you are gone. Oh, Zach, you kicked him out. Zagonel.
Yeah, he's in timeout. That was very rude to my dog's choking on his bone.
Oh,
very rude of him. Very rude.
Yeah. You have to be consequent here in that space. Absolutely. Basic Inc. and a former NAFO. Now moving on, switching to the Africa Corps, or no, Levantine Corps. How would you call it actually? I don't know. It's not Africa. Levant Corps. Ah, okay. But former NAFO. What is FAO? What's the acronym here?
Fuck around, find out.
The FAFO, yes, the FAFO NAFO. I am NAFO, so you've exposed me. But people were talking about, how, I guess, what's a probable solution to Gaza, and who could operate that post operation when the IDF's doing their thing here. I've been in spaces with Palestinians. I've been in spaces with the Muslims and other people who aren't from NATO or the West because I want to hear their voices. And this was actually from a Palestinian speaker that I was listening to the other day. And they actually proposed an interesting solution, which I thought which I haven't heard. And I think this is what's really good about spaces like these, is that they proposed that the Jordanians and the Saudis could take, instead of like a NATO force or even a, for instance, a United Nations, peacekeeping force to actually help with the restoration, because there needs to be law and order, right? There's millions of people in a certain area in the Gaza Strip. Obviously the Israelis would have to sign off on that, but I think to show goodwill and to build cooperation, especially with people who are of the Muslim faith, he mentioned that because they will never, ever, under any circumstance, take authority from the Israelis, regardless of who holds the cards. I mean, it would just be provocative in their eyes. And so I actually thought that was kind of a sensible solution to a possible solution to what people were saying. I think Arden made a really good point about.
And the rest of the
I'm sorry,
out.
Samir. Can I finish my point here? And then we could go back. But what Arden was saying about NATO with the Turks, could be problematic. I actually really agree with that. And I just was kind of like wondering, what do you guys think about that proposal? You think that's like a good idea, or kind of like a well-balanced idea than just Western forces or a NATO force or even a UN force to go in like that? Like, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, I think of countries that Israel wants to normalize relations with. I think that would be a great exercise to pick a certain number of those countries that Israel wants to be good with again after a history of not being good, and have them be the peacekeeping force within Gaza as a gesture of goodwill from both sides.
This is so crazy right now.
So,
The
Amir, what's
Palestinians.
your
Hold
solution?
on one second. The Palestinians literally are very critical of Saudi Arabia and Jordan, and particularly Saudi Arabia when it comes to normalizing relations with Israel. You think that Palestinians would support an international coalition of, say, Saudi forces, Jordanian forces, all of these entities that are trying to normalize relations with Israel? And then two, do you think that Palestinians are okay with regime change in Gaza, regardless of who does it? Right now, these groups, right, these 12 groups, this coalition of 12 armed factions, right, they're fighting the Israeli occupiers, they're Israeli invaders. This is how they refer to them, as they're fighting them right now. They're actually protecting the Palestinians in Gaza from Israel. That's how the Palestinians see them. And Hamas's approval rating is going up every single day in Gaza and the West Bank. They view the PA and Mahmoud Abbas as collaborators, as traitors for collaborating with Israel. Do you actually think that the Palestinian people would support collaborators in taking over Gaza, as opposed to,
Well,
who
yes.
they see as
Remember, this
protectors
came
of
from a
Gaza?
Palestinian. This was just me. This actually came from a Palestinian stating this. Now, they obviously don't speak for the entire Palestinian nation. I would be interested, Samir, in what you would suggest as a solution. I'm just trying to propose ideas like a brainstorm to see what would be the best thing to do, because I think obviously having Western forces or NATO forces or things
Right.
like
So
that.
you're trying to sort of you're trying to whitewash the agenda of regime change by allowing, Arabs to do it instead of the West, right? But the agenda of the mission is the same: regime change in Gaza. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about whether or not Palestinians in Gaza want to be, quote unquote, liberated from Hamas and the other armed groups that are protecting them.
Yes, you're saying they love Hamas and they
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, I'm saying that they like Hamas and the Palestinian resistance. Yeah.
And
I mean,
basic, I'm not even sure the
Death
Israelis would
cult.
go for the solution that you've just proposed.
Right. Yeah, I know exactly. They would ultimately they'd have to sign off of that. What I'm just simply stating that just brainstorming ideas. Another question I wanted to ask actually was this whole situation with Armenia. Like I guess Armenia signed a not necessarily like a defense pact, but we've agreed, the United States has agreed to train their military, especially their officer corps, as well as providing like technical training with like first aid, basically. They didn't say it in the report, but it's basically bringing it up to almost to like NATO standards. Like, what do you guys think of that? Is that a good thing for the United States? Is it problematic? Obviously, with the history with Russia and all that. Like, what's your guys' opinion? I just like to hear opinions on this here.
I didn't know that, but that is interesting. Can you post the source, please? Because I want to learn more about it. I think it's, well, as we see Armenia turning away from the CSTO, they view, Russia as having like left them hanging when they were under attack, right? So now that they're turning towards the West and allowing the US essentially to train their troops, I think that this will pave the way for them to leave the CSTO and potentially grow closer to the United States. And then as a natural effect of that, I think that Azerbaijan might even grow closer to Russia and potentially collaborate more with CSTO, which would essentially open the way for more for rejoining the CSTO. So it's interesting how that's all working out. Lucy is also Armenian, so she could probably comment on this.
I'd never heard about that, but I wonder how's that gonna work with Israel's oil being basically provided, like Azerbaijan is supplying Israel's oil, right? And Israel weaponized Azerbaijan with what happened in last September. How's that going to work? Because U.S. and Israel usually don't go support different, sides. So I'm not sure if, can you post your source?
Yeah, it's actually from Nexta. It's like the website here on Twitter, like NEXTA. It's on my page, but like kind of like the whole like Visgrad thing. But yeah, they did
Kaiser's
definitely
favorite.
show.
That's just like one
It's
Belarusian guy, isn't it?
I
Yeah, they
don't know,
blocked me a long time ago.
But
yeah, it's
basic on a random note. I mean, Lucy wouldn't want a Pershirian. I hope I pronounced that correctly, Artin. I mean, he's look. I'm not an Armenian. I'm in no position to take a position here. But Koala is also Armenian, and I like him very much. And if I would be Armenian, I would be so pissed off. Like, okay, you can blame Russia. Okay, imagine you're being beaten up. Okay, and the police comes not fast enough. That is Russia, and you can and then say, you know what? Fuck the police. I will now side with the dude who beat me up. That is actually what's right now happening with Armenia. I honestly, man, but this is the problem. I mean, the political elites in so many countries, Ruslan was talking about earlier, sellouts left, right, and center.
There's actually there's criticism internally in Israel regarding Netanyahu's support for Azerbaijan. That's definitely a factor. And there's also a split in the U.S. foreign policy establishment on how to handle the Armenia-Azerbaijan situation. The Democrats and the State Department faction, they're pretty much in support of Armenia. They think it would be useful to sort of cozy up to Armenia in the hopes of separating them from the Russian CSTO alliance. And
But Samira, let's be super blunt here. Don't you think it's just performative nonsense for the media, for the base?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. But there is a strategic interest in getting Armenia or trying to influence Armenian foreign policy away from the whole CSTO alliance.
I mean,
they jumped on that really quickly, actually.
It is, Samira. But at the end of the day, I don't disagree with you. But Azerbaijan is like, let's say, it's so much more important, especially with the whole thing. So I don't believe nothing what they say. Let's say, I believe it in the sense of, would be nice. But if you have to decide, between, let's say, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Armenia is the fall guy, like, okay, sucks for you,
And Russia did support Azerbaijan on Nagorno-Karabakh. Like that's why a
Russia
lot of
gave them
Armenians
the
are pissed.
green light. A lot of people don't understand that, but I understand that Israel obviously supported them with weapons, but Russia gave them the green light. If Russia was not on board with, what happened, it wouldn't have happened. And well, there's criticism of, Pashinyan trying to move away towards the West, and I understand that. I actually think the same, because in short term it would benefit if we would have stayed with Russia, but I don't know what the long term game is. I just don't think that who's the Basi the person that has their hands up, what they said, I don't think that's true. Or if it is, it's just a promise. It's empty promise of, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And we all saw what happened. They waited until everything was done and they sent their observers to observe the empty homes.
But,
sorry
just
to
from.
interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I lost you guys for like a good 10 seconds. And then I heard CSTO, and I was like, okay, now I want to be part of this conversation. I lost. What did I miss? Because I'm back
So
now.
basically, I said that there is an interest, there is a State Department interest in trying to sway Armenian foreign policy and influence Armenian foreign policy away from CSTO and, closer to the West. They want Armenia. They're trying to drive a wedge between Armenia and Russia, and they're sort of jumping on this, let's just say, discontent within Armenia regarding Russia and how they left Armenia hanging.
But I don't think Russia has to. Sorry, I don't think the United States, France, anyone in the West has much work to do to try to convince Armenia to try to leave.
Yeah. So this is exactly what I was talking about. Armenian public opinion right now, there is a strong sort of they're
I would say
pissed off at
Armenian,
Russia.
Samira, I would say Armenian global opinion. It's not just the West, the diasporans in America or the diasporans in Brazil or Argentina or Europe.
Right.
I mean, when you have an entire country that, for example, hypothetically, well, it's not hypothetical, it's real. When you have a country as small as Armenia paying upwards of $800 million to Russia to rearm in terms of anti-air, anti-tank, even night vision goggles and basic ammunition. They take the money. Russia takes the money and says, "I'm sorry, I can't give it to you right now because of Ukraine." So it's almost like you go to a car dealership, pay $100,000 for a Porsche. They take your money and then they say, "Well, let me give you an IOU, but I'm going to need this car to go to a wedding next weekend and every weekend thereafter, so you're never going to get it." So it's not just the green lighting of the actual fight between Azerbaijan and Armenia. It's the lack of rearmament and putting Armenia in a position where no other country in the world, Western or otherwise, including any country with updated military, for example, weaponry, putting them in a position where Armenia is not allowed to buy from them because of Russia, and then Russia doesn't allow the integration of their weapon systems and Russian weapon systems, but then making the only supplier of weaponry to Armenia unavailable, intentionally unavailable. So what do you do at that point? You don't have to wait for the United States or any general that comes and visits the United States to say, "Hey, I think you should leave Russia and join, the Western civilized world." I think at that point, Armenia has been begging to leave Russia, not because Russia's, not strong, but Russia's just not viable.
Yeah, but Artin, honestly, man, this makes no sense for me. I will tell you right now. You can say, yes, the Russians didn't deliver what they promised.
It's because you're not Armenian.
Artin, look, okay, Artin, but you're also not, you're not 200 other countries. Still, you talk about it. Let me talk here. Look, who was supporting Azerbaijan in 2020? Was it Turkey? NATO member. Who was?
No, it was Israel. It was Israel.
Turkey did.
It wasn't
and
just
Russia,
Turkey.
actually.
And Turkey did not support Azerbaijan in the past.
Of course they did.
So,
no, of course they did.
But
of course they did.
But
hold on, Kaiser,
Artin, let me know. Artin,
this is where I get to. No, hold on.
Artin,
hold on,
let
Kaiser.
me finish my
when
sentence
your information
here.
Is
Artin,
I know,
you
bro,
made yourself.
All right, wait a minute.
Artin,
You guys are
Kaiser,
over
okay, Artin, what I don't get is, let me ask you a question then. And you said, okay, Artin, man, okay, the Russians are fighting a war right now in Ukraine. They cannot deliver what, okay, you paid for it. That's shit situation. But who is instigating this war in Ukraine right now? And then I don't get it. Guys,
don't get
you are
bogged
being
down with Ukraine. Kaiser, don't get bogged down with Ukraine. You're getting bogged down with just one country. You're talking about Russia being unavailable to sell its weaponry because of Ukraine. I gave you one of several dozens of instances. So even before Russia and Ukraine war, right, you had Russia arming Azerbaijan. You had Israel modernizing Azerbaijan's military, including its. Okay, so you know this, Zag knows this. Most people that have any basic military strategy knows this. When you don't have an air force like Azerbaijan, the best alternative is a drone force, whether it's loitering munitions or attack UAVs. What Israel did was they pretty much gave them a better version of any air force that Azerbaijan was able to buy from any other country. Like the US wouldn't have sold F-16s. China wouldn't have sold any of their aircrafts to them. They were stuck with like SC-25s from like 30 years ago, and they still are stuck with SC-35s, but they have the best drone system out there because it's fully Israeli drones. And that's what destroyed Armenia in that war in 2020 and again in 2023. But I'm not going to talk about Armenia and the wars. I'm only going to talk about why Russia is not a good partner and go back to the point that you were trying to make by saying, Russia was engaged in the Ukraine. Yeah, but who cares about Russia? There was Israel that was backing Azerbaijan.
but
There was
Artin,
Turkey
Israel
that was backing Azerbaijan.
Israel is NATO and friends. Israel is by all means. This is a guy I don't understand it. Honestly, I'm totally on Koala's side. Koala is Armenian, Artin, and he would say,
yeah, but he's like another Sul. He's another.
No, Artin, I totally
Soviet
support
Armenian.
Artin, you are basically, I get it, Armenia is in a really tough spot. I get that. But
Is someone talking right now? I can't hear him.
Artin, man, you are basically siding with the people who were enabling ethnic
All right, I'm
cleansing,
gonna drop
man.
down.
I don't get that. Honestly.
Wait. Who are you talking about? Who am I siding with?
I mean, you're siding with basically you want to approach towards the West, NATO, European
He's
Union.
not siding. He's saying that's the reality.
I'm stating facts. I'm not siding anyone. Okay, so let me tell you what the average Armenian in Armenia and the average Armenian diasporan would love to see. We would love to see an open policy, trade militarily with Iran right now. with Iran right now. We want the Iranian drones. We want the Iranian anti-air system. We want the Iranian ballistic missiles. We want the French anti-air system, which we're finally getting. We want the Indian anti-air missiles and rocket launchers. Kaiser, you're incorrect. My
But you said
assessment is
Western.
not an
You
opinion.
said every Iranian, Armenian wants to join the Western civilized world. This is what you said.
I did not
They
say
have
that.
no
I did
other
not
choice,
say that.
Kaiser. That's the only choice.
Okay, so Kaiser, let me explain. It doesn't really, so that sort of, East versus West framing doesn't really work in Armenia's case because
At all.
Armenia does want to work with Iran. Armenia wants Iranian support, right? But they feel like they were left hanging by Putin and by China also. And they're looking towards Iran, but even now, Iran and Azerbaijan are growing closer. So right now, they
Right.
feel that they have no
But
choice.
here's something, Samira, that most people don't even know, not even military analysts. Why do you think Russia wants some sort of control of Syunik border? Why? Do you think it's just so that they can control the goods that are coming in from Nakhichevan into Baku? No, it really doesn't give a damn. A lot of people don't know this, but there are 6 untapped large uranium mines in Syunik. Armenia might not have oil or gas, but it has vast amount of uranium. Who do you think wants control of that? Who do you think has partial ownership of those mines from the previous Armenian governments? Russia. Who do you think said, no, you can't mine those and made up some sort of environmental disaster probability? It was in 2018. I don't like Pashinyan. I am not a pro-Pashinyan person at all. I am the anti-opposite of him. I think he's way too soft, and that's giving him a compliment. But if Russia has control of Syunik, he appeases Azerbaijan with this simple, stupid road that the pan-Turkic dream would, come to fruition and connect all the Turkic worlds. But Russia would have access to then now start mining the uranium. You
Artin,
guys don't
do
know
you
these
know
things.
anything about the new? Basically, the first one was rejected, but do you know anything about the new proposal for that corridor, quote unquote?
So
Yeah,
didn't
it's a
Spaniard
great
explain also?
yeah. I think it's a very, very, very good proposal that Azerbaijan will never take, and it's a smart move from Armenia. I think it's Armenia showing to the entire world that, hey, if this is such a big problem for Azerbaijan that they were willing to attack Armenia proper and start potentially a large regional war with Iran unilaterally coming in, I will create this corridor and I will patrol it myself and I will control it myself, but it's on the sovereign territory of Armenia. So Azerbaijan at that point can use it as a open line communication roadway. So it's a great idea. But then you have Russia coming in today through its spokesperson saying, if this road is ever built, oh, by the way, kudos, Armenia, for coming on board with this idea, which is backed by Russia. It 100%, it slipped out of Aliyev's mouth, by the way, during a live debate between Pashinyan, Aliyev, and Russia. Putin wasn't there, but Putin never denied it. Aliyev flat out said Russia even wants a Zangezur corridor in those specific exact words. Russia even supports, those are the exact words, supports the Zangezur corridor. So this idea of the corridor being present, fine, if Armenia gets to control it. And Armenia today said, I will absolutely control it. Russia comes out and says, no, if that corridor is built, we want Russian troops there controlling it. That's a claim by Russia to Armenia. Armenia doesn't want Russia in there. Russia is a nice friend to have, but they're like that ex-girlfriend that is really good in bed, but as soon as you're done, you want her out of your home because you can't trust her if you're going to go to the bathroom
Okay,
and
but
come out and she doesn't
Artin,
have a
my
shotgun
point,
to your head.
Artin,
But
I get your.
wait, I have one more question. Sorry, Kaiser.
Wait a
One,
second,
one.
Lucy. I want to address Artin. I get your point totally, and I think Armenia is really in a really tough spot, really tough spot. But the thing is, Artin, be careful what you wish for. If the, look, I'm just saying it. If Armenia will always be the fall guy, if let's say Turkey would do anything, do you really think the EU or NATO would let an eye? No, never, never.
Kaiser,
I
look
mean,
what's going on right now.
I'm
I know,
just
I agree
saying,
with you, Kaiser.
Artin,
I
it
agree
is
with you.
just what it is. Be
I just told you
careful.
I agree with you. Kaiser, I just told you I agree
Yeah,
with
I
you,
agree
but you
with
have to
you. Yeah.
look at the boots on the ground right now. What's going on in Armenia? I'm pretty sure you're not aware, which is fine. I can't blame you. You have to. Armenia is such a small country that unless you have passion in its international relations with other countries, you're only going to know what the news tells you. But right now, what Armenia is doing... Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, Kaiser. I always let you finish. Let me finish. Right now, what Armenia is doing is collecting a ton of weaponry from India, from Iran, from France. The deliveries have already been made. There's untold more deliveries that are coming in. It's just preparing itself so that it knows that it can only rely on its soldier and no one else, but it needs the weapons. So unless it has the defensive weapons, and by the way, the United States, I believe last week, finally came out and said if we sense that Azerbaijan is actually going to attack Armenia proper, we will sell offensive weapons to Armenia. So and it knows that it can deliver those weapons because France delivered those weapons. It's 9 out of 10 going through Iran up the Mehri Road and into Armenia, and that road cannot be attacked by anyone because it
I'm sorry.
connects directly.
When did they say that? If
last week.
Azerbaijan.
Last
Okay.
week.
I did not. I didn't.
So here's what Armenia is doing, Kaiser. Armenia is buying time so it can buy mass. By the way, it just tripled, almost tripled its defensive budgets, which it's never done in its entire history, for just weaponry in this one last year, from a country that has no oil. So don't think that Armenia doesn't understand that it's under existential threat.
Artin, this is not what I'm saying. You totally misunderstand me. What I'm saying is, Artin, and I really have a lot of love for Armenia, but the thing is, do not expect if shit goes down, you will be, the European Union
But
will...
that's what I just said.
Yeah, I mean, the thing
I
is...
just admitted
Kaiser, that has been a reality for a long time.
It's not
Like
news to us.
you would think,
it's not breaking
that
news.
Russia supported it, and
No, Lucy, Jesus, can I just finish a thought here, Artin, please? The thing
Of
is,
course you can. Of course you can.
I, for example, I would never believe that the Americans will sell you offensive weapons against Azerbaijan when Azerbaijan has been called a strategic partner of the European
Get
Union
over
by
it. That's
Ursula
way
von der
done.
Leyen. I cannot.
Get over it. That's
So,
way done. That's strategic.
like I was
They said it,
talking
but they
about,
will not do it. Artin, I don't believe it. Sorry, I don't believe it.
You have
so
U.S. generals there right now.
The State Department right now, they're turning towards Armenia, and they're actually, because they have an interest in pulling Armenia away from the Russia CSTO alliance, right? So that's why there is a strategic interest in giving Armenia
Well, I don't know
weapons.
about that, but yeah.
Right. No.
No, like
Well, yeah, it does. Look, take a map. Take a map right now. Whoever says I don't know the strategic importance of
I'm
Armenia and
trolling. I'm
CSTO.
trolling. Yes, I agree.
No, that's okay. It's not there. It's not Armenia's weaponry. It's not Armenian servicemen. It's Armenia's geopolitical. I'm sorry. It's geographical location. It's a wall. That's what Armenia is. That's why it's always and consistently getting attacked because it's a natural wall. It's a border between Turkey and the West, Azerbaijan and the East. It's been like that for 2,000 years. So if Armenia was never, let's say, if it wasn't a kingdom for that it was for centuries upon centuries, whatever country dominated it, be it the Byzantines at first, be it the Russian Empire when it was created, or be it the Persian Empire, it used Armenia like a wall. That's all it was. Think Trump's wall. That's all Armenia is in that location. So, again, Kaiser, it's not what we wish for. We know that if we don't get these weapons, and Russia's not getting us these weapons, we are going to get trampled. We understand that. We don't need anybody to tell us that it's going to be, we have to look for no one to defend. We know this, dude. It's in our blood. We know this
Artin,
now
I don't,
more than ever
I
before.
don't disagree, man. All I'm saying is Azerbaijan is 10 times more valuable as Armenia for the West, and so is
Right, but
Turkey.
Azerbaijan's shooting itself in the. Hold
that's
on,
not
1
entirely
second,
accurate as
Samira.
well.
Samira,
1
actually,
second, Samira, and then
Samira,
I'll shut
you're
up.
talking of the
No,
American
no.
perspective. Honestly,
No,
guys, let me give
why
also.
don't you hear from an Armenian? This
But
is why I
I'm
don't like
giving you
talking
the
this
EU
topic when it's
perspective, the
not.
von der Leyen perspective, and
I
those
don't care.
people.
Von der Leyen. Oh my God, she's a nut. But
I
let me
know
tell
that
you,
she's not, but the thing is, guys, man, like,
she's a nut.
look, if you don't
Kaiser,
buy,
Azerbaijan. Give me
okay,
1
whatever.
second, Kaiser, and then I'll let. Just give me 1 second, Kaiser.
Let Kaiser give the EU
Azerbaijan.
perspective, though. We need to hear the
Right,
EU perspective.
right. But he just made a statement that I don't want to forget. And then he can go on his EU, because I want to know his EU perspective too. I really do. But Azerbaijan is shooting itself in the foot by getting closer and closer and closer and closer openly to Russia. Armenia doesn't have to do anything to make Azerbaijan look bad to the rest of the international community. It's leaning towards Russia openly with its own president's tweets. Forget anything that we're conjuring up in our head.
I know,
His
Artin, but
tweets.
no one cares about that. It's okay. No, this is the thing, man. Like you think that will play in the hands, but no, no one gives a shit here about that because they are now the new reliable strategic partner, and that's that. What they do with the Russians, no one gives a shit. The same situation with the Indians, when the Indians were buying all the oil of Russia, refining it, and then selling it further to the US and European Union. The thing is, they don't care. They know this is going on down, but they don't care because they are basically with their backs to the wall. They need Azerbaijan as to partially substitute what they've been losing with the Russian imports. As long as there's not, as long as the Samira, it is what it is. You can thump me down, but this
But
is.
can I also
But go ahead,
tell
yeah,
you
go
guys
ahead.
something else that hasn't been mentioned? So what's important here is the US and the EU, they are looking at this conflict through the lens of, how to counter China and Russia. Okay. So
Correct.
in this respect, in this sort of framing, Armenia is not a valuable ally, or if for the West, Azerbaijan is not a valuable ally for the West anymore, because one of the corridors of the Belt and Road Initiative is, Azerbaijan is involved in one of the 6 original corridors. I think it's like the
Right.
West Asia, something, one of
Right.
those,
And you
right?
know what else? You know what else the West has realized? That
Yeah.
Azerbaijan will never be a part of NATO. And if this
Yes. Yes.
pan-Turkic dream is
Exactly.
if this pan-Turkic dream is realized and the Zangezur corridor is given to Azerbaijan through sovereign territory of Armenia, the very, very, very next thing that you'll see in short time, I won't give it a day, week, or month, or whatever.
Azerbaijan joining the CSTO.
No, you'll have Turkey leaving. You'll have Turkey leaving NATO. You'll have Azerbaijan joining Turkey in its quest to lead the Turkic Council. I think it's called the Council of, or the not the or the Organization of Turkic States or Council of Turkic States, something like
So
that. It's going to be a
Russia is
new
actually
NATO.
in support of this whole Turkic agenda, right? But
Right.
Iran is opposed to it. So when it
Right.
comes to Armenia and Azerbaijan, Iran and Russia are on different pages. But just to continue on what I was saying, Armenia has not joined the Belt and Road Initiative. Even Georgia, a U.S. sort of puppet state, right? Like the Russians refer to Georgia as a U.S. puppet state. They've joined the Belt and Road Initiative. And then Azerbaijan is critical for the success of the Belt and Road Initiative. So the U.S. and the EU are looking at this like, okay, who is closer to Russia and China here? Literally Azerbaijan. So
Correct.
Armenia is their best
Samira,
bet.
you're correct, but the thing is, let's be real here, Samira. As long as Nord Stream is not pumping gas, pumping gas again, they will look over at that because they're reliant on Azerbaijan. This is not a thing about, let's say, of a game of risk.
But you're
The thing is, they have realized right now that they need these resources from every place they can get, and they are willing. At least, look, it's a very complicated game. I get that, but I don't think.
No, it's not complicated. I can give you numbers. Kaiser, let me
Yeah.
ask you a question.
Okay. Yeah.
Kaiser. What was the amount in terms of percentage that Europe, all of Western Europe received from Azerbaijan in the year 2020 to 2023? Until today, 2020 until today. What is the percentage of oil it's received?
Not oil.
And
Oil
I'll
is
tell
not
you
the
why.
issue. Oil is not the issue.
Oil and gas. No, let's
Gas.
combined. Oil
Yeah.
and gas.
Yeah.
Oil and gas.
I
What is the
don't have
percentage?
to. I don't have to figure right now here.
Three. I'm telling you, it's 3. Google it. Verify me.
What 3%?
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm a 3%. That's
Yes.
of
Yes.
all of its usage. And you know why the U.S. the EU is pissed? Because Azerbaijan promised way more than it was capable of giving, way more. And the European Union now sees, holy shit, we just made a deal with the devil, and the devil is not producing. I'm not making this up. It's not my opinion. Statistics don't lie. I don't create the statistics. It's 3% of oil and gas that Europe, all of Europe, saw from Azerbaijan from January 2022 until November 2023. 3%. That's why they're pulling back now. They're saying, dude, they're full of shit. They're literally just full of shit. They took 2.5 billion of our European money and only gave us 3% of the entire oil and gas that we use. That's why. It's not because they love Armenia. They just realize that Azerbaijan is full of shit. It's just that simple.
Okay, that's a valid point. If they realize that, I've yet to see it because I see no criticizing. I mean,
Just
Azerbaijan in the
Google
media.
EU.
No, I don't see it.
Wait,
I
what?
don't see
No, no,
it.
no. There's a lot of criticism of Azerbaijan in the media. I mean, the entire U.S. State Department,
I'm talking here,
Nancy
Samira.
Pelosi.
Here in
Yeah.
Germany, there's no criticizing of
Oh,
Azerbaijan.
I
okay.
don't see
Sorry,
much
sorry.
criticism.
Yeah,
I don't see much.
and that's the thing what
I
I'm
mean,
talking about.
No one mentioned any genocide
didn't Germany's foreign minister go to Armenia itself?
Yeah, Baerbock,
Didn't Germany's foreign minister
she does a lot.
just last month? Didn't Germany's foreign minister go to Azerbaijan just last week and call the occupied towns or the cities, including the capital, by their Armenian name? And Azerbaijan lost its shit and said, "You need to call it Kenkandi and Shusha instead of Stepanakert and Shushi." She's not stupid. She knows the names.
I wanted to just jump in and make a point here. The one thing that I am concerned about was just the cooperation between Turkey and Azerbaijan is that these are both states that have not recognized the Armenian genocide to this day. So you have two collective states who still refuse the Armenian genocide, who are working together in a military aspect. I think that alone will probably is an argument enough for the Armenians to arm themselves with whoever and
And
whatever.
China doesn't recognize the Armenian genocide either, so that just goes with
And
your
neither does
point.
Pakistan. And these are all countries
Well,
that
Pakistan doesn't even
minus China.
recognize
take your
Armenia
pick. I
as a
mean, what
state,
authoritarian
right?
regime you want to go with?
Exactly. They're the only country, Pakistan is the only country in the world that doesn't recognize the internationally recognized borders of Armenia, the existence of the country. It doesn't
Yeah, he's right.
recognize
He's
it.
right.
So, I mean, and it's ironic, too, because my best friend, who's literally a brother to me, who I'm actually coming back after trial. I went there last weekend and hung out with him in Sacramento, is Pakistani Muslim. He's my law school brother, wife and kids and everything, and I was staying with him. But we all talk about this, and he's like, I have no idea why. He's like, Pakistan doesn't even recognize itself. But that's besides the point.
Yeah.
My
Also,
point is,
I mean, Pakistan would never be a valuable ally to Armenia. It's basically
no,
you
exactly.
know. Yeah, India is a
I
much
totally
more
get it.
valuable ally to Armenia than Pakistan would ever be.
Right. No, I totally get that. But the point, Kaiser, is the one thing I'll say about the Armenian government now, and this is the only good thing that I have to say, because everything is bad from my perspective. I think they're way too timid. I think whatever, I'm not going to get into it. I'm just going to say that I don't like them.
Okay,
But,
can I ask you something, Arden? I have a question.
of course.
Which Armenian party do you support?
Okay, so that's a tricky question because there's like 32 different parties in the Armenian political system, which I laugh at. It's kind of like a chieftain system, a tribal system. If I, for example, went to Armenia and I lived there for 5 years and I had the Armenian citizenship, I could literally go and register a couple $100 US and create a party. And so you have parties that have like maybe 1,000 people in them that have barely 1% impact. So to say, who do I, back? None. I don't like any of the parties there right now. I don't like any of the former parties. I don't like the Dashnat mentality where it's like, let's fight until we lose, and if we lose, give away a bunch of chunk of land for peace. I don't like that. I don't like it. I think it needs the political system needs a whole new overhauling where there's like maybe 3, 4, 5 at most political systems where they can get something done rather than having 32. Imagine the US has 2 major political systems and like an independent party, and they're losing their shit and left and right in every kind of voting situation. Armenia has 31, I think, is the official number. I could be wrong. It could be a little bit more. It could be a little bit less. But it's far more than 24. So it's a tough question to ask me because I don't like any of them. I want one party that gives a damn about the country and the people, and it will do whatever it takes to protect its borders. That's it. Just its borders. Because if not, then Armenia will turn into Assyrians, who are a people that have been there throughout all of history but don't have a homeland. It'll turn into the Kurds, who are people that have been there forever and won't have a homeland. It'll turn into the Yazidis, who are people that have been there forever and they don't have a homeland. All these people that I just named, are always within 100-year period of time subjected to some form of genocide or the other. Armenians need to stop that victim mentality, arm up to the teeth, Hell, they helped Russia develop. I won't say Russia. They helped the Soviet Union develop nuclear weapons. Armenian scientists did. You can Google that shit. They helped the Soviet Union create the atomic bomb. And up until 91, Armenia had nuclear bombs. It still has the silos, but it decided to give away the bombs in 91. If Armenia had nuclear weaponry, nobody would fuck with it, including Turkey, because the bombs that are in Turkey are US bombs. They're not Turkish bombs. They have zero access to it. So Turkey's just like a very strong second class. When I say second class, I mean their weaponry, not the people. The weaponry is like NATO's leftover, garbage and everything else that they create themselves. But they have a lot of people. Just like Israel. Israel doesn't have a lot of people. Its population is low, but it has bombs. So people don't want to go into a full-scale war with them because, if it looks like they're about to lose and get annihilated, they're going to release. They actually have a policy that if it looks like Israel's going to fall, it's going to bomb itself and take everybody out. No one's going to attack that. That's what I think Armenia needs to do.
Okay, gotcha. Samaria, I apologize. Kaiser, I apologize. Zagonel, I apologize. I hated to say Zachary Efron.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I know you don't want to hear me, but because it's Ruben Efron, if you swipe 4 swipes to the right on the Jumbotron, you will see it was Ruben Efron, who was the handler to Jack Ruby. And by the way, Art and Esquire, why are you supporting this genocidal kill everyone at the end of the game if we don't get what we want?
He's not
policy?
supporting that. What are you talking about?
God, I'm sorry, Kaiser.
That Israel will
Wait,
kill
I
so
know
we're
he's a
talking
Green
about
Beret.
Armenia and Azerbaijan right now. The
You
topic
got
is
my
shifted.
respect, and thank you for serving the country. But you're a bona fide idiot, my friend. Like in every
I think
capacity.
you are, sir. I have a doctorate in finance. You're just some stupid lawyer. But anyway.
Okay, congratulations.
Patrick, you misunderstood Artin. Artin didn't say, "Oh, it's awesome that Israel can nuclear bomb Gaza or whatever." No, he didn't say that. He said it. This is the reason why no one fucks around with Israel, because they know if shit hits the fan, they will just drop the bomb. Stating a fact like 1 + 1 = 2. He didn't say, "I support that." This is the thing. Patrick, you just misunderstood Artin, okay?
Maybe I did, but I don't support Israel dropping the bomb. I don't support anyone dropping the bomb. Because
we can all agree that nobody should drop any bombs. We can all agree that as a baseline.
Bombs are bad.
Yes, bombs are bad, especially when they kill little.
So I want to talk about Poland real quick here.
Yeah, that's the reason to talk about Poland. Ukraine is anyway. I mean, we can make bets, okay, guys. What do you think? Will Zelensky still be the president until New Year's Eve? Will you take that bet? Let's see.
Yes, he'll be president.
I will bet you €5, Kaiser. €5 to your $5 Yankee.
Yeah, it was a joke, but
he probably will be.
But the
He
thing
probably
is,
will be.
it's interesting that even Politico, those hardcore, hardline pro-Ukrainian media. I mean, that's this thing going on. Okay, is Zaluzhny the fall guy, or is Zaluzhny basically preparing Zelensky to be the fall guy for the offensive, which basically is now on a stop? There's a speculation going on. It's interesting. What do you think, Samir? Samira left. Zagonel, what do you think? Give your opinion. Who is the fall guy? Who will be the fall guy? The military?
I don't think he's going to be the fall guy yet. Other members of the military would go before him. He'll be one of the last chips to fall, just because of what's been invested in him and the image he's built. So I think the military will take the blame initially.
Do you think so? Because
I mean,
okay.
But that may not win him any friends, though.
The other speculation is that Zaluzhny is presenting himself as the realistic dude, who was, let's say, based on and Zelensky with his. I mean, it's always how you spin everything. You can spin everything. Like Zelensky is becoming more and more unhinged, demanding more and more, but not delivering results. Whereas Zaluzhny is like the rational military player, and he is more calculable. I don't know. I mean, it depends how you want to spin it, I guess. I think both is possible. But I think the Zelensky laugh in the West, I think the laugh in is over, like, I mean, that's the feeling I get here, like, the hero portrayal has stopped, at least over here. I don't know how it's in the United States, if it's still going on. And this is the reason why the speculation came up, like.
So we're a mess over here, Kaiser. We are, dude. I mean, there's a serious possibility that, I mean, the aid package with the Senate and the whole mess with the Congress, like, I mean, there's a fierce fight of even getting the aid to Ukraine. So that's not even a guarantee over here, actually. I hate to say it, and I'm a Ukraine supporter, but I mean, it's definitely, it's definitely not looking good right now.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I think realization has set in. Zagonel, Samir, I think we can agree upon that. And it's interesting those pieces, press pieces which come out now. It's interesting. The original planning, I was flabbergasted. I love that word, by the way. That the original planning for the Ukraine offensive was 30 kilometers per day until reaching Crimea. I mean, that was in political. Like, what? 30 kilometers per day? You want to, this is like, wow. Yeah. Didn't work out like that. So, and now the question is, this is why I'm saying it depends how you spin the story. You can spin the story. Zaluzhny was, like, say, the military guy with experience who knows what's possible, not who basically said to Zelensky, hey, my dear president, that's not possible with the resources we have, and Zelensky is still going ahead and all that shit. You see, it depends how you spin the story, but I think one of them will be the fall guy. One of them. I honestly think Zelensky will be the fall guy. Like, okay, because my impression is, but that's just an impression, that more and more people come out and criticize him and his demands, his constant demands. And this is always like an indicator, okay, what's to come for the future. But I'm not sure here. I don't know, Samir. What's your take on that?
I actually was looking something up. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything about Zelensky, but it does seem like Zelensky is very upset with a lot of the media attention being on Israel right now, and he is trying to sort of make sure that his plight, or Ukraine's quote unquote plight, is in the media. But do I think that Zelensky will last? I think it depends on Ukrainian public opinion, which I've not looked into. Are they upset with Zelensky right now? Do they think that Zelensky is not protecting them adequately? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Do they want someone to replace him?
No. It was just a speculation, which I was reading over here. Zaluzhny versus Zelensky. Like one of them. It's like, okay, is Zelensky preparing Zaluzhny to be the fall guy, or is Zaluzhny presenting himself as the rational, realistic player, and Zelensky was the unreasonable one, and Zelensky will be the fall guy. That is.
Can you send me that? I want to look.
Yeah, I will find it. I found a very interesting article, but obviously it's speculation, and I already said, I think you can spin both stories. It just matters how you want to frame them. You can spin both stories. There's enough material out there to basically create this image of Zelensky becoming more unhinged. You know how media works, Samira. Within 2-3 weeks, you have that narrative going. But yeah. I will try to find it. I was reading.
You know what's interesting? I just did a quick Google search, Google News regarding Zelensky and ousting him, the potential of ousting him. Nobody is talking about that in Western media, but look at how they're talking about Netanyahu. There's so many articles out. Netanyahu must go. Netanyahu must go. But they don't really, they don't do that with regard to Zelensky. So I just find that fascinating.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that's critical of Zelensky at all, with what's going on. I think what I do see, I agree with the whole Netanyahu thing, and I mean, I have opinions on that guy. I'm not saying he's an angel, but yeah, I haven't really seen anything critical as far as like Western media or anything on Zelensky or even Zelensky. So, and the Ukrainian speakers I talk to all the time, I mean, from what I know, like the last polling I saw was like, how many Ukrainians are willing to cede land for peace, and I think only like 18% were willing, and like the rest, like 87% were not. So even the like public opinion in Ukraine, they're still very much not wanting to see anything for peace. So it's
Absolutely, yeah. And I think Zaluzhny is actually also, there's no criticism towards Zaluzhny. I think he is portrayed so far as a very capable commander. And the thing is, obviously, you never know what's going on. Is he really, let's say, a great strategist or whatsoever, or is this due to the work of his inferiors? You know, you never know. And I think we are in a situation where the media really can decide, or if you want to spin a certain narrative, you can go with that narrative, and but everything is possible. And with regards to seceding a country, does this include Crimea as well, or is Crimea already basically out of sight?
There was an exception to Crimea. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Whoever wanted to.
No, basically, can you wait a second, Patrick? Here, can you elaborate on that? Basic, that is interesting. Would Ukrainians be willing to give up Crimea?
Well, so I think the polling that I read was that there was two separate like questions basically. Like the one was for like, okay, how many Ukrainians are willing to, cede land for peace for like with Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, those basically like kind of like mainland provinces you want to call them. And there was an overwhelming majority, it was like 80 something percent said like, yeah, we're not going to separate, which is kind of interesting. But on Crimea, there was like a little bit more give that I saw on the poll. I can't remember. I think it was from like the School of like Social Economics. I can't remember, but there was a little bit more give on the Crimea part, but it was still in the majority. Like it was still like 70 something percent. So it's not like a huge difference, but it is interesting to see that there is a difference. You know what I mean? So I just think it's just like, yeah, I mean, you look at look at Times Magazine, like they literally called the solution. He was like the Iron General. There's been a lot of like focus on building him up, whether you agree with his, tactics or not, of building up this kind of like capable, like competent general who, I mean, even for my part, like I would agree he's done a pretty good job. But I mean, yeah, has the counteroffensive been as good as it has? No, obviously not. Like and you look at their own goals, like they even stated that, right? When regards to the references to like the whole stalemate of the line and things like that. So I think even from their own admission, like there's definitely criticism to be had from that part, and that they haven't succeeded in certain aspects, and I agree with that. But overall, I don't see this war ending anytime soon, and I definitely don't see Zelensky out of office by the end of the year, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I tend to agree with
It
that.
was just a cheeky bit, like the Brits, they like to bet on everything. So yeah, but yeah, I think, but to be fair to Zaluzhny, you never. I mean, let's be honest, they had restricted resources. They never had, let's say, the full equipment. So I cannot. How can you judge, let's say, his performance based on that alone? So. And that's always the problem. So basically, that leaves it open. This is the ambiguity, like, however, if you want to create a political fall guy, this is a situation where you can do that because it's ambivalent. But I would actually say he did actually a good. But I'm just an amateur. I'm not Zagonel. Zagonel is the military expert here. But I think he did a good job. I mean, when you think about it. And that the offensive couldn't be that successful. I mean, I honestly, Basic, I know you are from the NATO side. You saw that differently. I think that was always like the inevitable outcome with Ceteris Paribus, without F-16s and all that stuff. I think it was never really achievable to march towards Crimea. But I mean, yeah. But basic, I like that you are so rational. Like you are a very rational nation. We had another Interschitzer. You know him, maybe Interschitzer.
Yeah. We follow each other. Yes, I follow him.
Yeah,
He's my friend, actually.
Intel is
Now,
different.
listen, Intel. Yeah, yes, Intel has his own thing. I'm not going to speak for him. For me, like, yeah, you're right. Like when you bring up like what was promised, like what are we going to do with 31 Abrams? Let's be honest. What are you going to do with like 31 tanks, right? Against thousands of like Russian tanks, or without even air cover, or even having F-16s. Like you're exactly right. Like this whole idea of them taking Tokmak or any of those areas, which haven't happened yet, in the world's biggest, most largest minefield. You have to be rational, and I think to be fair to, whether you're promising certain goals or you're promising a certain narrative, if you're not being rational, it's a lie, right? It just amounts to just a lie and rhetoric. And so for me, I've always taken the rational standpoint. Yes, I do support them. Yes, I do support Ukraine in this war, but I'm also rational. I'm not like, oh, we're going to like break through like, the Crimean coast like next week by the end of the month this year. Like, no, I never said that. I've never been on record to say that, but other people have. So I think, whether you're on the side of this or that, it's always best to be rational and be objective, and that's
Basically,
what I've always been.
that is fair and square. Honestly, we can agree. It's fair and square that you stand with Ukraine. That's fair and square. But rationality is the important thing, and let's say intellectual honesty. That's super important. And the problem is in those discussions, if people are denying reality, I mean, what's there to discuss then? Then there's no debate. But I totally respect your position, who you support. I mean, who am I to tell you who to like or not to like? Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, Zaggy, what do you think? A good name for dude? Did we find him finally? The good one?
I don't know. I mean, I think anyone who's publicly avowing the sort of NAFO thing, with like the dog and the bonking and all these things. I don't know. I mean, I just see the basic as an enjoyer of bonk. It says, but I don't know. I think it is an inevitable sort of indication of like supporting the thing, and I am seeing a lot of like Israeli Ukrainian flags next to each other, which is interesting. But I think that be careful what you wish for at the end of the day. If there's a large faction of people that want to get into bed with these things, and it ends up sort of fucking up the country's economy and jeopardizing our sort of national security because of a larger scale war, I think maybe there'll be some regret. It's like, oh, a little fun and games now to like, oh my God, it's like a long drawn international war now, which would not be good for any of us in the space right now. I mean, unless you have a lot of Lockheed Martin stock, but otherwise, probably would not be great.
So Zag, I posted the first post in the space you posted, which was the helicopter, and I was saying like I'm not sure if it's real. Even everyone thinks I'm anti-Semitic. Like I just can't see Israeli like military like in this video being real. But to go back to the point and make my point on the Russia-Ukraine thing, and I posted that up in the Jumbotron. Does anyone else think it's odd that like we have conscription in Ukraine, conscription in Russia, but everyone else who has a connection to a Jewish state is like exempt from it? And I posted articles from the Jerusalem Post, the Times of Israel, and Haaretz. So like they all say that like there's been like a fivefold increase on Russian immigrants who have Jewish origins coming to Israel and avoiding conscription. And also, the only way to get out of Ukraine is if you're Jewish to avoid conscription. Does anyone else not find that odd? Like, is it weird that, like, we have, like, this Zionist, or I would say Jewish leader in Ukraine, and then we also have, like, this pro-Jewish Putin side in Russia giving like different standards to their own countries on both ends to people who can escape the war by going through the law of return. At the same time, they're declaring martial law. Like, I don't want to sound like I hate Jews. I mean, I sound like I'm anti-Semitic, and I'll accept it, but like I don't hate Jews. But I'm just saying, like, is this weird or am I crazy? Because like these are from Jewish sources, Israeli sources, and Israel is a Jewish state. So like you can say Jewish sources or Israeli sources, but like let's get real. Israel is an apartheid Jewish state. and they're posting this and bragging about it, and I put it up in the Jumbotron, and I'm not like crazy, like I just want to kill all Jews or anything, because like the video that I posted before my posts on the Jumbotron, which Zag posted eventually, I questioned, and I find it hard to believe that that's real. Like I don't think Israelis would smash down their own people in the the music festival. So I just wanted to hear. Oh, Kaiser left, but like your guys' opinion on this, because like honestly, like if you're Jewish and have right to citizenship in Israel, like you don't have to go through conscription, and meanwhile the only people left are fighting these wars between Russia and Ukraine are non-Jews, and it just seems weird to me.
Interesting theory. But I don't want to go down that route. It's too late in the space because we've been having this chat for a long time. Patrick, you
I really wanted to ask Kaiser, Zag. I love you, Zag.
Oh no, well, listen, I appreciate it, but I'm going to close the space. We've been doing this since 6. Thanks everybody. Good times. Thanks, Samira.